As you know, those who live in heavenly halls should not be reflected on hell. Therefore, our hero, finding himself in a gloomy cave, was convinced that he had met his destruction. However, the young man was tormented by the anxieties that his soul could be overthrown into the underworld, and he would not even have time to see his own death. At this moment, the window of the mysterious system materialized in front of the wanderer. It invited him to see the ending of this world. Obviously, a young man needed time to comprehend such an unexpected sentence, until suddenly, consciousness left him. In the dreams, the young man plunged into the memories of events inextricably linked with his fate. The images of the family, with which had to part for a tragic reason, swam before the mental gaze. Due to the criminal negligence of another driver, they fell into a terrible car accident. The wanderer had not seen his loved ones for a long time. For waking up after that fatal accident, he found himself in a completely different reality, in this ancient cave. Here, the young man received a book called Heavenly Harmony of Pure Art. The only hope of returning home was the mysterious message, "See the end of this world." Therefore, the wanderer had the hope that he could reunite with his family if he performs this mysterious task. Suddenly, the young man woke up after the next notice. He was congratulated on the successful completion of training. Finally, he was able to leave the gloomy dungeon and sobbed with happiness, rejoicing that he would soon see his parents and sister. Going out, the young man realized that he was in a completely unfamiliar place, and this was definitely not the end of his torment. The wanderer found himself in the world of martial arts, in Murim, which marked the beginning of his new path. Obviously, the young man fell into hysteria, not understanding why fate treated him so cruelly. Having spent at least 10 years in the cave, he only thought about what needs to be done in order to see the end of the world. Suddenly, the young man heard a voice behind his back. An unfamiliar man admired the appearance of our hero. Then he began to make excuses, explaining that in peacetime he would not have done anything like this. However, his family was starving, so he asked for a young traveler to become food for them. Obviously, the wanderer realized that this was clearly not the outcome that he expected. Soon this very man was already lying on earth. Next to him was his bloodied blade. Our hero clearly did not understand why everything turned out so, because for the first time having deprived a person of life, he tried to convince himself that it was the only way out. Suddenly, the system congratulated him on an increase in level. This caused a young man an attack of panic laughter. At that very moment, seeing this message, he intuitively understood his further task. Before the wanderer lay the heavenly harmony of pure art, and a certain level system was opened. This meant that it was they who had to help him return to the original world. It was necessary to achieve the maximum level. Many years have passed. Our hero has been significantly matured and was no longer that timid guy. He put his blade to the neck of one of the new leaders of enemies. In this world, he was now called the Immortal Emperor of the Sword, and looking at the enemy, the warrior asked what the leader was among all that he destroyed. The Emperor of the Sword was now in front of him, and after short thoughts, the Master of the Blade realized that the enemy was already the 8th leader, and at least 6 previous leaders died from his hand. His behavior seemed strange to him, because every 10 years someone opposed him and was defeated each time. However, the Immortal Emperor praised this man for managing to have at least a little to have a little. Then he instantly demolished the enemy's head. The assistant to the defeated leader immediately attacked the Master of the Sword, calling his demon such a bastard. It was surprising to hear such words from the boy. Everything looked as if he himself belonged to a demonic sect. The Master of the Blade instantly managed to stop the young man, and even praised the child because he liked his fighting spirit. As soon as the warrior grabbed the body of the boy, he stopped obeying him. Then a real barrier arose between these two. All who were behind our hero were destroyed in an instant. Only after this Shin Hyun decided to let go of the boy, and asked him to study something new and come to him again. Only in this way could the young man be able to cheer him again. The Lord of the Sword wished that this very guy would become the next head of the sect, and go to his monastery. Soon, the Axelkin Hyun was indignant that this time the head of the sect turned out to be a real dummy. Then he began to think about what to entertain himself over the next 10 years. The Master of the Blade even thought about creating a new sect, much more powerful than the previous ones, because its existence became too boring. At that time, as many as 140 years have passed since he got here. For the sake of the family, the wanderer was ready to see the end of this world, but now they could not even remember their faces. It seemed that heaven never existed for him at all. All this time he powered the hellish existence, surviving day after day. The only desire of the Emperor was that these endless torment would finally stop, and unexpectedly, the window of the system responded to his desperate call, congratulating the Master on the achievement of the maximum 50th level. Thus, the last level was unlocked, the Heavenly Return. after the activation of which it will be moved back to the ground. Obviously, Chain Hyun laughed bitterly from the fact that the system appeared precisely when he gave up and began to look so sorry. It seemed to the immortal emperor that in this way the one who stood behind all his sufferings tried to humiliate him. But now he had reached such a level of power that he could be considered God. However, in order to fully become a deity, the warrior had to at least drop all worldly desires. But now the emotions of the Lord of the Sword were in full swing with such force that he never felt in his entire life. Suddenly, awareness pierced his mind. His family has probably already died. For too long he sought to return to this world. Therefore, all that he wanted now is to take revenge on the fact that he was imprisoned here and did not allow him to reunite with loved ones. For this reason, the Master of the Blade began to destroy everything around him. His strength was like the explosion of an atomic bomb, tearing the height of reality itself. However, he continued to swear that he would certainly kill his tormentor, whoever he was. So the immortal Emperor of the Sword, after 140 years of stay in this damned world, finally returned to the ground. Events are returning to the past. Earth, 2011, immediately after a car accident with the Hin Hyun. At that fatal moment, the goddess realized that the day that would bring horror with him was no longer around the corner. For this reason, she opened the first portal. After all, she realized that humanity should develop in order to withstand the future nightmare. People should not simply waste their blessings given to them. At this very moment, somewhere in the depths of the open portal was a man. A man in a chain, a man rejoiced and could not wait for an ambulance with the Emperor of the Sword. Events are returning in 2025, Korea, the Dungeon of the Red Wolf. One girl and her team fought violently against the monsters of the dungeon. However, the monsters were much more fierce than one could expect. To defeat them, the warrior used the skill of an archer, Power Street. Thus, her shell completely pierced the body of the monster, tearing it into the bloody parts. With this skill, she managed to protect one of the surviving comrades. Such an incredible force was possessed by the leader of this group named Cha Juno. The girl returned to her subordinate and reported that they needed to get out more until it was too late. He barely managed to thank his savior. The Red Wolf attacked him again. As a result, the beast tore his body to pieces, and the leader of the group could not do anything about it. Looking at the battlefield, the archer saw how many comrades fell, although some still fought for their life. The situation was critically bad. There were so many monsters, and they were not going to retreat. In addition, Mana is almost over. If she continues in the same spirit, she will definitely die. However, suddenly the warrior heard the rustle of bushes nearby, and she saw one of the comrades who tried in every possible way to escape. This guy was called with Jinkin. Only when she saw him, Cha Juno screamed immediately, demanding from him to return. However, she could not follow him right away. She was surrounded by monsters again. Therefore, the girl grabbed the bow and began to pull on the bowstring. At that moment, Jin Hyun was already running away, cursing himself for being so reckless. He joined the team of these madmen, and if he got stuck here for at least a minute, he will be comprehended by the same fate. Therefore, the coward ran to the portal in the hope of escaping. However, the leader of the leader rushed towards him. She made a warning shot, which almost touched the leg of this guy. The leader of the group began to approach him, and obviously indignant that he, like a damn dog, was about to escape. He tried to make excuses with Jin Hyun, saying that the lady misunderstood him and asked her to calm down. However, the girl could no longer look at his miserable face. Grabbing a coward, she recalled hundreds of warnings of how dangerous the battlefield is. The warrior considered this guy a weak traitor who escaped, betraying his comrades. He was also the one because of whom their team died. However, he was only angry with Jin Hyun because he was not obliged to sacrifice his life for anyone. These words caused the archers only a contemptuous grin. She realized her mistake. In the end, it was not worth expecting more from such a cut. Therefore, the girl invited him to return to her father, although she doubted that his powerful parent could close his eyes to this act. Therefore, she was interested in what would soon happen to the reputation of the Dawn Guild. But with Jin Hyun, he did not let Junso leave, rudely ordering her to return. As it turned out, he has already activated the skill of the fighter, Destroyer of the Rocks. After that, using the strengthening of his body with a red aura, he hit the girl in the chest. From such force, the warrior flew off and crashed into the nearest tree with such power from acceleration that her breath caught her breath. And this scoundrel only laughed gloatingly. He reminded the girl that she was literally an insignificance who had no relatives. And although she was strong and famous, she does not even imagine what would happen to her. The scoundrel will do everything so that she becomes famous with his help, but clearly not in the format that she hoped for. He will survive and present the information as if the leader had betrayed everyone and led to death. As a result of the dungeon raid, the entire team was destroyed. It seemed to him that it was madly likely to be a believable story. Then the bastard swung to kill her, and he praised the woman for working well for his father. However, unexpectedly right behind this boy, a lightning strike was born. Then in smoke he saw some strange silhouette. It was our hero who was happy that he had finally returned to Earth. He fulfilled all the conditions, but he was clearly angry that the reward for achieving the maximum level was only a return home. All this looked like some kind of cruel joke. Therefore, the master of the blade vowed that he would certainly kill the one who created this with him. I heard this promise with Jin Yun, who considered this guy to be somehow crazy. He was angry that he suddenly appeared from thunder and shouted something about the murder. However, the emperor ignored all the words and calmly asked for Jinkan to say where exactly they are now. But when he did not answer, the warrior simply passed him. Obviously, with Jin Yun he got angry that some bastard dared to ignore him. However, looking at the girl unconscious, the hero quickly realized that there was clearly a deadly fight between these two. However, the facial features of this girl seemed familiar to him. Therefore, he crouched closer to her and began to carefully examine her. At that moment, Jin Yun realized that he had made a mistake. This unknown clearly saw what happened to Junsel. It was impossible to let him go now, and this meant that he was supposed to get rid of him. At this moment, our hero noticed a necklace that hung on the girl's neck. He tried to explain with Jin Yun that they were just enjoying a deadly fight. However, the emperor was not interested in any excuses. For this reason, with Jin Hyun no longer thinking, he immediately rushed to the hero in order to send him after the leader of the group. However, suddenly the whole space around was filled with a bright blue light. From him, even the magic that was used with Jin Yun in an instant dispelled. The reason was that Chain Hyuna has released his deadly aura. From such pressure, even the earth around his legs began to split. Obviously, the villain was very scared, not understanding where to escape. Meanwhile, Chain Hyun noted that, it seems, a person in front of him does not even know who he is. He wanted the guy to call his name. Then he himself introduced himself as an immortal emperor of the Sword of Ti Shin Hyun. But even if he called the name, it would not help him, because the bastard had to pay for his deeds. After that, touching his forehead, the warrior released a huge impetus of magical power. As a result, demolishing the mountains in its path, this force rushed into the distance. She left nothing behind, and obviously, the head from Jinhan also flew off the shoulders. Only after that, the emperor calmed down and looked again at his sister. He asked that she would now not worry about anything, because her older brother finally returned. The master of the blade remembered the past when they went to the amusement park. The sister still did not want to leave, so the parents were the first to go to the car, and asked the daughter not to linger anymore. However, the brother quickly realized that apparently, the Junsel was very liked by the entertainment park. But he explained that if she remains here, then his parents will have big problems. However, the girl was worried that if she went home with her parents, she would not soon see her brother. Her mother said that he could not come to them so often because he had studies. However, the older brother stroked the girl comfortably on the head, and he explained that he loves her strongly, and even after entering the university he would visit. Therefore, he suggested next time to walk in the park only together. This proposal really managed to console the baby. Then he raised his sister in his arms and carried it to the car itself. Both laughed with happiness. However, upon returning home, they fell into a fatal accident. Cha Juno seemed that there was her fault. After all, she wanted to walk longer in the park. Because of this, the parents died, and the brother disappeared without a trace. As soon as Chain Hyun got rid of an annoying scoundrel, he immediately began the healing of his sister. Finally, the girl woke up and came to her senses. Then the warrior explained that he had cured her with spiritual strength. But the wound was deep, so she could not move right away. Obviously, a frightened girl immediately asked the man who he was. The emperor was surprised that she did not recognize him, but was glad to see her again. After all, she grew up. Besides, he himself may have changed a lot, because of which his sister could not recognize him. Only at that moment, Cha Juno understood who this man reminds her. He was exactly like her brother. The girl remembered the moment when he gave her a necklace and asked to remain strong, even if he was not there. So now she rudely called her brother an idiot. Then she cried, not understanding why he then disappeared so suddenly. And now he appeared again. Chain Shin Hyun immediately hugged his sister, realizing how hard the girl had to. However, suddenly Cha Juno remembered with Jinkin and immediately pushed her brother away. However, the hero calmly pointed to the body of a boy who tried to kill her. Obviously, the sister did not understand why the warrior killed him, and he seriously wondered what he did wrong. However, Ko Yun Soa understood. Now they need to hide exactly as soon as possible. Soon they were in their old house. The years have passed since the hero has not been here, but inside, everything remained the same. The sister was more concerned about the fact that the director would come to her soon. He was the head of the Dawn Guild, besides his father from Jin Hyun. This man, known in narrow circles as a ruthless business shark, was famous for his cruelty and merciless. He also entered the elite group of 11 high-ranking Korea hunters. In addition, a lot of time has passed since she was unconscious, so the message about the death of her son probably already came to him. And since Cha Juno was the only survivor in this raid, she will definitely be suspected. Initially, the hero did not even understand what was the problem. He believed that it would be easier to get rid of these people, so he offered to kill the director. After all, he was an immortal emperor of the sword. The sister understood that in this idea there was a certain sense. However, Kangjin had a level above the 50th. Moreover, he occupied a fairly high post. After that, the girl scolded his brother for calling himself the immortal emperor of the sword. Like, his head is sick. Once after 14 years of absence, he declares her such nonsense. Then she reminded how hard it was for her. After all, there was neither a brother nor parents nearby. It was unbearably difficult, and now the brother has so suddenly returned, as if nothing was. At this moment, the hero approached their family photo. Only now, from the words of his sister, he realized that his parents had already died. His words sounded a little strange and even rude, so he apologized to his sister. He also explained that he spent all 14 years in a world under the name Murim. Therefore, he asked Cha Juno to tell about everything that happened while he was not there. The warrior wanted to know who the hunters are and what guilds are, and whether the level of increasing the level exists in this world. There was already too much information for Cha Juno, so she asked him to wait to digest everything, and promised to tell about everything later. After all, she had an urgent business because of which it was necessary to leave. The girl intended to go to the Dawn Guild and asked her brother to stay at home and not to do anything. Jin Hyun really decided to wait for his sister, admiring the fact that in the house everything remained untouched, as if he were here yesterday. In addition, he realized that now his life would change dramatically. For a long time, the master traveled alone and reached the peaks, and now he needs to become an older brother again, as it was before. To begin with, he wanted to remember what the sister was talking about that director. The emperor decided that he needed to find out about this man. However, suddenly a loud and persistent knock on the door was heard. After that, one of the uninvited guests used a spell that exploded the door. Thus with Kangjin, along with his minions, burst into the apartment. Entering right away, they demanded to tell where the head of the chain of Che Yunsol is located. The girl herself at that time drove up to the headquarters of the second largest guild in Korea, Dawn. Obviously, she shone for being so easy to escape. But now the main thing was to hope that she did not manage to do anything with Kangjin, although she was worried that her brother could do something as soon as she leaves. Therefore, the girl was thinking who could ask for help. But suddenly, from the back, the deputy head of the Dawn Guild, named Jiha, approached her. The woman had already heard that the director went somewhere in order to resolve the issue of the raid in which Cha Juno participated. For this reason, she wanted to know what happened. The girl looked nervously at one of the best women hunters, part of the fourth of the strongest. Her power was known to everyone, but it was difficult to understand. Cha Juno wanted to ask her help because it was a hopeless situation. At this time, the hero calmly talked with his uninvited guests. He realized that in front of him was the same with Kangjin, and he reported him because his parents did not teach him how to knock on the door and not break them. The warrior recalled that he could simply politely knock and wait until they open him, and although this enjoyed his subordinates, Kangjin remained calm. He demanded to tell where Ko Yunsol is now. However, the hero understood that a man needed her not, but the one who killed his son. And this man is in front of him. Immediately, having heard these words, the director of Dawn lost control. The emperor decided to enter into a fight. However, realizing that his title from Murim sounds too strange, he suggested calling him Mr. Jin Hyun. Then he asked the enemy to attack, because he wanted to see how much he was, and both men rushed to each other, radiating a murderous aura. Somewhere at this time, Jiha, after hearing the history of Ce Junso, agreed to help, but for one small service. At the same moment, in another area of the city, the hero bounced from the attack, rushing to him. He noted that in this world there are mysterious forces. The aura of this person was similar to the energy of the sword, but the source of power was different. Apparently, this was the power of the hunters that the sister spoke of. If he remembered correctly, that weakness with Jin Hyun also used such a strange power. Therefore, the hero decided to study it out of boredom. After these words from Kangjin, he became more furious. He applied the skill of a consistent attack warrior and flew straight at the emperor. However, he remained calm until the very last moment, and he created a barrier around him, who did not allow the attack to achieve the goal. However, having felt the strength of the enemy, the warrior realized that this was enough in order to evaluate the abilities of this man. The director could not believe that someone blocked his attack with his bare hands. He was not even pushed away, as if he had hit an impregnable wall. The hero, however, only mocked, realizing that people like Kangjin were most likely another 10 people in the country. At that moment, both of his subordinates rushed to the aid of their director and tried to attack the emperor. However, he only threw them away, like annoying flies. The fiery magician attacked him using the explosion of his elements. It was the skill of the magician Fireball. Everyone rejoiced that the hero's clothes caught fire, which meant he would die soon. However, as it turned out, the fire had no influence on the warrior. He instantly approached his offender, and at the same moment destroying the blade of another warrior aimed at him. The emperor praised the magician for exceeding his expectations, after which, in a moment he spread his blue flame, which completely suppressed and destroyed the enemy's fire. After that, the hero could only shake off in order to make sure that his clothes were intact. The master himself, as if nothing had happened, looked at the calendar and realized that he was not 14 years old, as long as 14 years. Although in Murim he stayed much longer. In addition, the level of his current enemies was pretty good, and his abilities were like congenital talents that have not developed for millennia. It was surprising that people were able to overtake Murim in just 14 years. In addition, people like these could meet only a couple of people in each generation. Nevertheless, although the emperor also had a low level of improvement, he was much stronger than many from the very beginning. The warrior remembered his training, as well as battles, and each time he fearlessly offered opponents to attack. This life was intended for him, because even the hierarchy of the power of this world did not affect him. Therefore, entering into new fights, he decided to rebuild the world of Murim and stand on the very top. And in principle, he fulfilled his desire, although he had to turn these lands into bloody fields. At this time, Cha Juno was already racing on the way home. She could not believe that the deputy head of the largest guild wants to see her brother. It seemed that Hyun was unremarkable, so the girl did not understand why the deputy was needed. Even before that did Jiha ask for a meeting with Mr. Hyun, in return for the fact that she would report an incident with Jin as an accident. In addition, she promised to talk with the director about this. The girl understood that she should not refuse such a proposal, but she wanted to know if this woman was dangerous for her brother. But instead of an answer, Jiha clarified whether her brother really disappeared for several years and wanted to know exactly what. When she heard about 14 years, she literally did not believe what she heard. After all, if he stayed in Murim for 140 years, then it's hard to imagine how strong he is. Jiha asked Cha Juno to tell a little about her brother. The girl told how he was cute, kind, as well as smart before she disappeared. He studied at the famous university and helped her with lessons. It was not easy to get even to that university, but it was very stubborn because as soon as he took up something, he did it to the end. At this time, the hero calmly talked with the magician, explaining that he had never met his strength before. Therefore, he asked to use this aura again. At that moment, the enemy had already flown into him. However, the emperor in an instant defeated his face, explaining that no one should interfere when he studies magic. The ice magician at this time with shaking hands tried to chop something. The hero was really interested in his magic. This could be found only in the ice palace that was in the North Sea. Then he decided to demonstrate his icy magic. The warrior created a spell called Ice Dragons. They attacked the enemy, thereby completely frozen him. At that moment, only the shield remained of the survivors, and he realized the invincibility of the enemy while he tried to escape. But he quickly found that the barrier in which he was locked was installed for the entire apartment. However, the emperor instantly changed the shape of the barrier in such a way that he killed this guy, piercing his head. Then he calmly explained to the director that the thyroid gland should stand in the forefront and stop the attacks of enemies. But he cowardly escaped, showing his back. So the warrior made a favor with Kangjin, killing this coward. Finally, the master decided to pay attention to the director himself and hoped that he was no longer so cowardly. Obviously, Kangjin had already seen a lot of incredible Hyun cope with ice magic, the magic of protection. Moreover, he released strange energy rays. But the most amazing thing is that he managed to stop all the attacks with his bare hands. In addition, if you look around, then nothing was injured in the room, despite the scale of the battle. It was clearly no coincidence. So the director wanted to know whether the hero was prepared for their arrival. The emperor calmly explained that he had just used the soul of a sword and covered it with the whole space around, because he was not at home for a long time, and he did not want to destroy it. In addition, he made it clear to those who came. As soon as they crossed the threshold of his house, they were already in his own world. Then the director finally became convinced that he was a real monster. However, he vowed to himself that he would not die here, and activated the Berserk skill. This skill increased its strength but acted unevenly. The Emperor felt that the enemy's aura increased sharply, and at that moment, angry with Kangjin, rushed with a sword at the hero. But no matter how quickly he waved a blade, the warrior only evades every attack. The master calmly noticed that the director's mind left his body. Now he looked much crazy, and there was no reason to stand on ceremony with this opponent. Therefore, the Emperor raised a broken sword from the floor. The weapon belonged to one of the attackers, and strengthening it with the magic of ice, instantly chopped a man in half. Dying, he still tried to call the hero a monster. However, the warrior only calmly asked Kangjin not to forget his place. After all, he was literally insignificant in comparison with the immortal Emperor of the Sword. Finally, Cha Juno returned and led Jiha home. However, the girl was clearly scared when she saw the open door and brother, who was sitting on the floor with a sex rag surrounded by blood. He asked his sister not to worry, leaving that guests had come to them on a housewarming. But Cha Juno could not believe that the housewarming turned into a bloody massacre. After which the girl demanded an explanation, and looking at her angry look, Chain Hyun only admired. After all, it seemed that if she got into Murim, he would become very strong. Then he drew attention to another guest behind his sister. Only looking at her, the Emperor felt that the heavenly harmony of pure art resonated with this man. After which the woman telepathically contacted him, and she explained to the hero that he was not the only one who visited this world. Obviously, the guy was surprised. He considered himself a kind of anomaly. For some time, beautiful sunny weather was on the street. Cha Juno slept peacefully in her room, but suddenly woke up from a nightmare. Jumping, she immediately ran out into the corridor. However, the girl was even more worried when she did not see her older brother. He responded behind her, realizing that her sister got up very quickly. When she immediately turned around, she saw that he was just standing near the window. The warrior quickly realized that Cha Juno had dreamed of a nightmare, where he disappeared again. The girl was glad that it was only a dream, and wanted to know from her brother, why not sleep longer? However, immediately after these words, a call came to his phone. It was necessary to move for a while in order to answer. Thus he left the apartment. At this moment, a week passed with his return, but for Cha Unsol it still seemed to be somehow unrealistic. When the deputy head of the guild met her brother, she did not say anything. She only said goodbye to the end. After some time, people from the guild arrived. They took the bodies from Kangjin and his subordinates. The next day, their death was lit in the news, and also information about the sudden resignation of the director appeared. Thus, whether Jiha kept his promises. Also, Junsel, as the only red wolf surviving in the dungeon, received a long vacation. However, today Jiha called her brother and invited him somewhere. Therefore, the girl could only hope that everything would be fine with him and he would return whole and unharmed. Soon the hero arrived at a small tea institution. The Emperor did not even greet the deputy head, but was immediately indignant. He knew very well that she watched them around the clock, and did not understand what was interesting in this. However, Lee Jika laughed, explaining that this was only for their own protection. It was easier for the warrior to lower this question, the further to understand this. Therefore, he calmly drank tea, which seemed to him to be familiar. It was a variety that arose during the Chinese Tang dynasty, called silver needles. The woman often came here in order to taste this particular drink. Then she asked the Emperor to tell a little about her stay in Murim. He honestly admitted that he did not really like the meeting with that world. So for starters, he wanted to listen to Jiha. Then she said that there were now 3 who returned from Murim. In addition to the 2 of them, there was also the head of the Twilight Guild. The guild stood on a par with Dawn. There was also a huge number of strong hunters. However, now there were disagreements between them, so they did not get along with each other. But once they compared the stories of their stay in that world, and they found out that after the disappearance in 2011, they both found themselves in an unknown cave. On the one hand, there was a mysterious treasure called Heavenly Harmony of Pure Art. On the other hand, there was a way out of the cave. He led into a world called Murim. After some time, they also received an offer to return to the original world. But for starters, it was necessary to see the end of this world and return back to the world of people. And when they arrived back to the ground, the era of hunters and dungeons began. Lee Jika did not say anything for sure, but the fact remained a fact. The changes in the world were associated with Murim. Therefore, the woman decided to tell when hunters and dungeons appeared. It happened 14 years ago, after the revelation of the goddess. After that, the dungeons, monsters, and hunters suddenly appeared, and classes and skills with them. All this very much resembled some kind of RPG game. However, the emperor was interested in how Li Jiha and that pack of Tahhun got home, and as it seemed, they did not reach the end and died in Murim. Initially, the deputy believed that the Hyun had the same fate. However, seeing his anger, I realized that something could have gone wrong in his world. The warrior was rabies, because he did not believe that this task could be so easy to get away. He could easily return to his family, and did not understand why the goddess sent him to this damn world of Murim. In addition, for achieving the maximum level, she just sent him to Earth. It seemed to him that before reaching the end, it would be worth receiving a reward much more than this. At a minimum, the reward was to be at least an answer to his questions, because he reached everything with blood and she did not even give him an answer. In any case, now he decided to ask Li Jiha why she invited him and what she wanted. Then the woman invited them to take a walk. Already on the street, she said that earlier from Dawn was expelled, like his entire team. They had a tense relationship with Twilight, moreover, frequent conflicts. And now also the director from Kangjin died. Since Cha Juno was the director of the director, he deprived the Dawn of one of the main forces. The girl wanted him to take responsibility and invite him to join the Dawn Guild. In return, she will give him a high position and provide him with both fame and wealth. It was a very good offer, and it was already difficult to ignore the request of the head of his sister. But despite this, he still refused. He explained that he was used to living on his own for 140 years, and besides, his pride would not want to obey the one who was weaker than him. Obviously, Li Ji was a little outraged by these words. Then she invited the hero to check which of them was actually weak. Hin Hyong recalled that he had stayed for 140 years in Murim, because 1 year on Earth was 10 years there. However, Li Jiha, like no one else, knew that the time of staying there was not directly proportional to the skills and efforts. The emperor could not agree with this, because any person who lived in Murim for at least 300 years would still not become stronger than him. Immediately, after these words, Li Jia activated her strength. Dark red energy rushed in his direction. However, this skill did not cause harm. Energy in the form of the sphere began to spread around, after which they were dragged into a small space. That was the skill of Li Ji called Flowering of the Blood Plum. Qin Hyun immediately felt that some feelings left him, and the space around was darker. The radius of action was 50 meters. In Murim, it would take a lot of time and effort to create such a formation. The woman explained that it was her skill of origin. This could be considered a new space that imitated the real world. Outside, everything looked as if they had disappeared. She called this skill Flowering of the Bloody Plum. In Murim with him, she never failed the murder mission. The hero quickly realized what her class was, and immediately realized that it was impossible to fight on an equal footing here, because his hands were as if connected. Then Li Jika invited him to go out and even talked about 2 existing ways. One could either kill her or die yourself. However, this caused only laughter in the Hyun. He quickly felt that the enemy's skill was used not only for conclusion. Immediately, after these words, Li Jiha attacked him with daggers, and with a smile she explained that he really unraveled the catch. The emperor stepped back, avoiding her attack. And then, intercepting the blades, the woman began to attack more actively. But Qin of Shin Hyun managed to avoid all the attacks with his bare hands. Then the assassin decided to use the blow from below in order to damage his legs. But no matter how strong her blows were, they were not fast enough in order to hurt the emperor. He nevertheless admired the fact that a woman with one hand was able to change the direction of the dagger. In addition, her weapon had a unique shape. So he learned in her the best killer in Murim, the Dark King, or as she was also called, Moonlight of the Bloody Trail. Obviously, Li Jiha was surprised that she was recognized at first sight. Qin Shin Hyun coldly told how he met with a guy who claimed that he was a successor to Li Ji. However, the hero was then young and impulsive. Therefore, he instantly killed this guy without believing him. Then he agreed to give Li Jiha 3 attempts. She could use her skills from Murim. If she can harm him, then he will join the Dawn Guild. In principle, these conditions arranged a woman, so she went forward, activating an even more powerful skill. Qin Shin Hyun admitted to himself that in this dome it was as if all his feelings were dulled. He looked like a lost kitten in a huge world. This meant that such was the real power of Li Jiha's skill. At that moment, he felt that she had disappeared in the veil of the fog, and now quickly creeps up to him. Therefore, the warrior waved his hand sharply and soared into the air. However, the space literally began to pursue him. Then the emperor had no choice but to dispel the power that threatens him. His blue flame entangled the whole body, and with the help of him, he destroyed the energy blades rushing to him. Having landed on the ground, the warrior really recognized the skillful skill of Li Ji. Then he prepared a hand for the next attack of the opponent. At that moment, the woman had already got out of darkness, trying to harm him. However, the attack was too slow and did not hit the hero. Thus, she had already outplaned her second attempt. And because of this, whether Jiha had to retreat. Assassin remembered that the strongest man in Murim was a certain Shaolin, who lived 150 years. She understood that the Shin Hyun, who lived approximately the same amount, was probably compared with him in strength. Therefore, now he probably exceeded everyone in that world. However, even this Jiha didn't scare. On the contrary, she wanted to take his place. She hoped that after the death of the hero herself would become the strongest. The Emperor understood that, in principle, the logic was true. However, he clearly doubted that a woman can do this. At this moment, a smug mercenary activated her killer skill. This time, the ability was called Shadow Daggers, and with the help of these same shadow blades, she attacked a warrior. For a while, he just watched all these attacks fly on him. Then he activated the technique of Soul of the Sword. The blue color immediately enveloped his body and everything around. Then he instantly cut all these ghostly daggers that rushed in his direction. These counterattacks began to hurt even the deputy head of the head. In addition, such a powerful energy caused the collapse of a huge piece of earth, which literally flew in her direction. At that moment, the woman's body stopped obeying her. She felt that something invisible was holding her, so she prepared for a really painful clash. But the hero arrived at her in time. He defended the woman and destroyed the huge stone that flew in her direction. Then he announced the end of her third attempt, although he suggested continuing if she liked their fight so much. However, Jiha, barely restraining goosebumps who went all over her body, admitted her defeat. Dispersing the space, she promised that she would no longer do so recklessly. However, the woman asked the hero to find out one thing. She wanted to know what he did. For a moment, it seemed to her that she was fighting an invincible creature that was beyond this world. The Emperor of the Sword suggested that this could happen if they fight in space. She would be an ordinary person. It would have died even from his internal energy that he released. However, Jiha managed to survive. But she was wondering how much the Hingis Heen is actually strong. The hero decided to evade the answer to this question. Instead, Jiha praised the combined martial arts. All the skills used were quite effective. He also decided to discuss the proposal that she made earlier and agreed to accept it. As agreed, they will support it financially and will also provide information. He, in turn, will support him. But in return, he will not be a member of the guild and will also remain an outsider. They could consider this a kind of union because the Emperor did not want them to be commanded or helped him. But Jiha had a condition. Besides the Dawn Guild, he should not support a single guild, including Twilight. The warrior understood that Jiha should not even stutter about this. After all, he was the immortal Emperor of the Sword and would never betray his word. In addition, the hero himself wanted to fight the strongest of this world, and it seemed to him that this union would help in his dream. After the agreement was concluded, the Emperor also asked that the deputy head of the security surveillance removed all the security surveillance because he endured it only because of his sister's work, but he would lose his temper very soon. Jiha again recalled that she did not intend to harm his family, but decided to listen to the hero's request. At that moment, noticing the scratch on her hand, the cup of Shin Hyun tore off the sleeve of his shirt, and holding out his girlfriend, he apologized for provoking her. His true goal was to see the skill of one of the strongest people of this world. He was clearly ashamed for the fact that in this battle she suffered. The woman herself smiled awkwardly, and also thanked the hero, because with his help she was able to gain determination. Previously, she had to restrain herself, but in a battle with him, she began to aim immediately at vital points. Suddenly, the hero remembered that he wanted to know why the girl chose the path of the killer, and as it turned out, in that cave she almost went crazy. In this state, she had a crazy desire to kill someone. For this reason, she chose a similar class. In principle, they understood each other in this, because the Emperor also thought about it, and could not forget the days where he had to kill every day. Somewhere at this time, a chic black car was already waiting for the mistress. There was her personal driver and part-time chief secretary. Only the deputy chapter came up. He immediately decided to find out if everything was in order with her, because she used the Game of Shadows. However, she honestly admitted that even with this force, she could not touch the T of Shin Hyun with a dagger. This guy literally surpassed all her expectations. She spent a lot of energy too much, and she ended in mana. Moreover, this person never even attacked her. Moreover, she had no idea how he blocked her daggers. So the woman could admit that she suffered a complete defeat. Then the driver understood for sure that for them, it would be a huge loss if this guy joins the Twilight, and even suggested sending him to the Feast of the Sun. However, Jiha, like no one else, understood that in order to stop Pak Tahhun, they needed a cup of Shin Hyun, and she was ready to do anything in order to get him. Assassin remembered her old conversation with an ex-friend. He ordered her to follow his will, namely to obey the heavenly warrior. Remembering this, the lady was convinced they should help with all their might Shin Hyun in order to defeat this madman. After some time, the hero finally returned home to his sister. She immediately flew into him and hugged him tightly. Obviously at first, the sister's deed is a cute ledge, but it seemed that at that moment she tried to tear him apart. Everything was because of anxiety. The girl asked her brother not to go anywhere else and not to take risks. It's just to stay at home, because it increasingly seems to her that he will disappear as once. The emperor perfectly understood how his sister feels. However, he explained to the girl that he wants to become a hunter. Obviously, she decided that he wanted to die as soon as possible. Soon, pulling away and courageously enduring the beating, the hero showed the girl a mystical crystal that he received from Jiha. She said that with his help you can get the status of a hunter, and the guy wanted to check it. As soon as the emperor touched the crystal, he brightly shone with rainbow light. The whole room was filled with beautiful patterns, but soon everything stopped because the crystal began to literally melt, and it was directly visible from his face that enthusiasm was diminished. He even considered it Jiha deceived him. But as it turned out, the procedure was already over. He just had to say, "Status window." As soon as he shouted these words, 2 windows of different colors immediately appeared before his eyes. A window of status from Miriam appeared in front of him, which he had not seen before at his request. It proved that his strength belonged to another world. After that, a hunter status window also appeared. Immediately approaching, my sister decided to find out what kind of brother had a class. However, she was clearly surprised he had no class. She was delighted, because her brother would not succeed in becoming a hunter, and asked him to forget about it. After that, the girl explained that the hunters were divided into 6 classes: a warrior, a tank, a magician, a hecator, an archer, a killer. Of course, if you turn on the highest classes, there are much more of them, but these 6 are the main classes of the hunter. For example, Ko Yunsul had a archer class, and the upper class, if it becomes a high-level hunter, is a sniper. The main classes are innate, they cannot be changed in any way. Her brother had no class, which meant that he had no chance from the very beginning, and would not be at all. Of course, a hunter could become without a class, but the whole problem was skills. To increase the level, the hunter needs experience points. They can only be obtained by defeating the monster, but this is needed for skills. Unlike hunters with 6 main classes, a hunter has no skills without a class. They could be obtained using crystals of skills. But the cheapest crystal with hand-to-hand combat skill costs 20 million, and fencing, and 25 million. Hunters with classes automatically acquire skills as the level increases, but those who do not have classes constantly have to invest money in them. The girl clearly understood that her brother had exactly in the accounts of 0. But the emperor quickly remembered Jiha. She had funds. In addition, she promised to finance all his desires. He would have serious problems if he had not contacted this woman. However, this was not such a big problem. He was wondering why he had no class, because he was a genius who would probably not be met in the history of Muriam. But at the same time, he had no talents of the hunter. Soon they moved with their sister to the Dawn of the Dawn. It was also known as a rabbit dungeon. However, the rabbits here were clearly not as kind and cute as we would like. The sister came there to teach her brother to stand up for herself in a battle with rabbits. After a short observation of his sister, he quickly realized what was happening, but he clearly had no mood. The girl tried to explain that with such a mood, novice hunters end poorly, so even if these missions seemed simple to him, he needed to seriously go through them. Soon on the ground the hero picked up a stone of a monster, which ordinary hunters exchanged for money. It was an environmentally friendly natural resource that brings a huge amount of energy during processing. Because of them, nuclear plants disappeared one after another. However, the sister asked his brother to be careful, because he was not so strong and does not know what could happen in the dungeon. However, despite the lack of a class and a low level, the emperor killed rabbits with literally one wave of his hand. He quickly realized that, having dealt with the monster's ordinary attacks, this did not bring him experience. Then he called the status window in order to make sure of this. Looking at him, the warrior decided that he needed to ask Ji about his skill. His ability was fencing, a class skill of a warrior, activating only when using a weapon that is a sword. However, Cha Juno asked her brother not to worry, because they had a whole dungeon at their disposal. His brother could calmly deal with his skill until he masters him. However, the emperor was clearly embarrassed by the fact that his fencing skill had the level of D-rank skill. While he was thinking about his chain, Junso tried to explain to the hero that he did not need to contact the deputy chapter so often for help. Indeed, although she did not know what contracts and agreements they had, the person who would try to benefit the maximum benefit. At that moment, the girl noticed that her brother obviously did not listen to her. He was puzzled by something, so the sister immediately came closer and decided to find out what happened to him. However, the warrior grabbed the girl by the hand, and he began to lead her further, explaining that he had found a better place for hunting. However, the girl clearly did not expect that they would meet so many rabbits. With the help of his skills, the emperor counted them. There was exactly 337. The sister tried to explain that this is too much, and the hero with the skill of the newcomer clearly should not go there. But Qin Shin Hyun did not listen. Instead, he immediately stepped beyond the barrier. In fact, before that he had never experienced such a shame. The master did not understand how he, the immortal emperor of the sword, who trained with the blade for several hundred years, could have a fencing of the D level. In addition, he did not have a class. He believed that this was some kind of evil and obviously a deadly joke of fate. Therefore, the warrior decided to go down straight to all these enemies. Obviously, the sister considered her older brother an idiot. She thought he would break, falling from the cliff. However, the hero understood that these enemies were in no way and suggested starting the battle. At that moment, a lot of system notification arose in front of him, asking him to attack a certain line. However, the emperor in an instant cut this window, interfering with him. He himself, like no one else, knew how to fight better, and he was ready to prove it in the upcoming battle. The warrior was clearly outraged by the fact that some stupid system dared to teach his fencing. He quickly cut all rabbits rushing at him, and he remembered that skills and classes appeared 14 years ago. This meant that the system needed at least another 100 years in order to teach it something. However, the windows of the system continued to bother him. This time he decided to look at the warning from the skill of fencing, and clearly was surprised. Its level of fencing quickly reached A+ class. However, this bothered him little, because he did not even know what this means. He just wanted to close these pop-up windows. The sister descending down could not understand what her brother did. Then the guy, as if nothing had happened, explained that he had not yet figured out the system fencing skills should have been displayed somewhere. But these mistakes endlessly crawled him. This was not surprising to the sister at all, but the speed of the development of her brother, who instantly reached the highest level of ownership of the skill. Suddenly the hero also noticed something strange. Earlier, my sister mentioned that you can get experience even with a passive skill that does not consume Manhwa, and in principle she did not lie. He received his skill of origin of a plus rarity, and the emperor realized that this was a great chance to alleviate his life in the future. He decided to immediately try it on other rabbits that hid. Therefore, he hit the ground greatly. Because of this, literally all the soil came off and soared into the sky. Now a warrior can use his martial arts to gain experience. The strongest hunters of Korea, Jiha and Pak Tahhun, must also have received their skills in origin. Obviously, the girl was surprised, seeing how her brother uses the flow of air, so she immediately turned to him, explaining that she wanted to know something from him. In principle, she had already guessed a lot from the moment her brother's victory over the director with Kangjin. But today I saw his strength with her own eyes, and the power was striking. The girl remembered the incident in the dungeon of the Red Wolf. Obviously, this would not happen again in the near future. However, there were no guarantees that this would never happen. Then she headed the team, and if not for her weakness, all her subordinates would survive. Cha Juno did not want to regret anything anymore. She knew that she could not become as strong as her brother, but asked him to at least teach her her art. Qin Shin Hyun promised to tell her about everything that he knew himself. He never had students before, but he perfectly understood that he would be strict even with his sister. However, the girl was determined to go through any training in order to learn to stand up for herself, because no one knows what would happen in the future. The hero himself, having figured out this place, decided to go to the next point. Therefore, accelerating, they immediately ran away. It was interesting to the sister what her brother plans further, since he had already mastered the skills of fencing. She believed that he would continue to use his abilities of a warrior. However, looking at the attackers of the animals, the emperor realized that he was not so interesting. The main thing is that now it can increase the level using his strength. In addition, in this situation, his further path of the hunter was clear. After all, now he could use his martial arts. This meant that he should learn certain class skills. He already saw very well how it works. On the example of Li Ji, the former killer was able to combine skills and martial arts, which made them much stronger. Hin Hyunu also had to find skills compatible with his martial art, and finally he realized that he was best suited. For this reason, the warrior immediately took off into the air. Then he flew into a flock of rabbits, which was waiting for him below. Attacking them, He realized that he could combine any skills with his own strength. But I also perfectly saw that even with his abilities, something is difficult to combine. And it was magic. Thinking about this, he applied the martial art of the fiery elements, destroying all enemies on the field. Sister scaredly realized that if his brother continues in the same spirit, he would simply destroy this dungeon. However, Qin Shin Hyun rejoiced. After all, he finally found a new area that can be combined with martial arts. Therefore, he told his sister about his desire to become a magician. The girl remembered that her brother had no class, so it would be very difficult for him, and after all, the magicians of the magician are not so easy to get. But she decided not to argue with him and leave everything as it is, so that he would deal with the problem himself. Soon the hero already completely familiarized himself with two systems, and could definitely say that there was a large gap between the Murim system and the Hunter's system. Murim's status window showed only its own characteristics of the body. There was nothing but an external and internal level. But even such knowledge would help him if they were in Murim. On the other hand, everything was displayed in the status of the Hunter, from strength, ending in spirit. She was more flexible in the settings and had many functions. The nature of the appearance of systems was clearly different. They were created by different people with similar abilities. This system gave experience and resources for the murdered monsters. Receiving remuneration took place instantly, which gives a reliable basis for strengthening. With it, anyone can become stronger, putting a little effort. In Murim, the path of self-improvement is much slower and more dangerous. To achieve a breakthrough there, it was necessary to spend a large amount of time on practice. Moreover, I had to risk my life to improve skills. But sometimes a person could just be lucky. The legendary hero of the past, the heavenly warrior, became God, and it was he who wrote the heavenly harmony of pure art. This is an ancient treasure, because of which many in Murim fought. 14 years ago, the hero woke up in that cave, not understanding where he was. He considered that the found book, and God named the heavenly warrior, is granted, but missed something out of sight. There is a world of people and a hunter's system. All this was created by some goddess. In the world of Murim, God was different, and therefore the creature that sent him there was completely different. It was the same heavenly warrior, the creator of the book, by studying which he became stronger. Therefore, the emperor finally decided who his main enemy is now. From this moment, with the help of Li Ji's support, a month has passed. The hero turned to the help of dungeons and raised the level. During this time, he managed to achieve significant success, namely the 22nd level. Fighting the monsters of the dungeon, he even had the feeling that he was still in Marima. Between training, he also taught his sister to 365 vessels in the human body. The warrior understood that for the age of his sister it was too late to study martial art in a traditional way. But there was one method, and he decided to apply this method. Touching his sister and apologizing for doing now, he warned that even if she had blood, she should not cry and scream. Obviously, the sister was frightened by the only thought of this. After that, the brother pierced her vessels and directly introduced his strength into her. Thanks to this, the girl managed to advance significantly, and although everything went as it should, while he was bitten by power, she almost burned his hair. Shortly after zealous training, it's time to meet Li Jika. She decided to go right away to the matter. The emperor was embarrassed that the girl was not at all ceremony. However, this was her unique character trait. The warrior decided to find out what the woman conceived. She moved closer to the guy and smiled sweetly. After that, as if nothing had happened, she invited the hero to go on a date with her. Obviously, the emperor was shocked, because such proposals were new for him, and he refused. Although Li Jiha asked him not to draw such hasty conclusions, she explained that in one city a new dungeon of danger S was opened, and the recommended level of fighters, from the 45th to 50. Only high-ranking hunters were allowed into such a dungeon, and although this is not the best place to go there with someone 20th level, she was sure that if he had a 20th level, then everything would be clearly different. The hero was wondering why Li Jiha go to this dungeon together. But, as it turned out, in high-level dungeons, there is control of the number of hunters. In addition, she wanted Mr. Kogin Hyun to gain strength faster as a hunter. The warrior quickly realized that the woman could accelerate his self-improvement, and Li Jika only laughed at the fact that he communicates with such old-fashioned words. But this was not strange, given that he lived in Murim around the century. The emperor, of course, slightly offended her words and a hint of how old he is. However, the emperor decided to discuss why Li Jiha wanted to make him stronger, because whatever the union they had, he just supported her. Then the woman honestly spoke about the Festival of the Sun. This is an annual event held between dawn and twilight. It helped them show the whole power of the strongest people of Korea. Although outwardly it looked like they strengthened the relationship between themselves, in fact it was a competition between guilds, which determined the position of power. This could be compared with the war in miniature. Now between the Dawn and Twilight, there was a struggle for the right to the dungeons, and basically the fights were secretly, so the public was not known about disagreements. But this resembled the beginning of a major war, as if a match was thrown into a powder warehouse. The warrior was interested in why they were fighting for generally, because if it was only because of ambitions, it looked stupid. But Jiha understood that Pak Tahhun was guilty of everything. Previously, everything was stable, but at some point he chased the power like a crazy one. He also began to directly obey the heavenly warrior. Immediately, the hero was vividly interested in what relations with Pak Tahhun and Ji was a heavenly warrior. Unfortunately, she also did not know anything about this warrior. She only heard that once Pak Tahhun received a message in the status of Murim's status. She could not say whether it was true or not, because this is a status window no one can see. But even if he received an order from a heavenly warrior, she still cannot understand why he does this, because before they were friends, like the only people who experienced the horror of Murim. For this reason, the assassin asked the emperor for help. She wanted him to take part in the Festival of the Sun as an ally of Dawn. The assistant understood that recently the balance of power was on the side of Twilight, all due to the fact that they capture all the dungeons, making frequent raids. Jiha, like no other, understood that if this fact reveals at the Festival of the Sun, then the whole guild, Dawn, is the end. In addition, at such an important moment, they even lost the director from Kangjin, which was their main force. Soon the hero felt his guilt in the problems that had happened and decided to help. However, I did not hear the reason for the benefit of his growth as a hunter. As it turned out, the Festival of the Sun is broadcast to the whole world. There is a lot of foreign press. The girl perfectly understood that the warrior should not use Murim's martial arts at the festival, because it would be difficult to explain that he arrived from Murim. This will cause envy from the hunters. It is unlikely that he is ready to resist the World Hunters Association. Therefore, the emperor was supposed to use only the skills of hunters received on Earth at the Festival of the Sun. And since the hero was owed to this woman, he could not object. Jiha was happy and took the emperor's silence as consent. Then she handed him 6 magic crystals with skills, and 1 higher skill of magic and sorceress. In principle, the warrior understood that in exchange for such treasures to meet with Pak Tahhun was very profitable, especially considering that he so wanted to meet this person. But soon, having arrived at the office, the woman failed him with papers. Unlike Murim, there are legal processes in their time. These are all official documents that confirmed his union with Dawn. This will confirm both his help and help on their part. There were also official documents of registration of a hunter and guilds for hunter mercenaries. The process of registration for the Sun holiday is very difficult, but the necessary so that there are no problems in processing documents confirming their union. Seeing that he probably did not want to sign the contracts, Jiha explained that all the crystals in the suitcase were insanely expensive. Each of them was worth more than any house. Therefore, this was the main reason why he needed to sign the contract. As a result, the emperor had no choice. In addition, there were too many papers, so he signed them indiscriminately. Finally, it's time to write the name of the guild. But since it was a formality, he could write any name, and the warrior chose the Guild of Martial Arts. Soon, having solved all the issues, they moved to a high-level dungeon. The hero already visited the dungeon so often that there was a feeling that he went to school. Jiha warned the emperor to be more careful. Although the monsters were not so strong, they reported that they were just terrifying a lot. In principle, this was true, because the warrior felt more than 3,000 monsters. But for him, this was not a problem. After all, thanks to his skill, the more goals were, the better. For this reason, he, like Zeus, began to throw lightning in these monsters, and those feeling his magic immediately fell to the ground burnt. Jiha was surprised that only a couple of hours had passed, and the Hyun had already mastered the skill of magic. But, as it turned out, the magical power and control of body energy were very similar. Despite this, the assassin asked the hero not to overdo it, otherwise he would end mana. But Ko Shin-hyun understood that he was not threatened, given that he was literally the god of martial arts. In addition, the emperor noticed the oddity. In all the dungeons where he was, there were always monsters of only the same type. Jiha explained that the first dungeons appeared 13 years ago. At that time they filled the whole world. Since then, more than one type of monsters in the dungeon has not been recorded. However, it seems that this dungeon was still a little different. Events moved to Villa Pak Tahhun. He sat quietly on the shore and fed his fish. Suddenly his assistant appeared to the chapter. They received information about the suspicious whereabouts of the deputy head of the Dawn Guild. They have a newcomer, whom they support with all their might. They say they went together to clean the dungeon. However, Pak Tahhun was little interested in this news. Then the assistant said that as a result of the investigation they found out, this hunter was the brother of Cha Juno. She is one of the leaders of the Dawn group. Brother's name was the Chin Hyun. But what was strange, he disappeared 14 years ago and recently appeared again. The time of his appearance coincided with the resignation of the director of Dawn. No matter how much the assistant tried to find out where he was over the course of all 14 years, their intelligence could not cope with this. But they found out something else. He did not resign with Kangjin. He disappeared. The last thing he did was to go to Ko Yunsol to teach her to kill his son. The head quickly realized that the director probably died. For them, in principle, it was not so bad news. The leader of the Guild of Twilight, Pak Tahhun, obviously compared the facts, realizing that someone else was involved in this. In addition, it was obvious that most likely this guy came from Murim. Somewhere at this time, the hero was already finishing his battle, and interrupted a huge number of monsters. In addition, they were much stronger, and thereby were able to entertain him a little. However, Jiha was a little indignant. Although she knew that she had fun to experience new skills, she had passed for an hour already, and it was strange that the Emperor had no signs of mana, although he had already cleaned almost the entire dungeon. Chin Hyun immediately began to think how to explain it. Then he recalled that among the crystals with skills, there was a crystal of exchange of life. This is an experimental skill that could exchange health points for mana glasses. As it turned out, after reaching the 35th external and internal level, the etheric body is created, and as the energy in the body increases, it strives for infinity. If the energy is endless, therefore, life was endless too. Therefore, the skill of exchange of life, he could draw Manu simply endlessly. Such an amount of information Jiha clearly could not realize the whole essence. Therefore, the hero began to think about how to simplify everything. He explained that he had an inexhaustible source of energy, even if it was two different types of martial arts. When he reached the limit of one, it was easier for him to reach the other. Therefore, he had nothing unattainable, because he had already reached on one limit, after which the warrior decided to be distracted, because before the battle with the boss, he wanted to destroy the whole trifle in the district. Looking at Mo Shin Hyun, Ji realized that this man whose strength was not his only dignity, his character was also a solid. Therefore, she considered herself an idiot, since she tried not only to use it, but also to kill him. With this warrior at the Festival of the Sun, one could definitely not worry. She understood that she could have reached his level. However, now there was no time for regrets, because it was already a dozen winged monsters literally rushed to it. With the help of their shadow daggers, Assassin quickly defeated them all. Then she hung in the air, sticking her blade into the rock. Looking around the dragons, she realized that they really were real darkness here. Then she began to jump on them, killing everyone to whom she was selected. The woman decided to follow the hero. When she saw a bunch of red stones of the monsters that strengthened their path, she was interested in how the hero was going to pick them up. She also decided to return and increase the level of danger of the dungeon, so that he could not take low-level hunters, because here, the level was much higher than it should be. Moreover, the monsters here were a flying type, which is very difficult to deal with. Jiha began to think which raid was best suited here. She decided to take 5 hunters, tank, magician, archer, priest, and someone for close combat. But suddenly she saw something terrifying. It was a huge monster Dorton, and he was not alone here. The assassin clearly did not understand where they came from here, and was clearly worried about how monsters of such different levels could appear in the dungeon. In addition, this monster was so strong that he even made her run away. These huge monsters were literally everywhere. She had to very hard. In addition, her attacks against them acted poorly because of their demonic power. It was not the level of ordinary monsters. So clearly something went wrong in the dungeon system. However, whether Ji suddenly saved the hero from the dragon, it seems that he, on the contrary, was happy that the long-awaited monsters finally appeared. He recalled that, when the whole dungeon was captured, stronger monsters appear. Jiha clearly did not understand why the cup of Shin Hyun allowed to roam such a monster in this place. But he understood that the bosses should be dealt with at the very end, and he asked the girl not to worry. He will be able to cope with them. The warrior also promised that he would tell about everything later, but for now he suggested that they stop somewhere, because now there was a right time for dinner. Jiha, on the contrary, argued that they could eat after they got out of the dungeon, but the emperor did not suit this answer. He understood that the food is most important, therefore he activated his magical power. after which he began to seek out his new goal. This time I wanted to serve a fried lizard, which can be considered a real delicacy. Very soon Jiha found the hero's battle, being shocked by the martial art that he owned. The warrior said that he would use the magic that turned out to be with the help of a crystal, but it was much more like ordinary blows, while each was saturated with pure magic. It really was some kind of madness. But suddenly Assassin noticed a beautiful green light right in the middle of the sky. The real portal has opened. Therefore, she immediately shouted to the hero and asked him to leave. Monsters from the portal became more and more, and she could not allow him to continue to fight. Now it was too dangerous there. Therefore, the woman came to his aid. However, no matter how she screams, the Emperor seems to have not heard her, so she needed to break through this crowd as soon as possible straight to him. But suddenly whether Jiha noticed something strange. Small monsters were bored around the hero in such a way that they began to protect him. Therefore she landed on the ground, peering into this picture. Judging by the movements, small monsters moved involuntarily. Those that were large commanded smaller, so they protected them with their bodies, giving their lives for their existence. So in order to win in this battle, it was necessary for a start to defeat large monsters, but it was very difficult to get to them. Therefore, looking at this battle, she could only hope that everything was in order with the hero. Peering around, it seemed to her that she sees his silhouette. He looked as if he were specially hesitated. Therefore, the woman remained incomprehensible, as the Emperor was thinking about. I would like to tell him something through the mental connection. She herself met such anomalies for the first time. Regardless of how strong Mr. Coin Hyun is, it is dangerous, so it was supposed to help. But they are in the air, and she could not get to them so freely. Soon, noticing a little dragon, the assassin saddled him and pressed her tighter in order to remain unnoticed. She hoped that the hero would hold out a little more. It would be easier to cope with everyone if there were no such abnormal monsters. However, suddenly the dragon larger shot down his little fellow with her from his back. Falling down, the woman quickly noticed another dragon. She was able to catch on him using her blade, which struck his body. But by this point, the big dragons have already noticed her. However, she was ready to meet them in battle. One-on-one, not a single monster was her enemy. Therefore, the assassin opened the gate and dragged the monster into the barrier. However, the monsters who settled in this barrier along with a large dragon turned out to be much more than she expected. Therefore, the woman began to think about how to cope with everyone. Until suddenly, a ray of some unknown power flew past her. All these rays of blue flame emitted by the hero, he called the swords of the soul. In addition, he could control the number of blades alone was striking. Therefore, it was even scary for the woman to assume how much energy was in his body. The Emperor finally realized that he should stop portraying a hunter out of himself. He again became the immortal Emperor of the Sword and fought, as in the old days in Murim. These swords struck every victim. So thanks to the hero, this misfortune was defeated. However, the mistress bothered. What will happen if this happens in the rest of the dungeons? With the current system of the level of danger of the dungeons, they are underestimated. And the hunters will not cope with such portals, not to mention their complete destruction. Perhaps she had paid too much attention to the holiday of the sun all this time, and should immediately conduct an investigation about it. However, Pak Tahhun will not miss this. In any case, he will find out about the investigation. And if she begins this investigation, then the twilight will instantly crush the dawn. Therefore, Lee Jika did not understand what to do, until the hero unexpectedly approached her. He saw that the girl was thinking about something. However, she wanted her to tell how the blue stones differed from the usual stones of other monsters. As it turned out, it was a stone of the monster skill, and also stones of this size were very rare. In principle, it was not surprising that the stone fell from such a strong enemy. However, now it was not so important. Lee Jika explained that he and the hero need to talk seriously. Meanwhile, in another place, ordinary workers discussed the fact that they had already finally announced a list of participants in the Festival of the Sun. They were especially pleased with the presence of the tea of Shin Hyun there, about which there was now a lot of conversations on the internet, because he became a hunter only a month ago. And besides, everyone knew that he was supported by the Dawn Guild. The assistant Pak Tahhun understood that now that there were so many rumors about this person, he was definitely the end. Within the company began chaos. No one could believe that the tea of Shin Hyun was chosen as a participant in Dawn. This guy not only hid his level and skills, but even no one knew where he was all 14 years old. The director was indignant at the emergency meeting of leaders until Pak Tahhun calmed him. He asked the subordinate to treat the situation more calmly and return to his place. Then he stated that the Dawn was in a hurry and opened his cards much earlier than expected. But they should also open the cards. After all, no one knows how strong this beginner will become strong. One thing is clear. They need to destroy the sprouts of their strength until they have sprouted, in less than a couple of days. Assistant Pak Tahhun nervously sat in the coffee shop, and he constantly looked at his clock checking. At that moment, the meeting time finally came, and now he saw the long-awaited person. The secretary, rising, thanked the man for accepting their proposal. And this man was precisely our hero. The Emperor with curiosity saw this man, but felt something suspicious. However, I did not notice anything specific, so I decided to start a conversation. And first of all, he answered the greeting of the assistant himself, who expressed this hand extended in his direction. After that, the warrior greeted the representative of Twilight, and also changed his voice a little on the advice of his sister. Obviously, the assistant was surprised by such rude manners, but he continued to insist that he was a great honor to get to know the hero, after which he scaredly proposed to move on to the purpose of this meeting, hoping that he could lead the Emperor as much information as possible. The assistant immediately began to get the documents, while the hero was surprised that this man was a real muddy. In his bag, this guy took out a magic instrument, the so-called soundproof barrier. By pressing the central button, he formed a barrier blocking external sounds. Their voices also do not leak because of him, which is why the barrier was ideally suited for private conversations. Then the assistant decided to directly find out if the hero guesses about the purpose of their meeting. The point was that the Twilight Guild would like to create an alliance with the Emperor. However, the hero reminded him of displeased that they would need to study the lists of the participants of the Sun Holiday, because he already had a partner, the Dawn Guild. Of course, the assistant was known about this, as well as the fact that in the development of Mr. Chain-hyun, the Dawn, he invested all his forces. They also knew about the incident with the disappearance of the director from Kangjin, about the hero's joint campaign with the deputy head of the dungeon. Nevertheless, he knew that the guy did not join the Dawn Guild. How true their information was, he created only the union with them. He also told how they guessed about it. The whole thing was in his close relationship with Dawn. Therefore, the representative proposed to join the Guild of Twilight. They are ready to promise him much better than in the Dawn. Obviously, the Emperor was struck by their courage, and this proposal was really difficult to ignore, because he liked the insight of this assistant. The offer was not bad. At this moment, the assistant himself proposed to discuss specific support conditions on their part. However, the hero got up, because he only came here to find out the reason for the invitation, and this turned out to be a waste of time for him. Obviously, the assistant was afraid of such a rapid departure of the hero. Tot did not even listen to their proposal. He began to promise that they would offer him the amount, which is twice the Dawn promised by the guild. However, the Emperor explained that he promised Li Ji not to accept their proposal, and he was a man who was not so interested in the money. Obviously, the assistant panicked. He understood that the head of Twilight would do with him, learning about his failure. After that, the head himself contacted the assistant, dissatisfied with his failure. He heard their whole conversation. Approaching the assistant, Pak Tahhun recalled what his task was to initially. He had to continue the conversation as long as possible. Otherwise, in principle, there was no point in conducting wiretapping. Of course, the assistant immediately began to apologize for his ignorance. However, Pak Tahhun was more surprising in this guy. He wanted to know why he generally appeared if he guessed everything. Soon the hero contacted Li Ji to tell about what happened at the meeting. He understood that Pak Tahhun probably knew that he arrived from Murim, but the heavenly harmony of pure art did not resonate with him. Although when the Emperor entered the cafe, he felt someone's energy for sure whether the assumption of Jiha was true. From the very beginning, the girl warned him that the head of Twilight was very careful. He is one of those who sit and wait until the last perfect moment. However, she was sure that so far he did not touch the hero, and thanked him for invaluable help. After which they discussed the investigation of the dungeons. Li Jika had no information about the anomalies, at least except the one that happened last time. In addition, she was grateful that the hero agreed to help her in this investigation, because without him, she would not have coped. At the moment, the deputy head did not have other requests. However, at the time of the conversation, she felt that the tone of the Emperor had become much darker. Something seemed to happen. As it turned out, at that moment a sister approached him. She was also dressed in everything black and invited her brother to walk. Obviously, the hero could not do anything, so he agreed. Soon they came to the grave of their parents. More precisely, to their dust. Cha Juno cried, telling her parents how happy she was that his brother was returning. The Emperor stood aloof, not wanting to intervene. He understood that coming here was a bad idea. From the moment he returned to Earth, the warrior changed a lot, and even, seeing the dust of his parents, did not feel anything. But he knew that it would greatly offend his sister. Therefore, I decided not to show my feelings. because this side will be unpleasant to her. At some point, Cha Juno noticed that something was clearly wrong with her brother. He looked sad or upset, although he saw the grave of his relatives. Then she tried to cheer, and she wanted to find out why the emperor was silent. Did he really feel nothing? Hyun understood that it was useless to hide his essence, and explained that although he looked like before, he lost a lot of things during his life. And unfortunately, no matter how he tried, he will not be able to explain it to her. But even his sincere explanation led Yunsel from himself. Now it looked insanely strange that he apologized. This is not what she expected from him. Yes, and she asked him not at all. I wanted to know why her brother changed so much. Even now he looked too detached, and she wanted to see the brother she once knew. The warrior tried to explain that he could not become the same, because too much time has passed since then. However, the sister was absolutely all the same, because now she did not feel that she was living with her brother. After which the girl went away, and the emperor was convinced that he should not have come to the grave of his relatives. He himself was tormented by the question. Why did he change so much? Although in principle he understood the reason. Suddenly, a window from Murim lit up behind him. It was the same god of the world who laughed at the hero. He did not understand how, after everything that he went through, a warrior can consider himself a man. Hyun, even at first, did not even understand what kind of nonsense this system window was saying. However, the essence of the other side, the creature, asked him to stop meaningless resistance, and even offered to provide some help. Obviously, the Hyun was only indignant, wanting to know who generally makes him such an offer. However, he quickly guessed that it was the same heavenly warrior. God himself only laughed, waiting for the moment when the hero would take his words back. For him, Hyun was nothing more than a madman. The hero did not know why the heavenly warrior created the like with him, but he invited him to try again to intervene in his life. In this case, he himself will find him first and tear him to pieces. After that, the system window disappeared into the air. The emperor remained alone to think about everything. The only thing he decided was to give this creature that belongs to him, and the only thing that was dear to him was his sister. At that moment, she returned to her dust and realized that her brother was no longer near the grave of her parents. He did not follow her. Therefore, she was wondering where this idiot went. A couple of days later, everyone gathered near the central arena because finally the long-awaited day came. Today, all viewers could see the heroes that they examined the dungeons and hunted monsters. Many were waiting for this holiday and finally waited. The largest event in Korea began a minute for a minute. At the same time, this holiday was not only entertainment, but also the strengthening of the connection between the guilds. There were fights between hunters, and such people could only see at the Festival of the Sun. Looking at everything that was happening on the rostrum, Hyun noted that the holiday was more like the Olympic Games. Lee Jiha saw a great difference between these events, because the public was most of interest to the hunters. The power of the hunters was similar to the one in the films, and it looked much more interesting. It also contributed to the improvement of the image of the hunter. Suddenly, Jiha wanted to discuss something else with the hero. From the very beginning, she felt the tension between the tea of Hyun and his sister. Therefore, I quickly guessed that they probably quarreled. In the morning, they behaved as if they were strangers. Lee Jiha immediately suspected that perhaps the hero said something wrong. Then the Hyun honestly admitted that he needs to look for a new house for himself, which should stand somewhere in a quiet and secluded place. The reason was that he received a message in the window of the status of Murim. He did not know the goals of that man, but someone, who is the god of heaven, was aimed at him. Now the warrior did not even know what or by whom his opponent would be, and his only weakness was a younger sister. Obviously, Lee Jiha was excited when he learned that the hero still had a message from a heavenly warrior. She also tried to explain to Hyun that even if threats are true, on the contrary, it is better for him to stay with her sister. After all, it will be unreasonable to live separately. For her own good. Hyun did not pause for a long time, and, seeing the picture on the wall with a friendly family, he realized that Cha Juno did not need such a brother like him for a long time. She herself told him the other day. After all, there was no longer a man whom she had been waiting for 14. He was sure that she would be even better if he disappears again. However, Lee Jiha immediately shut him, who hit him in the chest. Although the woman did not like to intervene in other people's affairs, if her brother said this, she would be very offended by him and never forgive him. Moreover, she was sure that the Hyun, the leader of the chain group Junso, should know better than anyone else, and should know how much she values her older brother. At that moment, her assistant burst into the room of the deputy head, but seeing them hastily apologized for the invasion, explaining that the holiday had already begun. Lee Jiha only laughed awkwardly, reminding the head secretary that he needed to knock on the door before to break. Then she said goodbye to the hero, asking him to wait for his time to go out. Left alone, the guy sincerely did not understand why suddenly the deputy director was so angry with him. At this time, the opening ceremony was supposed to be held on the rostrum before starting the fights. The organizers of the event were the guild Dawn and Twilight. The new head of Chunho-jung, who belonged to the Crusader class, performed from the guild Dawn, and on the opposite side was the deputy head of the guild of Twilight Chan Sonkek, belonging to the class of killers. At this time, the presenters discussed the fact that once the deputy head of Dawn Lee Jiha and the leader of Twilight Pak Tahhun were from the same team, they were friends who began the life of the hunters together, and now met at the very top. At that moment, the head of the Twilight Guild finally approached. He wanted to greet his old girlfriend. Obviously, Lee Jiha was angry from his gaze, but squeezing out of herself a friendly smile, politely greeted the head and found out how he was doing. Then she saw a familiar face. The current deputy head of Park Tae-hoon used to be her deputy and got up well. It was impossible to deny that this person earlier served the Dawn Guild. It was also interesting to discuss the chapter to discuss what Jiha secretly engaged in pumping a newcomer. He only laughed because the woman was always fond of the help of the weak. This time, Pak Tahhun was going to get rid of this man with his own hands. He knew that Lee Jiha could never keep him. The woman was well aware of what this arrogant person is thinking about now. Therefore, she only laughed at his words, and mentally suggested that he try to do everything possible if he, of course, succeeds. After which they, as if nothing had happened, shook hands. This was the beginning of the Holiday of the Sun. Soon the first battles began. The guy fell into battle on his rival, and used the skill of a consistent attack warrior. The blonde clearly felt that she was gradually giving her position, and her weakness was felt by the enemy. Therefore, taking advantage of his sword, he instantly mortally wounded the woman. This ended the duel at number 5. The winner was a participant under the name of Shredmo from the Guild of Twilight, who showed incredible power and was able to demonstrate it even with weapons specially blunted for competitions. Obviously, the head of Twilight only laughed because he did not expect a better result from some kind of guild like Dawn. So he understood that with warriors of this level they have nothing to worry about. However, soon Pak Tahhun recalled that he needed to leave for a while. He only hoped that the next battle could involve him in events. After all, so far everything was too predictable for him. Soon Pak Tahhun calmly went beyond the viewing zone. There the deputy was already waiting for him. He wanted to know from the chapter if he could kill Li Ji. However, the head asked his warrior to relax a bit because he should not rush like that. He promised that it would definitely come to deal with her. Now he was more interested in a woman named Cho Yunsul, whom his assistant had to convey greetings. After a small break, the battle of archers was supposed to go through the arena. It was a rare chance to see all experts in action. The presenter announced that the fights would begin from a minute for a minute, and wanted to collect bets. Her colleague knew that this time many outstanding players were involved, but he personally was ill for Captain Ko Yunsul. At such a young age, she showed quite high results. However, many also heard that an accident had recently happened to her. He was called an incident of the Dungeon of the Red Wolf. The subordinates of the Self-Arders were also surprised that the deputy head decided to put the girl in the participants who destroyed her entire group. The archers were worried that something similar could happen to them. Cha Juno was infuriated that the rest were whispering behind her. She asked the guys to speak in person if they had any complaints about her. Having failed to say anything, they immediately began to leave. Cha Juno, only after that, remaining alone, was able to relax. After the case when they went to the grave of her parents, she could not talk to her brother. As soon as the girl remembered what happened that day, she was angry. But she also felt sad. Suddenly, she was disturbed by one of the organizer, who asked the girl to look into the waiting room. It turned out that some were waiting for her there. Cha Juno, first of all, considered that it was probably her brother, although I soon doubted. As it turned out, whether Jiha caused her, who wanted to know how her subordinate feels. Cha Juno immediately considered that the deputy chapter wanted something from her. However, as it turned out, she came to support the promising personnel of the guild, and she also wanted to see Mr. Chain Hyun, but could not find him. The woman immediately noticed how, after these words, the expression of the girl's face changed. Then she sincerely explained that she could not know what happened between them. But she believes that it is better to solve this and clarify the situation between them. These words only took the girl more strongly. She did not understand how much the deputy head decided to interfere in family affairs. Obviously, Lee Jiha asked Ka Junso not so much. She was just worried about the condition of these two. Then the archer honestly admitted that she did not like Ji at all. It seemed that she more and more affects her brother. Now she realized. Her brother decided to become a hunter after meeting Li Ji. Nothing went away, and he again moves away from his normal life. She was sure that her brother should not become a hunter. She did not even understand why he would become even stronger. He clearly strove for something that he was silent about, and it seemed that this was no longer the brother she knew before. He seems too unfamiliar and distant from her. However, the girl's thoughts were interrupted by the warning of archers. The participants had to go to the arena. Therefore, Cha Juno tried to calm down and apologized that she showed herself in a bad light in front of the deputy head. However, in the end, whether Jiha explained that Mr. Ko Shin-hyun did not want to change so much. However, the woman understood him like no one. After all, she herself experienced the same suffering. The guy literally returned from hell, where he could die at any second. After this, no one could remain the same. But for the sake of his sister, he tried to be the past. He hides from her what he would not want to show. Obviously, the girl was strange to hear about her brother from the boss. It seemed that his brother probably considers her unreliable compared to the deputy chapter. After all, even Jiha, a stranger for himself, he trusted more. Obviously, Jiha could not fully realize what was happening in the girl's soul now. However, she drew attention to the hero who all this time eavesdropped on their conversation. Walking before that in a personal conversation, he himself declared to her that he was going to move away from his sister. Jiha considered that for sure the emperor was only trying to hide what was actually very worried about her younger sister. But the hero lied. He made the appearance that he passed by and did not specifically witness their conversation. At that moment, sighing, the woman noticed the similarity of the cup of Shin-hyun with Pak Tahhun. She immediately grabbed him and scolded him because the hero simply could not tell the truth. Assassin also explained that his sister had changed. She was no longer the one that was once. Therefore, she did not understand why the emperor believes that it was better to hide his intentions from his sister. After all, if he wanted her to understand and accept him, he had to say everything directly. Having expressed everything to Jiha, released the hero and invited him to walk. She will show him the side of his sister, which he did not even know about. At that moment, the competition of archers began. Literally after a moment, the teams of the guild Dawn and Twilight should have converged in the duel. Obviously, Pak Tahhun followed the battle. He was interested in what would happen. In addition, he really hoped that Jiha's deputy Lee would like his gift. After all, this was just the beginning of what he prepared for them. Having reached his position, the fighter contacted the team that met the enemy, and the detachment advanced to his aid. They also reported the situation. Ahead of 200 meters on 2 hours was discovered an enemy. Despite such a glutted situation, the girl still recalled Jiha's words that her brother was hiding her real essence from her, and was afraid to show her. Obviously, Cha Juno was angry with her stupid brother. He believed that if nothing would say, he would hide everything. However, Jiha was talking about everything. At that moment, the girl was reported about the entrance of an enemy hunter to zone number 3, but now the goal was still outside the reach, and Cha Juno noticed the enemy that she was 300 meters from her. It was strange, because no matter how cool the sniper was, it was unreasonable to occupy such a position. However, Cha Juno asked her comrades not to worry. She promised that she would deal with the situation. I immediately prepared and released the arrow using my skill of the Schipple sniper. The attack immediately flew into the guy standing on the ground, and his bib. Thus, the Team Ranger No. 6 Guild of Twilight dropped out of the battle. After that, she reported to the other members of her detachment about a successful shot. Thus, the archer proved both to herself and her brother that he should not look at her down. When she was orphaned by many sympathized with the girl who lost her entire family in one day. They heard that there was no one to look after her. The body of her brother was never found. However, the sister until the last believed that her brother was alive and would come to her soon. She prayed and believed to the last. But soon I saw a program on television. The goddess informed them that the horror was no longer around the corner. Humanity should have developed in order to escape. Thus, everyone received the revelation of the goddess. Monsters, dungeons, and hunters appeared. But despite this, the belief that the brother will return, on the contrary, only strengthened. Immediately after this day, as a result of the test on the ability of the hunter, she was assigned a class of archer. She grew up on state support and continued to study at the Academy of Hunters. However, she was not easy for her there, because the girl was forced to tolerate eternal humiliation. Everyone laughed at her because she was an ordinary orphan. In addition, they were angry that someone like this girl received a study for free, while they should have paid for her. Unable to withstand such humiliation, Ko Juno stood for herself, attacking one of the guys with an iron tray. Then she suggested that all those who envy enter and become orphans themselves. After this, everyone considered the girl just crazy. However, she decided to challenge this guy and fight one-on-one. After graduating from the academy and all her horrors, a large guild, Dawn, which everyone dreamed so, hired it as the best archer. Many times she was literally in the balance of death. However, she did not give up, because she remembered all her suffering. They were clearly not to be defeated by some weak monsters. Once she even had to fill up the blue wolf with her bare hands. This moment was found by the deputy head, who came to the rescue. However, I realized that this was no longer a special need. After this incident, Jiha became interested in this girl. She liked the gaze of Cha Juno, as if pursuing someone. She definitely believed that the girl would become stronger. Thus, the former student managed to attract the attention of the deputy head and become the youngest leader of the Dawn Guild group. In this situation, Jinkan Metiv, who was the only person who felt annoyed for this position. The girl herself liked to be the leader of a group of such a guild as Dawn, because she just wanted to become stronger to hold out until her brother returned. She did not allow weak thoughts and brought herself to the limit. But now, when he returned, her expectations did not materialize. She was angry that she worked so much, waiting for his return, and her brother became close to his boss, and not with her sister. She also perfectly understood that from the point of view of the older brother, who studied martial arts, it might seem that she lacks a lot. But the girl could not forgive her brother for treating her like a child. After all, she was clearly not so weak. However, suddenly she realized that it was too quiet around. The archer immediately contacted her team, saying that she was going to change the location, after which she began to wait for an answer. However, she suddenly felt something frightening. The whole row of arrows shot straight in her direction. It was hardly possible to avoid them. One of the arrows even managed to hurt her hand. After that, an enemy team of 4 people immediately discovered an arrow. The position was opened. Looking at her enemies, Cha Juno rejoiced that her muscles were not hurt, but the arrow pierced her skin. It was amazing because there was a soft tip for the competition, so that this could not happen by chance. This meant that these people had combat arrows. Now, attacking the girl, the opponents understood that she might not wait for someone to come to the rescue, because they took care not only about blocking radio waves, but of course, that the broadcasting cameras did not illuminate this place. However, Cha Juno only laughed, because she could not remember that she had at least once hoped for something like that. She did not understand why these people created such a hype for the sake of her capture. However, despite all the preparation, this did not mean that it would surrender. The girl promised that today all of them would come to an end, and our media invited them to try to attack. Immediately after that, the commander of the enemy group gave the order to kill the girl. A hail of combat arrows rained down in her direction. However, she was able to avoid all the hits, jumping in time and circling all the arrows literally in flight. In addition, applying his skill of an exact arrow skill. Thus she could fall into any purpose. With one shot, she injured 4 opponents at once. However, she was indignant because, due to the wound received, she missed their commander. He was clearly surprised that in such an unstable pose, she managed to get into yours at the same time. In addition, to injure them with arrows for competitions. This meant that she was able to use so much destructive force even at such a small distance that it was impossible for the archer. There were several classes of archers, snipers who specialized in shooting at super long distances, arrows that struck the enemies at a long distance, as well as rangers who, due to speed, had an advantage in hand-to-hand battles. These 3 large classes of archers were like a stone, scissors, paper, a huge difference between them. Each has their own weakness. Therefore, having formed the team only from the rangers, this was supposed to give an advantage against Cha Juno, which has a sniper class. The girl helped only that the pain was not so strong, and she was quite able to cope with the rest. However, one of the archers was already aiming at her. However, the girl escaped his shot. Then she also activated her sniper skill. Thus, the arrow began to pursue its target, and the commander was unlikely to have managed to evade. Then Cha Juno used the circulating arrow. She wrapped her in a loop and again rushed to the victim. At this time, the enemy was indignant at such impudence the girl. However, the arrow landed him straight in the back. No one is protected from the attack in the blind area. Thus, she managed to defeat all 4 of her opponents. She herself remained almost unharmed. However, one of the archers was still lucky to stay on his feet. Therefore, they aimed at each other. The first shot was committed by the archer of the enemy team, who hid in the distance. While Cha Juno was concentrated on his comrade, he released an arrow that flew straight to her side. The girl noticed her at the very last moments. However, his brother's voice and a story about martial art, to which he taught her, surfaced in his head. Therefore, with her bare hands she managed to stop the flying arrow. Obviously, no one understood how this is possible, and the girl attacked the enemy using hand-to-hand combat. She hit this impudent arrow straight into the face. Then he instantly fell, losing consciousness. There was one enemy against her, who had no one to rely on. Cha Unsol wanted to know if he would have the last words, because she was going to kill him here and now. At that moment, the enemy was about to give up and pray for mercy. However, her subordinates who shot the man came to the aid of the leader, amazing his head. After that, all three thanked the leader for a good job. Obviously, Cha Juno was glad to finally restore the connection with his subordinates. However, the archer believed that reinforcements did not arrive so quickly. At this time, the broadcast was renewed, and in the 6th competition to survive, the archers defeated the Dawn. The host apologized for the fact that in the blind zone there was a problem with the broadcast. However, the victory of Dawn was obvious. After all, 4 bodies of Dusk members lay next to the hunter of Ko Yensol. Even those guys who had not previously believed in their leader admired her wonderful skills. Initially, the girl wanted to cope without anyone's help. However, she quickly noticed a person with the help of the skill of the sniper, vigilance. At this time, her savior was in a helicopter circling from above. And this man was her brother, who in time reminded her of martial art with the help of telepathy. The deputy laughed, realizing that she was able to prove Hin Hyunu, how strong his sister was. However, the emperor still believed that she avoided defeat only with the help of martial arts with which he taught her. But soon Jiha scolded him, so the warrior realized how inappropriate his reaction was. He also admitted that the deputy head was right. He did not know much about his sister, and did not even understand when she managed to become so strong. She was no longer the child he remembered. In principle, as expected from his sister. Jiha was worried about what to do now when the hero so obviously allowed his sister to use his art. At least it's good that the record was not broadcast. After all, they would have huge problems if Pak Tahhun saw this. However, he had a special throne, with the help of which he saw everything that was hidden for ordinary spectators, and he quickly recognized the martial arts used in Murim. Shortly after the victory of Cha Juno, he and his brother met in the entertainment park, literally shining with happiness. Ko Juno expected her brother's comments on her strength. Obviously, the emperor was silent, but everything was clear from his face. The sister understood that in the opinion of the strongest in the universe, the immortal emperor, she probably lacked a lot. After all, in the end, if not for martial arts, she would not have gone to the final. And if its internal energy was running out, then in the end she would also lose. However, the brother admitted that the sister was strong, all thanks to her hard work, the skills of the hunter, and of course, martial arts. And the reason he hid a lot from her, that he would like to be a brother, as before. In addition, he considered her the same small, innocent sister as in the past. But she grew strongly during his absence, became much more serious. He said that all the last time of his stay here, he wanted to find a man who made him his pawn, and therefore tried to become a hunter. The warrior thought that if he reaches the highest level, he could get at least some hint. But I did not even notice how I plunged with my head into it all. The sister also apologized for not understanding her brother before, and everything came to this situation. She forgave him and asked him to make him that he would never leave her again. After all the last time, the girl felt as if her brother had concealed something from her, because of which she felt lonely. She wanted him to continue to hide anything from her. In principle, the emperor agreed, and promised not to leave his sister alone. In addition, he understood that there was something else that his sister had to know about. He wanted her to remember his nickname. After all, he was not just an immortal someone there, he was an immortal emperor of a sword. And at first it sounded majestically. However, soon for Ko Juno seemed too old-fashioned. Soon a new announcement was received for the audience. An hour later, a great battle was supposed to begin. For this reason, the hero had to go. And the sister was surprised that he would go in such clothes for an official event. But it seemed to the emperor that his clothes were quite normal. In addition, he was more worried about his clothes. But those guys who aimed at his sister, as if on purpose. He considered it amazing. Because when the dawn and twilight intersected in the dungeons, sometimes skirmishes occurred. But this time, they openly attacked her, which was strange. As it turned out with a similar chouse, Yunsol often met, so she believed that these people probably wanted to get rid of a professional as soon as possible. Although the Hyunu this seemed too much conceit, but if it were, then everything was fine. But if this was connected with the god Murim, then it greatly bothered him. Soon the new head of the Dawn Guild wanted to meet the hero. He was already heard about the emperor from Ji, and was glad that the guy would take over the avant-garde in the great battle. I was impatiently waiting for him to show his abilities. Then I went to see how the others are doing. Jiha immediately contacted the hero with the help of telepathy, asking the guy to look at the head of the way. He was a top-level hunter of the 60th level. Although, whatever one may say, it was still weaker than the emperor. The warrior also promised the deputy head that he would not use martial arts during the battle. Although, in principle, It was not worth forgetting that highly developed martial arts were no different from magic. The hero also wanted to thank Jiha, because thanks to her help, he managed to reconcile with his sister. And she was really glad to hear this news. Then she wished the Emperor and his team good luck. As soon as they left, the subordinates immediately crowded around the warrior. After all, they heard a lot about him from the deputy. She said that he was incredibly talented, so they hoped that he would take care of the vanguard. But the hero was more interested in not talking with young hunters. But the guys who attacked a sister, they definitely followed someone's instructions. And there was only one person who could give such orders. And just he appeared. It was the head of the Guild of Twilight. If those who sent a message to the Emperor was a heavenly warrior, then one cannot exclude the possibility that Pak Tahhun, who was subordinate to the heavenly warrior, was also involved in this. At that moment, Pak Tahhun noticed how everyone in the room was worried. However, he recalled that it was a friendly battle. He came to them in order to say hello. However, Hunters of Dawn recalled that they were not in such a relationship, and that there were certain disagreements between their guilds. Pak Tahhun had no choice. Therefore, he directly admitted that he came to Undershore. Upon learning that a great man would participate in the battle with them, he also wanted to personally greet the hero that he had heard about. He wanted to meet him, because they met for the first time. And the Emperor, as if nothing had happened, confirmed that this was their first meeting. What was strange, the heavenly harmony of pure art still did not find a response. Initially, Pak Tahhun was sure that the power of Cha Juno was from her brother. However, since he did not feel resonance with the hero, he wanted to understand how a man who had not visited Merim was able to master martial arts. While Pak Tahhun was thinking about his own, the Emperor greeted one of the guild of the Twilight Guild, with whom he was already familiar. Pak Tahhun calmly explained that before that, he had somehow tried to get closer to the hero with the help of his secretary. It was a pity that their conversation did not set. The hero did not hesitate to recall that in the Battle of Archers his sister delivered the hunter's twilight to the hunters. And Pak Tahhun appreciated the magnificent skills of a girl. But Qin of Xinhyun also did not forget those mercenaries with combat arrows, and promised that Pak Tahhun would definitely pay for it. And it seems that he was not at all scared, only he was looking forward to this time. He himself, Hyunu himself, did not care who this man was, whether he was connected with the heavenly warrior or not. After all, first of all, he touched his sister. He promised to arrange an interesting idea to the chapter, which would definitely not disappoint him. After all, he was going to erase the twilight from the face of this world. And finally, the arena again buzzed from the voices of the audience. Finally, they waited for the most long-awaited. This was the main event of the Festival of the Sun, which did not even require any ideas. And his name is the Great Battle of Dawn and Twilight. And finally it began. Under the loud applause of the crowd, the first hunter finally came out. He will represent the side of Dawn, a super nun who attracted a lot of attention thanks to the personal proposal of partnership from the deputy head of the Dawn Guild. He was also the head of the Martial Arts Guild, a hunter named Ko Shin-hyun. The commentator girl immediately inflamed with interest, because the appearance of a low-level hunter in the great battle was for the first time. She wanted to know who this guy was and for which he was invited to the Dawn. Her partner noted that the level and other achievements, all the information about this person was hidden. Since nothing is known about him, this can affect the enemy psychologically. The enemy of the hero was the head of the private detachment of Twilight. He was the genius of the magic of Twilight, Plash Charisma, or the flame of the fiery dragon. Ryu, the son of Gon, immediately seeing the hero, desired the hero to a crunchy crust. The Emperor grinned, not understanding how this guy was not ashamed to call himself Fiery Charisma. In Merim, it still sounded normally, but definitely not on Earth. As a result, the opponents were chosen. The Sin of Hyun opposed Ryu's son Gon. The first match of the great battle began. Pak Tahhun was happy to watch what was happening in the arena. He hoped that his assistant would never leave their enemy alive, or at least try to reveal all his abilities. The warrior quickly caught the message of his head, and when he turned around, he saw that the hero was already hanging in the air. Thus, the Emperor immediately revealed his class. Levitation was the skill of sorcery class, and he openly decided to use the upper class. In addition, the hunter demonstrated high control over magic, maintaining height. At that moment, the head of Dawn was worried, hoping that the hero had some kind of plan. However, Jiha did not know him, although she completely trusted the decision of this hunter. At this moment, the Emperor analyzed the hunter in front of himself. He was a wizard, a magician of fire. He had a level approximately like that of the former head of Dawn from Kangjin. If the Hyun Chin uses martial arts, then a normal battle will not come out between them. But if he fights, using only the skills of the hunter, then probably their battle can even be interesting. Now, Hyun was at the 53rd level, and although he quickly increased the level of his strength, he did not have such an experience as this hunter. In addition, he carefully looked around the arena and noticed that it was Pak Tahhun who watched him most carefully. Surely he wanted to know more about him the most, and the warrior was ready to provide him with such an opportunity and show what he was waiting for. He immediately attacked his enemy, using a huge amount of energy spheres. They literally poured on the enemy with a pouring rain. The fiery magician tried to protect against them with the help of a fiery barrier. However, the warrior quickly felt that he was attacked by the areas of mana without attributes. It was a basic class skill. For sure, Chin Hyan only tried to feel the soil. Because of this, the fiery magician got angry and began to wave a burning flame like a whip, trying to counterattack the emperor. After all, the fiery magician, like no other, understood that his opponent was a sorcerer. There were 3 classes involved in the Caleves of activity: manufacturing skills and objects. They were called artisans. Specializing in battle, endowing with magic special attributes, they were called wizards. And sorcerers, which were the embodiment of the phenomenon of the concentration of magic. They are closer to people with supernatural abilities. They could use teleportation or flight. In a normal battle, they take a position in the rear and not on the front line, and are responsible for auxiliary roles. Sometimes they exhaust the enemy using their amazing secret weapon. He could not constantly observe the actions of the Hyun Shin of Hyun. Therefore, I immediately rushed into the sky in order to attack him directly. He wanted to immediately reveal all the skills of the hero, and for this, I decided to attack with its heat in order to force him to use his strength. And indeed, the flame used by the fiery fighter pushed the emperor far, and then literally pressed him into the ground. Everyone expected this from the fiery dragon. He possessed a magnificent connection between the magic of fiery flame and physical strength. He was a hunter known for his combat style, which was clearly manifested in close combat, which rarely met among magicians. The hero was even slightly disappointed, because he believed that the only magician in Twilight would be stronger. However, the enemy's thinking was similar to his own, and this, unfortunately, ruined his mood. At this moment, the fiery magician began to conjure and made the last warning to the emperor. If he did not want to crawl on the floor, he had to show his skills, and in order to force him, he used a special technique. It was a huge fireball, which then turned into a mouth of a fiery dragon. This skill was able to surprise the hero. Therefore, he decided to respond with a trump card to the trump card. He also held out his hand and lowered his finger down, after which it seemed to form a barrier around him, through which the dragon could not pass. The fiery magician was alarmed, not understanding who was in front of him. He considered the enemy literally crazy, since he acted so recklessly. Even commentators could not understand what had just happened. It seemed to them that Chin Hyun escaped the attack of a fiery dragon using a quick movement. Everyone was amazing that he just managed to evade. It looked as if he was supposed to fry, but nothing happened. This meant that he perfectly used magic. He just clicked his fingers. Even the head of Dawn was interested in what the hell had just happened. Lee Jika understood what had happened and remembered the hero's words. No one could distinguish his strength from magic, and he really managed to fool a huge number of people. Then she looked at Pak Tahhun. He clearly flashed with anger, watching this battle. According to the results of the attack, it became obvious that even a special technique, the mouth of a fiery dragon, was useless against the Mu Shin Hyun. The fighter clearly could not accept the fact that his crown reception was worthless. Therefore, he directly attacked the hero, already in hand-to-hand combat. The emperor only laughed, not understanding why the enemy wound up, and decided to show him another skill as a comfort. At that moment, the fiery magician lunged forward. He tried to hit the hero with his foot, but he moved in time. Thus, the magician began a series of violent attacks. Nevertheless, the Hyun Shin Hyun held well and restrained him easily. Commentators and spectators liked such an exciting battle. It was unlikely that anyone might have thought that hand-to-hand combat would be between the two magicians. The hero even praised Ru's son Gon. After all, he lasted well in battle, but made one fatal mistake and ruined the mood of the emperor. In addition, at the wrong moment, he opened his weak points. The center of gravity should be his legs, and he took and stupidly tore them away from the ground. Therefore, in one push, the warrior threw him to the ground and asked in the future to fix the bad habit of raising his shoulders too high when hit, and focus on the enemy more carefully. Obviously, the fiery magician did not even understand what the hero had just done with him. However, he calmly explained that he had studied martial arts for quite some time, and his enemy simply had little time to achieve the same skill. Therefore, the guy hoped that henceforth he would not be so self-confident and would understand that his abilities are not enough. After these words, Chain-hyun saw that he strongly touched the pride of this boy, saying that his miserable tricks were not enough. And then the fiery magician intended to incinerate the hero. For this reason, the Shin-hyun had to step back, and the fiery magician swore that he would burn him to the ground, even if for the sake of this he would have to exhaust all his mana. For this reason, he used true power. The skill Fury of Fire Dragons, only this time there were much more of them. They all rushed into the hero. However, this caused only the awkward smile of the Emperor. He realized that, apparently, this time he would have to invest a little more of his strength. Commentators did not believe their eyes. It seemed that Ryu Songan would now burn the entire stadium to the ground. His fiery dragons flew everywhere, which meant that the Hyuna Shin would have to sweat in order to protect himself. After all, the flame covered the entire stadium just like an explosion. Even the audience became very hot. Yes, and, as it was seen, the Len Hyuna Hyun was driven into a corner, so everyone wanted to know that he would contrast such a ruthless attack. Soon Lee Jiha realized what he was going to do. He defended himself with the help of a shield, and in the end, even such a powerful attack could not break his barrier. The hero even annoyed that holding this attack, he should restrain himself. Such an opponent is not an opponent, to fight off him to fight with a child. After all, he was immortal. He did not feel either cold or heat, so anyone who would stand against him would not be easy to cope with him. Then he instantly figured out the dragon's attackers on him. There was a huge explosion around him, which literally incinerated them all. And the Emperor, whole and unharmed, only mocked the enemy, whose miserable attack could not even hurt him. Commentators could not believe that the hero easily figured out such a terrifying force in a moment. He took and easily defeated all the fiery dragons, so it seemed to the dictates that his hidden force consisted in managing the gravity itself. The presenters could not even believe that such magic had previously been so powerful. Even for them, which often commented on the competition, it was new. The power of the Hyuna was literally behind the facet of imagination. Before that, people could not use gravity so skillfully, and the cup of Shin-hyun was also a newcomer. At this time, the hero was already approaching his enemy. He decided to thank him for the fact that their battle was even more fun than he expected. Then he immediately hit him with his fist in his stomach. He coughed heavily and flew away a few meters ago. The Emperor suggested not to hesitate and quickly finish this useless battle. At this moment, Pak Tahhun decided to find out from his deputy, who was to act as next. The next fighter was Choi Ji-hyun, so Pak Tahhun ordered to immediately go to him and say that he would use their secret weapons. This man, Choi Ji-hyun, was a spear of twilight and killer of magicians, which defended them. His spear erased everyone from dawn. And finally, this person appeared in the arena. Judging by his nickname, it was obvious that he never lost to magicians. The warrior class had the highest percentage of victories compared to magicians. But even the commentators dared to assume that magicians may have more techniques unknown to anyone. Seeing the fighter in front of him, the hero admitted that he was looking forward to their battle. Pak Tahhun saw how Shin-hyun relaxed, but he understood that this time everything would be different. He belonged to the class of the magician. He would never defeat their knight Twilight. On this, the great battle of the Festival of the Sun continued, and the second duel began. First of all, Choi Ji-hyun immediately used the skill of the knight's strengthening. He immediately received an increase to his characteristics and carried him to the hero. Obviously, the dictator was surprised that from the beginning of the fight, the knight activated all possible buffs of physical strength. He immediately went on the attack on the hero, about to immediately break through the front. However, the Emperor of his actions did not scare at all. He saw that this knight was nothing more than a dummy, and he was going to prove this by releasing several magic attacks into it. However, after them all, Choi Ji-hyun remained unharmed. In a moment, he reduced the distance, and he turned out to be straight by the hero's face. For this reason, the Shin-hyunu had to instantly retreat. The hero realized that his enemy was not only fast, but also strong. In addition, his will was strong. Against such opponents, air battle was best, so he rushed into the air. However, this was not the last skill of the knight. He used his spear to bounce to the hero level. Then he again reduced the distance between them and prepared for the blow. However, the Emperor managed to take refuge in time. But even his barrier at some point cracked. From the incredible power of the T, Shin-hyun flew into the ground, and Choi Ji-hyun did not even give him the opportunity to take off. He continued to attack him without hesitation. Lying on the ground, the hero thought. But he could not remember how much time passed since the last time. when he was printed with such force in the ground. If he could use martial arts, he would commit this enemy in a second. In addition, Ji turned out to be quite stubborn. For this reason, the emperor decided to use his secret reception. It was the magic of gravity, with the help of which he forced Ji to literally squeeze into the ground. Pak Tahhun, as if nothing had happened, drank his whiskey. He did not look frightened even when they reported that Ji, who did not stop from the beginning of the round, now could not move. This force did not interfere with a warrior. The killer of magicians raised his head and rushed his eyes at the hero. The presenters could not believe that Ji could stand under such pressure. In addition, he even began to laugh at the hero, since he believed that he could stop him with his gravity. But now his time has come to show secret techniques. However, Huna only made his words laugh. He explained that before that he had never used gravity. Then he began to control the Ji as like a puppet. He shook him on the ground, and with each movement he buried deeper into the ground. In the end, even the armor from his body began to fly. Obviously such an unexpected skill, he struck even the heads of guild and deputy. Commentators no longer even knew how to behave. They only realized that it was again the strength of the gravity of the hunter of the coin Hyun, although rather it was an unknown force, which was enough even to crush the killer of magicians. Therefore, everyone was interested to know what skill this phenomenon used. However, the hero praised Ji, who was truly strong. It was surprising that he lasted until that moment. In addition, the emperor decided to explain that his strength is not gravity, but attraction and repulsion. This was his main skill, which he later received with blood, and he was called conductivity. Any person who knows the foundations of physics must know that the power of attraction. This is a force attracting the object to something. The power of repulsion is a repulsive force. Therefore, he hoped that these explanations had enough Ji in order to understand his mistake. The hero applied force in the direction in which he wanted, and the enemy began to move at his command. However, Ji began to recover and laugh at the hero. He understood that he certainly should not explain his weakness to anyone. Then he applied his true skill. At that moment, Pak Tahhun mentally contacted Jiha, and I decided to find out if the girl guesses why Ji is called the killer of magicians. He had a special skill. For this reason, if the he of Shin Hyun had nothing but magic, he will come to an end at the same second. Jiha immediately lost her temper, realizing what this means. At that moment, the hero saw a warning window in front of his eyes. It was a counter-spell effect. He could not use magic for 10 seconds. Shortly before that, the deputy head came to Ji Hyun and asked the boy to use a counterspell. The killer of magicians tried to explain that this was not the skill that he would like to use in public. He did not understand why to go so far. However, their chapter believed that Shin Hyun was hiding something. In addition, the sorcerer, possessing the power of attraction, was too dangerous. For this reason, it was necessary to kill him at all costs. At that moment, the hero looked at the system window in front of him, as well as at Ji Hyun, who was rushing to him with his weapons. However, in the last second he managed to bounce. Ji Hyun quickly noticed a fright in the eyes of the magician, and he explained that this was his true skill, a counterspell, which temporarily disconnects the use of magic. And without magic, the Shin Hyun did not even have the slightest chance to win. Everyone froze when unexpectedly the moment of the end of the battle turned the other way around. The mysterious skill used by the killer of magicians suppressed the hunter of the chalky Hyun. Pak Tahhun only laughed, and explained to the head of the Dawn that Choi was a stupid and honest guy who could not hold anger in front of someone who used the attacks of magic stealthily. At that moment, Jiha, using telepathy, ordered the chain of Hyun to run away. The competition did not make sense anymore. He needed to give up, and he should never have used martial arts. However, approaching Choi made it clear that he would not let the hero leave. He will not be able to escape or surrender because the warrior had to kill him. In addition, with the help of strengthening, a huge force was concentrated on the tip of his spear now. It was possible to destroy the whole house. It is unlikely that Shin Hyun can hold out without magical protection against such an attack. Therefore, the knight enraged the hero with one desire, to kill him. Shin Hyun looked quite calmly at his enemy. However, he clearly insulted him that such a guy believes that he could kill him. In a moment, a murderous aura began to soar around. Then she began to resonate straight in the heads of Jiha and Pak Tahhun. The head of the Dawn quickly noticed that the deputy chapter was abruptly frozen. Both of them felt the heavenly harmony of pure art began to resonate. But it was a strange energy. They had never felt it before. These were truly frightening streams of energy, and these streams were more and more chopped by Ji Hyun. Soon he found himself in an unknown space. It was not like magic, especially considering that the counterspell still acted. After which, the knight drew attention to what was connected by many chains. The hero calmly explained that it was not his skill. This is a martial art, about which, if desired, a warrior could more in detail from his Mr. Pak Tahhun. After which he explained that he decided to act in this way, for he was offered to run away and he hated to do it. In addition, he saw how much the Choi Ji-hyun was surprised. After all, only he felt and saw his strength. The energy that fetters his body is a type of ownership of a sword called a spiritual sword. This is a force that can be used when you reach a 40 internal level. Is called the phenomenon of a spiritual sword. Although this is a type of ownership of a sword, the word sword here symbolizes human will. If you reach this level, then just thinking, you can kill people or separate the sky from the earth. Such the end of his life, Choi Ji-hyun was too boring. He wanted to teach him a real lesson. Therefore, they returned to reality. The hero prepared to strike and strengthened his fist. He struck his stomach straight in his stomach, after which he began to choke with blood. The emperor only mocked. He threw the killer into the sky and hoped that Pak Tahhun was closely watching the battle. After all, these were true martial arts that he so wanted to see. Then the warrior applied the skill of a vortex impact. Thus, by force, he drove the body of Choi Ji-hyun into the ground. All his bones, despite the armor, began to break and crack. Not like Pak Tahhun, even the commentators did not understand what happened and how Cha Hyun managed to stop the strange skill of Choi Ji-hyun. In addition, the situation has changed again. Now Choi could no longer resist. So it was the end of the duel, and now the medical group should have hurried to the battlefield. The hero laughed at the end of the battle. After all, he had not used martial arts for a long time. It was pretty fun. Finally announced that in the second fight of the great battle of the Festival of the Sun, the hunter of the guild Dawn won. After this duel, Jin-hyun refused to continue participating in saying that his mana was exhausted. In the subsequent battles of the Great Battle of Twilight, they lost 3-2, and the Feast of the Sun came to an end. The warrior quickly became a star among hunters. The prestige of Twilight at this holiday fell significantly, and the head of the guild closed alone. The assistant tried to reach him, but he did not open. The man continued to sit in his office, smashed everything around and drank. He was in real despair. Not only did the Feast of the Strength of the Tea Shin-hyun embraced him at the holiday, so he was also ridiculed. Although this was a fleeting moment, the power that the hero showed was not at the level with which he could cope. He must have wanted to show him his place. In principle, Pak Tahhun admitted that he was too weak, and perhaps now he could not defeat the hero. But in this case, he had no need to hide his funds and methods. For this reason, he finally left his office and ordered the assistant to follow him. He wanted to immediately go and meet with a heavenly warrior. Events move a week after the holiday of the sun. At the headquarters of Dawn, a real excitement began. Everyone around was trying to get a connection with the tea of Shin-hyun. The operators had to explain to those who wanted that he was not in their guild, but created a guild of martial arts. Some even had to answer stupid questions. For example, whether the deputy head of Lee Jiha is found with the Chok Shin-hyun. Soon everyone had to meet to discuss the situation. The exhausted chief secretary reported that they received a total of 328 calls and 800 emails addressed to the martial arts guild, and to be more precise, the head of the Guild of Chain, Shin Hyunu. These were mainly reporters, and those who wanted to join his guild. In addition, there were 8 cooperation requests, 43 advertising requests, and 29 offers of shooting. They rejected all sentences except one. This was the end of the report after all. Persistent sounds were heard at the door. The main secretary had to urgently go out and look at something. For this reason, the man immediately wandered to the door, wanting to find out what the problem was. Lee Jiha only laughed, wanting to know how she feels herself with a Shin-hyun in the role of a superstar. However, although he was not against fame, he was unpleasant for this hype. In addition, the emperor was insanely grateful to Lee Jiha, who raised the whole situation. Suddenly, the girl decided to apologize for her recent actions before the hero. Then, at the Festival of the Sun, she did not want to reveal his personality, and therefore asked to give up, did not take into account his opinion and feelings. She also understood that this was a situation in which a warrior could be in danger if he had done what she wanted. However, Chin Shin-hyun asked the girl not to wind herself. He was not injured because of such a trifle. In addition, although the whole situation was annoying, he himself did not particularly want to use martial arts. And besides, the emperor still did not understand what Pak Tahhun would do with information about his strength. It seemed his limit. It was the realization that all the superiority that he had had disappeared. So in the near future he will most likely build a new plan. Of course, the hero was still worried that he could aim at his sister, and now he was ready to strangle him. Jiha reassured the emperor. After all, the external activity of the Guild of Twilight really decreased. Surely the leader of Pa suggested that he would easily push the dawn, but it seemed he was very shocked. As far as she knew, the head of the guild locked himself in his house, did not go anywhere, and the veterans hunters who kept neutrality now wanted to get into the Dawn Guild. This gave them a huge advantage, and all this was achieved thanks to the colon of Shin Hyun. Therefore, Jiha decided to speak officially as a deputy director and thank the hero for everything that he did for them. The hero immediately shook his hand extended to him and promised that Jiha could rely on him in the future. However, he added, a lot of time has passed since he left the house, so he had to return. But suddenly the girl noticed a lot of papers on the table. She became interested in the reason that the emperor accepted the proposal for the alliance with the guild of the island of Jeju, while rejecting all other proposals. As it turned out, the reason was that Chain Hyuna was tired of the same type of dungeons. Moreover, his level also did not rise much. Therefore, it seemed to him that the Jeju, which was an island in Korea, was an ideal place for a family trip. Leaving, the hero promised that he would return about a month later, and they could see each other again. Leaving, the emperor was calm. He was confident in Li Ji and himself. However, he would have known before what would happen. He would not have gone to this island. However, now, without realizing anything, he and his sister arrived at the international airport of the Jeju. Cha Juno ran around, looking around and rejoicing that they finally came here with her brother. She was here for the first time, so her eyes scattered from only one thought that they could have a bite. The warrior smiled that his little sister was so much liked here. However, unexpectedly, someone called the head of the guild of Chain Shin Hyun. These were representatives of the Union of Guilds of the island of Jeju. They prepared a real program for Hyuna in order to greet him. And the young leader of the group of this guild was especially active in this program. The hero and Cha Juno were disappointed to see this, although they still tried to console themselves with the long-awaited vacation. But the head again blocked their path, after which he extended and shook the hand of Chana Shin Hyun. He introduced himself as the leader of the Tamra Guild group named Kim Ki-yul, and also thanked the hero for accepting their invitation about the union. The guy enthusiastically said that he really liked the Battle of Hin Hyun at the Festival of the Sun. He became his fan. Therefore, later I would like to get his autograph, because I had already prepared a t-shirt in order to get a painting on it. After that, the man also drew attention to the leader of the group of Cha Unsol from Dawn, and remembered that she was the sister of the head of the martial arts guild. He would still like to talk to her, but the assistant to the chapter recalled that time was running out. For this reason, the leader immediately began to push them to the exit from the airport, explaining that first, you need to go in a taxi, where he will tell all the details along the way. The hero asked him to be released, but the head of the guild only laughed, it seems, not noticing their requests. Then he promised that he would arrange a tour of all the establishments of the island, because he heard that they were here for the first time. At this moment, one of the soldiers, speaking in Chinese, reported on the arrival of the tea of Shin Hyun. However, the customer only scolded the guy, because when you come to Korea, you need to speak in Korean so as not to stand out from the crowd. After which the leader rose in the most calm way. This denunciation was a signal that on this sweet rest came to an end. Having passed by the soldiers welcoming him, he explained that it was time to work, and also greeted the Hyun Shin in a carefully prepared trap. Very soon, they were on the very island of the Jeju, and specifically in Woljeonri. First of all, we met with the leader of the Tamra Guild, Kim Hagen. He also joyfully grabbed the hero by the hand, greeted him on the island, and sincerely expressed the joy of their meeting. After which, realizing that dear guests have come a long way, decided to treat them with special delicacies, and asked his nephew to bring them as soon as possible. Cha Juno literally shone when she saw the tray, because she was interested to know what kind of dishes. Perhaps black pork? The fan of tea Shin Hyun only laughed, explaining that once having tasted this delicacy, they would not forget his taste until the end of his life. The man proudly presented their attention to carefully selected tangerines. Moreover, this was not even some specific name, it was literally Mandarin. Cha Juno was most disappointed, because of what the emperor even had to stop the sister, so that she would not punish everyone here. Soon, for eating a delicacy, the leader of the guild apologized for immediately discussing the work, but, given the current situation, without it was in no way as possible. Shin Hyun already knew, on the island they were the only masters, although there were two more major organizations of hunters. Nevertheless, they still decided to create their own independent organization. They were worried about the behavior of the guilds Dawn and Twilight. He was afraid that they could seize the island of the Chestu, because they had long laid their eyes on this territory. Until that moment, their guild played a key role in managing the island. But this was before dungeons with a high level of danger began to appear too often and in large quantities. Dungeons with a danger level above the 11th, which had never appeared on the island before, have now arisen at once in 5 different places this year. As the hero could already guess, the dungeons of this level can be cleaned only by guilds, which have veterans hunters above the 40 level. But, unfortunately, their guild is currently not able to participate in the cleaning of the dungeons, because they did not have veterans hunters. That is why they very much need a hunter who has a high level, so that you can start participating in stripping. These dungeons belong either to Dawn or Twilight. The hero did not even understand what the problem was, because if the dungeons appear, then they could not just ignore them. It is unlikely that monsters will be able to get out of the dungeons and harm people, but as it turned out, if they cannot, as before, to clean these dungeons, they will lose the right in the future to manage dungeons in general. Because of this, the right will completely turn into the hands of Dawn and Twilight. And if the rights fall into their hands, they will never be able to return them. They had to go through a lot so that those 2 guilds could not gain a foothold on their island. If they continue to inactive, they can completely capture the entire island. Initially, they believed that they could not be saved, after which they fell into despair. But the hero appeared, their last hope. They were madly lucky that he was not connected with any of the 2 guilds, and was a high-class hunter who officially takes a neutral position. He literally became their saving ray of light. Thanks to him, they will be able to save their guild and preserve the territory on the island. The warrior was simply perfect for this task, because he represented a new generation and was those who could overshadow other hunters around the world. Therefore, they thanked the hero with all their hearts for accepting the invitation and arriving at the island. But the emperor refused gratitude, because he arrived not at all from the best motives, but simply to raise the level and earn money. After that, since the conversation was finished, he proposed to advance as soon as possible to the dungeon. However, the sister asked him to wait, because there was another problem that had to be solved. The hero was worried after her gaze, realizing what was being discussed. However, the girl spoke about black pork and perch. Therefore, they were near the dungeon only when the girl satisfied all her desires. At this time, guild members were also in the dungeon. Unfortunately, in battle they failed. After all, no matter how much they attacked, the opponents were too fast. Now they fought with a monster called Ilmung, or in a different, fiery, poisonous monkey. She erupted the poisonous fire directly from her mouth to poor hunters, preventing them from attacking. Only due to the fact that there was one of the hunters with a shield with them did they hold on. However, it became obvious that he would not last long. They had to retreat, but when they moved a couple of steps back, they heard a hiss under their feet. Literally, the path back was blocked due to poison. Although many hunters heard that these monkeys were poisonous, they obviously did not expect them to be so strong. Their power was much more dangerous. The thyroid gland did not even know how much he would last, because the flame of these monsters was also too powerful. He was generally silent about poison. So everyone realized, the situation with every minute is getting worse. At this pace, they will definitely kill either poison or flame. However, a hero who uses his magic soon appeared. Initially, when he heard the names of these monsters, he considered that he would see dog-like animals. However, he was mistaken. It turns out that they were given such a nickname for the use of poison and fire. Obviously, the bewildered hunters were grateful to the man who saved them from death. The deputy leader of the Tamra Guild, who was held in his hands Junso, only praised the hero for the fact that he was able to deal with those monsters in a moment. After that, getting off the girl, the guy thanked the chain of Junso for his help, because thanks to her he was able to maintain his magical power. He could not ask for such a favor to the leader of the T Shin Hyun. He used the magic for bastards, and attack therefore would quickly spend his strength. After that, the magician applied his spell and thanked the emperor for not allowing him to spend a drop of his magical power, so he could easily complete his work without a bitch and a bitch. Then, he asked the warriors from the guild to be ready. As it turned out, he immobilized and raised enemies into the air, thanks to which the guild warriors were able to attack them and attack them. While the showdown was conducted, the deputy enthusiastically asked what the hero had used for the spell, and admired the fact that he studied new magical skills. In principle, which was expected from the amazing leader of the guild. The conversation moved to the level of the deputy chapter, who soon had to have a 40th level. Even Cha Juno was struck that such a boy who was younger than her was much higher. Looking around, She noticed that other hunters seemed to be almost a 40 level. The girl watched a little how they fought, and they were skilled enough. Although in principle it was quite natural to have such a level, because they were responsible for the dungeons of the island, and it would be a shame if their level were much lower. The deputy chapter also spoke about his magic magistrate. I had to spend a lot of time on training, because it was quite difficult and hard to use. However, chatting tiredly, he realized that he should not clog the hero's head with all these subtleties and explanations. However, suddenly the guy was stunned when he realized that the emperor himself found out what kind of magic was used, just looking at it. Obviously, this could be considered even more amazing. However, the hero knew that the matter was not in skill. The whole thing was that he received an answer to his question, simply investing in intuition glasses. This was the ability to see things as they are. Thanks to his skills in martial arts, he did not need to invest in other characteristics, except for intuition. No matter how talented in martial arts, he could not do without intuition. After all, it is very important to see the essence of things. And also, after he was able, just looking, to understand all the subtleties of using this magic, he could say that he could master it, after which the warrior decided to deal with the remaining enemies, also using the magic of teleportation. However, preparing to apply it, he asked the deputy leader not to be very surprised at his skill. However, after a couple of seconds he froze, because of which the deputy guild decided to ask the hero why he still did not use the magic of teleportation, and the sister only quietly whispered to the man in the ear that she had to pretend that the Hyun Shin Hyun had everything. He should not enter him into the paint, because he was a man who slightly understands how the world works. However, the main problem of the delay was that the emperor did not understand exactly how this spell was activated. Then the guy agreed to demonstrate. He got closer to the enemies who at that time ate coconuts calmly. Then he calmly greeted them, attracting their attention, and after a second they were at the height of a bird flight. As soon as the magic of teleport dispelled, the monsters immediately fell to the ground from a great height. The hero was amazed to see such a demonstration of how this magic is used. The guy explained that he simply directed the stream of magic on the monsters alone, and then forced them to fly up. Thus, they could be discarded from a height. True, he also had restrictions on strength. He could raise objects to a height of about 150 meters. But the monsters that do not have wings, having fallen from such a height, will definitely die. The teleportation range can be regulated in empty space with invisibility. As part of this range, it will be possible to move the desired object in any direction. However, the boy was interested in why the Tishin Hyun asked him to show and talk about skills. He believed that this was unlikely to be able to come in handy. However, after a second, the hero really managed to use teleportation. After all, having examined in detail the use of magic twice, and after listening to the explanation, he realized how to activate it. However, obviously, he will need some time to learn how to use this magic correctly. Because at the moment, the emperor is stuck in the branches of the tree. Finally, stripping the dungeon was almost over. The deputy was insanely grateful to the hero for helping them, and now they could take a break and eat. Cha Juno did not understand how they decided to bite carelessly, because there were dangerous monkeys around the dungeon that could attack. But as it turned out, thanks to the help of these two with the magic of teleportation, it was possible to distinguish a little time and destroy the nearest monkeys. Moreover, the deputy believed that it was very important to eat, because without food, they could not restore energy. Although Cha Juno considered it nonsense, after all, they came to the island, and they were not even fed by some tropical food. After listening to the girl's discontent, the deputy leader translated attention to the hero and praised him for the fact that his skills in using teleportation with each attempt became better and better. It was obvious, in terms of level, he was different from other people. However, Chen Shin Hyun, not at all embarrassed from praise, explained that having mastered at least one spell to the limit, it was much easier to study another. In addition, if the magician himself continues to train hard, then someday she will be able to reach the level of the hero. Obviously, Cha Juno was a little annoyed that her senior older brother behaved so disgusting, so he wanted to beat him. She also warned the deputy that if he suddenly decided to blindly follow her brother everywhere in the hope that he could achieve something, then he should have abandoned this venture. Her brother owned skills in a special way that he could use only alone. However, the guy recalled that he was a leader, so it would be wrong on his part if he stops at his achieved. They will continue to develop their skills further. Moreover, he felt the approach of his limit. He perfectly understood everything, but sincerely would like to learn something new with the leader of the guild of T. Shin Hyun. Of course, It cannot be denied that the team members believe in him and follow him, but the guy also perfectly understood that he had to become even stronger and not to fail them. After all, these people trusted him. Therefore, he believed, if he could become at least a little stronger, then he himself could protect his comrades. These words inspired bad memories on Ka, and quickly realizing this, the guy apologized for raising such a sad topic. However, Cha Juno perfectly understood this guy, after which she decided to eat with them, because the food they cooked was surprisingly tasty. Obviously, the guy was glad that the hero's heart was finally warmer. In addition, he was so glad that she liked the treats that she was ready to bring another truck if she wanted. The hero decided at this time to find out how much time they had in order to kill all these little animals. As it turned out, they were quite fast, and their number is very large, so it is difficult to assume the exact time. In addition, there is a limit of how many times the deputy could use teleportation. If he knew in advance that this could happen, he would try to properly develop the duration of the use of magic. Ko Yun-sol immediately realized that the leader almost exhausted all his strength and began to swear at him. Because if he suddenly crushes a monster because he would be defenseless, then all responsibility would fall on their shoulders. At that time, the hero began to study the strategy for combating these monsters in his head. He climbed in his system, trying in every possible way to find a way out of this situation, and soon found a skill that did not think that he would come in handy. This is the sovereignty skill. It was a skill gained in a dungeon with dragons. He decided to use it, thinking that he could learn new skills. But it turns out that he acted in a completely different way and was a rather powerful ability. The Emperor could control the mind of ghouls using the will of the user. Thus, the animals became his puppets. After that, he decided to modify this skill by merging him with the management technique, which subsequently helped him force the goal of performing certain, even the most difficult actions. And although he used this skill a couple of times for the sake of fun, so far he did not know whether this ability would be effective against monsters. After all, it would still be more difficult to master their mind. But the warrior decided to check everything in practice. He could only hope that everything would work as necessary. After which he spread the aura of telepathic submission around him. And then he felt all the monsters who were nearby. Finally, he realized what sensations were in the body from the use of skill at a great distance. Then I chose one goal and now decided to use the capture of the mind. He gave the order to all the monsters, immediately appear in front of him. After that, his mind was sharply cleaned. Everyone immediately noticed that the hero's face turned pale. He looked as if his head was sick. However, the hero, recovering, found out that the leader of the group had about 5 minutes of teleportation. It was great news. After all, right now a whole herd of monsters rushed to them with a huge crowd. The fighters quickly felt an earthquake. However, they never heard of natural disasters in the dungeons, so they began to guess what it could be. And they quickly realized that it was an attack by a huge number of monsters. They were very surprised when only one beast appeared because of the nearest bushes. However, Ko Junso knew for sure that the earthquake was too strong for the appearance of one enemy. Even the 40-level hunters believed that they would be a whole horde. However, looking back at the trees, they realized why there was such a roar. Everyone began to panic, from where so unexpectedly so many enemies appeared. However, the Emperor asked to provide all the showdown to him, and the leader to take his comrades and leave as soon as possible. The guy immediately realized that the hero, apparently, wants to use the very ability that he used during the Holiday of the Sun, so I decided not to argue. The only one who was indignant was Cha Juno. She could not believe that her brother wanted to fight at once with everyone. The girl could not leave him alone. However, the order of the coin Hyun was different. Therefore, the leader of the group did not listen to her. He forcibly applied the magic of teleportation on it, and so everyone soon disappeared, being at a safe distance. The hero himself calmly looked around the amount of work that he needs to do. Then I was delighted that it would finally be able to calmly fight, without worrying about anyone. Soon, the whole forest thicket was already smoking from the explosions of blue magic. The leader of the group watched everything from a height. Everything looked really incredible. It seemed that, in principle, an ordinary person could not be capable of this, even given the fact that in rumors, the level of the hero is above the 60th level. The leader of this group also suggested that Chain Hyun was the one who called on all these monsters. However, despite all the power of her brother, Ko Junso seemed to still continue to worry. And it was logical, because no matter how strong the leggy Hyun was, he also had a family. He alone remained fighting so many monsters. It was not surprising that the girl was very worried. The leader perfectly understood her feelings, but explained that Chain Hyun was a very strong person, because of which he should not worry. In addition, Ko Junso knew her brother better than anyone else. He asked the girl a little more to trust his brother's strength. However, so inspiring and comforting words seemed to her complete delirium. She explained that right now, her brother is collecting a colossal amount of experience alone, and she would like to stay there. In addition, in principle, she did not understand why she was worried about her brother. He was probably the only person in this world for which he certainly did not need to worry. At this time, Chain-hyun rejoiced in his element. The skill used on monsters turned out to be good. It was worth just ordering, and it worked on all the monsters of the dungeon. In combination with his strength and skill, he was able to easily collect all the monsters in one place. So now the Emperor was sure that his sorties in the dungeons would become much faster. He again activated the sovereignty skill and ordered all the monsters in the district to immediately appear, after which the fight continued. At this time, Jiha calmly drank tea in the office when something scared her. The assistant who came to her with the report considered that the woman feels bad. However, the whole thing was that she had fled someone crazy laughter. After making sure that the lady was all right, the assistant continued the report. As it was known, Pak Tahhun, the leader of the Twilight Guild, has not yet actively acted anywhere. The activity of the whole guild also significantly decreased. As a result, the rights to controversial dungeons should easily get them. For this reason, the assistant believed that at the moment, you could not take into account the Twilight. However, Jiha seemed strange. It was too much even for Pak Tahhun. She did not expect such a reaction after what had happened, and was worried about his activity behind the scenes. However, she could not argue her fears. But, as it turned out, the assistant also wanted to report on one urgent task. As soon as he put all the papers on the table, Jiha literally opened his eyes from shock. It was a report on a dangerous dungeon discovered in the Tibetan Mountains. The climate of the dungeon is a desert. The risk level is the 13th, and the recommended level of fighters is not lower than the 60th. Obviously, no one could believe that such a complex and dangerous dungeon appeared. In addition, since there was a desert climate in this dungeon, there was also the sun that incredibly depleted people. For this reason, they became easy prey for local monsters. Yes, and the size of these monsters was close to a 10-story house. These giant monsters' scabies are hidden somewhere underground. Despite the fact that their number is not so large, their strength is enough to fight with high-level hunters. Not so long ago, the head of the Chongo named Chan himself conducted an investigation, so the information was reliable. However, Jiha understood that this was not enough, and they needed to once again arrange a raid for a more clear picture. However, she understood how hard it was. At such moments it would be good if the hero was nearby. She thought about it for several minutes until the assistant noticed that the deputy chapter was clearly thinking about something. He considered that perhaps a woman was out of spirit today and invited her to relax. However, Jiha began to quickly understand reports. Things were not tolerated. At that moment, she did not notice how she brushed the cup standing at her on the table, and the assistant was immediately scared. Nevertheless, the secretary explained to the mistress that he would immediately put everything in order, while the deputy herself believed that she would soon finally go crazy. The girl clearly worried and could not wait for the return of the protagonist. By this moment, he had already passed a whole month since the beginning of the gloomy dungeons of the island, and the young man learned a lot. During this period of time, he managed to combine the skill of sovereignty, and also got used to the art of telepathic submission. Now the warrior could freely call monsters from any piece of dungeon, being considered a kind of master of monsters. In addition, the hero noticed that his sister undoubtedly liked what was happening. Indeed, regardless of the damage inflicted by the enemy, the system rightly distributed experience points between all participants in the attack. In principle, the main character could not even interfere in the battle. However, sometimes there were situations that require him directly, for example, when the horde of monsters attacked a lone adventurer. At such moments, he could fully demonstrate his abilities. In a similar way, the young man trained the foundations of the art of teleportation. And more often it began to think about whether it was possible to increase the level of intuition with ordinary experience, because it seemed to him that in the future it would certainly benefit him. After a month, the warrior has already completely mastered the magic of teleportation. In this skill of skill, he even surpassed his mentor, although he still needed a little more time for absolute perfection, since the young man had not yet reached the top in the teleportation that he was striving for. Soon, when the next day came to an end, Cha Juno told her brother that she had finally tried what she had long dreamed of, the branded dish of the island, black pork. The girl tasted the delicacy in a rather luxurious restaurant. Nevertheless, the hero's sister felt suppressed due to a constant desire to increase her level, become stronger, and surpassing teammates. By this moment, she managed to rise to 3 levels and reach the 38th. The leader of the group also drew attention to the fact that the leching of the Hyun has increased significantly in force after the raids on the dungeons. Thanks to the young warrior, the rest of the team members could also learn something. The main character was happy that in principle everyone was satisfied, because the reason for this trip was family character. The young man was afraid that he was completely exhausting his sister with intensive training. However, it seemed to him that the journey even benefited her. Finally, the leader of the group decided to get the schedule of the upcoming raids, as a new request was received from the Soldado Guild. According to information, the level of danger in the 11th dungeon increased. There are creatures, the so-called bat-werewolf mice. These creatures had a wolf face, and the body resembled bats. As soon as the hero heard about this, he immediately exclaimed, demanding that he immediately inform where this location is. The next dungeon was a cave. In addition, in the schedule, the head of the guild asked to send reinforcements. They were ready to send people from one elite group, which looked strange enough. It seems that the whole thing was the features of the relief, because the caves are usually dark and narrow, so the arrows in them are usually useless. Cha Juno realized that they could not achieve anything there with simple methods. The task itself looked like a mockery of the team. However, Qin Hyun was configured to win. Noticing how his sister and the leader of the group were tired, the young warrior asked them to relax properly. The hero also understood that they should not worry, because he would certainly cope and try to complete this matter as soon as possible. Such a rush was caused by the fact that the cave awakened in it bad memories that surged with one powerful wave. Soon the young man arrived at the place. He was already waiting for the responsible for today's raid, as well as the commander of the Soldado Guild. The leader understood that the hero was probably already aware of the dungeon, and offered not to hesitate, finally starting the raid. Soon, the expedition participants reached the portal, which was fenced with a yellow police ribbon. Looking at the dungeon, the main character only sighed heavily. The warrior hoped that the dungeon would not be a cave. In addition, although he was perhaps mistaken, a young man had some strange foreboding of anxiety. Although the hero tried to write off everything to his own imagination, in any case, whatever it was, they needed to end the task as soon as possible and return to the sister. Soon the team was already in a cave, where the main character fought with one monster after another. The assistants even began to worry, because the progress of the passage went faster than usual. When the hero finally finished with another wave of opponents, the head sincerely admired his incredible speed. A little more, and they had to get to the unexplored territory. Hearing this, Qin Hyun immediately decided to hurry. At this moment, the leader noticed that the guy had some kind of pale face. Nevertheless, the warrior explained that everything was in perfect order. In fact, the root of the problem covered in his past life. Even after so many years, those gloomy memories continued to disturb the soul. After all, the young man still could not forget, as he spent dozens of many years locked up. The manager of the raids even approached the hero and, deciding that he was overworking, offered to relax a bit. However, Qin Hyun assured that he feels excellent, and he was very angry. The head of the expedition became incomprehensible to such behavior. He immediately laughed awkwardly, apologizing for the annoyance, and explained that he was just worried about the young warrior. After that, the leader suggested drinking a recovery potion. After this incident, the Qin Hyun finally became convinced that he needed to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise he would simply kill these people. Soon, the head of the expedition, already laughing, explained that the road to the destination was confusing, so he would have to work hard. However, they have already conducted a study of the dungeon, so the leader asked for the Qin Hyun not to worry in vain. Now the participants had to protect the path. Everything that happened seemed extremely suspicious to the hero. Nevertheless, the young man wrote off an alarming sensations that he simply winds himself up. While the team was moving forward, the head of the expedition began to talk about the grotto of Sokkum, who was much more attractive to this gloomy cave. The man advised the warrior later to visit all local attractions. However, Qin Hyun harshly demanded to say how much more they had to go. Then I felt something strange somewhere nearby. At the top of the cave, the young man noticed some kind of spell. It was a system capable of confusing a person. Although such magic did not cause direct damage, she could disorient all the feelings of hunters. The system forced people to walk in circles, creating the illusion of a repeating road. However, the hero felt that, judging by the stream of energy, he led to a certain place. Obviously, Qin Hyun did not understand what was making a spell from Murim in an ordinary dungeon. The warrior believed that this was either another path to that damned world, or the system was originally here. Whatever it is, magic was definitely connected with Murim. the young man no longer wanted to see that world. However, the young man asked himself to calm down and recalled that all the damn days remained in the past. The hero was not going to allow anyone to behave and accepted the invitation of the unknown. The warrior was ready to see who or what wanted to see him. Meanwhile, the events moved to Thebexen, the so-called Sandstone. Armored monsters' rods raged there with might and main, and the spoke team of hunters immediately prepared for the battle. Their chapter apart time, the head of the guild Dawn applied the new skill of the Crusader, a divine blessing that increased the level of command protection. Thus, warriors could go into battle without fear. Soon, the participants saw how the monsters again hide underground. The fighters were already delighted that the battle was almost completed. They considered this a success, because almost everyone has already used up their strength. But, as it turned out, the monster prepared for a more terrifying attack. The leader immediately urged his comrades to calm down, because it was a trump impact of the enemy, and he rushed into battle, realizing that without victory, the team could not leave. Finally, the leader chose the most successful moment. Protecting his ally from the main wave, asked them to counterattack. Immediately ahead was Madame Li Ji with her killer skill. The girl began to apply accurate cutting strokes to the monster. When the creatures finally collapsed to the ground, the battle was over, and the monsters were defeated. Everyone immediately began to praise the deputy head, because she was simply incredible. The leader praised the girl for proved her right to be his deputy. After all, she managed to kill these monsters alone. However, Li Jika only laughed, realizing that for their chapter this would also not be difficult. In addition, they finished only 3 monsters, and the team was already not in the best condition. Therefore, the deputy asked the rest of the group members to find a shelter in the shade and rest for half an hour. As soon as everyone dispersed, the leader realized that it was possible if Jiha was slightly awkward to go to the raid with him. The reason was that she was in a close relationship with A of the Hyun, and they had everything seriously, and her campaign with the head of Dawn looked like a date. Obviously, the girl reacted to such words with a blow and asked the leader to follow her tongue. After that, the deputy noticed that the rest of the directors were absent, but with them, the raid was much easier. It was about 2 people, Quan about John and Yun Song mine, but they had urgent matters. At this time, the mentioned directors were on the outside of the dungeon of sand, and they kept in their heads the order of their boss, to do what they consider necessary, then he will accept them to him. The dungeon was guarded by 2 guards who discussed the desire to join the martial arts guild, because their head had incredible power. Finally, the chief secretary visited the guys, dissatisfied with the fact that the guards are chatting. However, they only laughed awkwardly, explaining that it was unlikely that the gate could have happened, and they had to somehow have fun. But the chief secretary insisted that they do not relax very much. After all, although Twilight are now inactive, do not forget about them. At that very moment, the secretary's fears were justified. A magic attack began to move right towards the portal. The purple haze filled the entire space and the forest around. After such an attack on his feet, only the chief secretary remained. The man quickly realized that this was the skill of Archer, a city of meteorites, which looked strange, because no one knew about this place but the top. Soon the secretary saw a man approaching him, and he quickly realized that this was the work of Twilight. However, it turned out that it was the director of Yun Song Ming, who went to make sure that everything was in order with the main secretary. The man explained that the attack was the work of Twilight, resuming their activities. The secretary immediately stirred against these crazy bastards who sat silently, and now arranged a similar one. In addition, the chapter and the deputy will need a couple more hours to pass the dungeon. This meant that it was worth it, and perhaps even reinforcements. However, suddenly the chief secretary became interested in how the director found out about this location. After all, the man heard that he was not informed about him because of some urgent matters. As soon as the secretary began to ask questions, the director hit him and stunned. After that, Yun Song Ming only laughed about the last question of the interlocutor, and he explained that he had finished his urgent affairs. At the moment when the secretary lost consciousness, the traitor immediately took out the phone in order to report the end of the cleaning. According to him, Kavan about Jaeon also had to come soon. Pak Tahhun laughed, praising the performer for excellent work. By this moment, the conspirators were already on the way, and the leader was glad that everything was going smoothly. The man thanked his subordinates for trying well, and asked to continue working in the same spirit. Soon, the traders at the helicopter arrived at the place and greeted their performers. Looking around the bloodied bodies, Pak Tahhun was only more delighted. He was proud of how the associates dealt with the guards, and he saw in them a brilliant future already as part of Twilight. The villain understood that everything that was happening was now a mistake by Li Ji, who, as usual, was too naive and soft. The girl did not even think that among his associates there were traitors. But these guys from the very holiday of the sun became his puppets. After that, Pak Tahhun calmly went to the dungeon and remembered that 7 years ago they had already cleared him with Li Ji. This was the first task after his return from Murim. Then he only became a hunter. At that time, they had a friendly team that gathered in this raid. Then the fighters discovered a new dungeon, which no one had yet entered. Li Jiha was going to join his friends when suddenly Pak Tahhun stopped her. He wanted to know how long they will continue to go with these people to raids. Because of the weaklings, they had to suspend training, and he did not want to nurse them. In addition, the man did not understand why Jiha care about such people. After all, they had to become stronger as soon as possible. After that, he reminded the girl of their last conversation and showed nephritis, which received from the heavenly warrior. With this artifact, the power of martial arts increased several times. Therefore, Pak Tahhun invited his lover to follow the heavenly warrior with whom they would become much stronger. However, then the lady asked her friend to stop. She understood his fears and anxiety, but they were no longer in Murim. No one would take their life from them. Therefore, the girl did not understand why they would become stronger. Li Jika just liked to look after the members of the team, and she wanted Pak Tahhun to forget all the hardships of Murim with her. After these words, the deputy joined friends. Initially, Pak Tahhun believed that the only person understanding him was Jiha. After all, they went the same way, but he stayed behind her because of some miserable wimp, and this was madly infuriated. Each time, the associates fought shoulder to shoulder. The man understood that these people were real losers. Soon he saw how his comrades were injured. It seemed amazing, because there were very weak monsters against them. Pak Tahhun even thought about finishing these people. At that moment, one guy from the detachment asked for help to pull Ju Hyun from here. The young man understood that one could no longer stay here, because the monsters were overly strong. Therefore, he asked for support. After all, the team had to hurry in order to survive. Then Pak Tahhun again heard the voice of a heavenly warrior, who recalled that he always runs on the errand of Li Ji. However, she rejected him because of her own weakness. The girl simply forgot about the despair that she experienced in Murima. Therefore, a mysterious mentor ordered the guy to immediately get rid of all garbage, to destroy everything that Jiha does weaker, leaving nothing behind. Only after that the beloved may understand him. For this reason, he dealt with all his comrades. However, Pak Tahhun believed that in this way he liberated his girlfriend. At least eliminates all the weakness that surrounded it. Remembering the past, the villain reduced his confidence for some time. At this time, two directors did not understand what task they would be given to them now. Therefore, the deputy head immediately ordered this couple to continue to guard the place. If one of the Dawn fighters tries to escape, they had to be immediately eliminated. After that, the deputy came closer to the chapter in order to find out what was happening now with the chant of Shin Hyun. However, it seemed to the leader that the operation on the island was smooth. This should not be worried about it. After all, Jaelin had already begun to act, and even the deputy was heard that no one would get out of his traps. At this moment, the assistant reported that their goal was moving faster than the alleged. But the situation is controlled. Everything went according to plan. However, the chapter was not interested in the details. He simply trusted the deputy. After that, the leader went to take a breath. Then the deputy took 2 strong magicians to go to the dungeon with him. However, the man asked not to touch Li Jiha, who he wanted to kill personally. These words forced Pak Tahhun to freeze in place. However, the villain remembered that he had made such a promise. For this reason, he allowed the guy to act the way he wishes. At the same time, the deputy head himself wanted to make amends. For this reason, Pak Tahhun suggested no longer languishing and start their raid. They went there to hunt for prey, and today's hunt should not have been on monsters, but a dawn for members of the guild. At this moment, the hero got stuck in one place. Looking around, the warrior did not understand why this happened, because he took the invitations of those people, and this focused on him. At the moment, the leader even began to bother with his assistant. After all, when they came to their destination, no one expected them here. Negotiations quickly heard the hero. He immediately demanded that his associates admit what to plan. When the head of the raid began to unlock, Shin Hyun grabbed his face. The young man made it clear that he turned a blind eye to all oddities. However, the warrior is not going to be silent to the very end. So if they wanted to survive, they needed to tell what was happening here. Soon one of the hunters felt something strange. Then the hero also felt it. This was the same unknown who was surprised that the Shin Hyun reached the goal so quickly. However, this even pleased him, because he will not have to wait. The warrior was glad that finally the enemy, who lured him into this wilderness, decided to appear. The young man even noticed what a welcoming gift in the form of explosives he left for him. However, This caused the hero only laughter, because he considered these people real madmen. After that, a loud explosion occurred in the cave. While Jiha was on her assignment, she also felt something strange. The strange feeling around her was literally tangible and unpleasant. However, it seemed to the girl that maybe she was just overheated and should be a little relaxed. The deputy also saw the monsters. The first was 4 meters to the east, the second 700 meters to the west. So she hoped to finish stripping the dungeon in one day. But suddenly the woman heard something. Looking around, she saw an explosion on the side where the team arranged a halt. Obviously, Jiha wanted to know what was happening there. At this moment, the head of Dawn continued the desperate struggle for life. He was attacked by several people with whom he joined the battle. However, the deputy head of Twilight was a master's assassin. The enemy was distinguished by incredible speed, which is why the leader did not have time to react to his attacks. But even after that, the leader did not forget that he was a high-class warrior. For this reason, the man did not give up, continuing to wave his sword. However, soon his body began to weaken. After that, the head knelt down. It was clearly difficult for him to admit that even Chan Sonhaku could hardly cope. And then Shveji Hyun and Ryu Sun Gonu arrived. He even said nothing about the monster who was sitting upstairs and watched everything. Therefore, the leader's affairs were clearly hard. After a short observation, Pak Tahhun only patted his hands and praised the man for deserves the title of head of the Guild Dawn. The villain even apologized for not considering him a real hunter. After these words, the Crusader only smiled, because he could not even imagine such a meeting with Pak Tahhun himself. He wanted to know how he got here and what happened to the entrance hunters. However, the head of Twilight only laughed. Then he suggested that the leader himself suggest what could happen to those guys if he somehow ended up here. Then the leader began to bother how the man discovered this place, because no one knew about this raid. This meant that among his associates were traitors. However, even so, the chapter was ready to erase all the traitors of Twilight here and now. The fiery magician immediately noticed that this man became much stronger, and he considered that they needed to accelerate in order to deal with him faster. At that moment, Shveji Hyun rushed towards one of the magicians of the chapter, after which the assassin struck his chest. All that the wounded managed to say in the end is that he does not want to die. And dying, he asked the leader for help. Looking at this picture, Shveji Hyun invited the head of Dawn to personally alleviate the suffering of a comrade. Obviously, the leader could not decide to kill a person who so desperately wanted to escape. Looking at this scene, Pak Tahhun only laughed with a similar sad sight. It was hard to look at this without a shudder. However, in this way, the villain perfectly demonstrated how the weaklings are burdened at similar moments. But Jiha, who at this point was already behind him, clearly made it clear that Pak Tahhun made a mistake somewhere. However, when she attacked the head, the deputy quickly stood up to his defense. The girl greeted the boy whose boy did not see for many years. And the chapter seems upset that he was primarily greeted by his deputy, and not himself. But he missed the most about his old girlfriend. But Jiha only offended these words. She asked the man to no longer carry such nonsense, and she recalled that for some time now they had long become enemies. After these words, Pak Tahhun immediately ordered his deputy to deal with this woman. So the opponents began to rush throughout the battlefield, exchanging blows. At some point, Jiha managed to push the enemy away from himself, but she did not even give him her breath and headed for him. The deputy quickly noticed that the guy was still able to become a little stronger than after the battle with Pak Tahhun once. He could not even hold the dagger in his hands. However, it seemed to her that the enemy was still in a hurry, as before. In fact, although the deputy hit it, I realized that this fight would clearly be harder than it seemed. However, she could figure out this guy. The most important question is what to do next. At that moment, the head held in the arms of his wounded comrade and yelled that he wanted to kill all the bastards of Twilight. Seeing his despair, Jiha realized that the leader would still hold out for some time with a similar pace. But the most important problem was Pak Tahhun. He now calmly watched everything, as if enjoying what was happening, the fulfillment of his desires. And the deputy could not believe that this madman was going to continue to just sit still. She wanted to know his true intentions. Watching the battle of a longtime friend, Pak Tahhun realized that she had become much stronger. In addition, according to his calculations, the operation on the island should have already come to an end. If everything goes smoothly, then the chain of the Hyung must probably be dead. However, the man clearly greatly underestimated the guy. The hero easily got out after the blockage, but he was disappointed that the enemies were clearly not afraid to die, since they dared to attack him. At this moment, the head of the expedition, along with his assistants, also finally came to his senses. However, the associates obviously could not believe that the tea of Shin Hyun was in perfect order. The warrior quickly realized that apparently his hurry forced his enemies to appear before the plan. However, the young man was disappointed that they believed that they would kill him simply by explosives. The head of the expedition, as if nothing had happened, went to the hero in order to ask if he was wounded. Then he began to pretend that he had no idea who had occurred to whom explosives to lay in such a place. However, the hero instantly influenced his consciousness. He even flew up. His body began to bend in convulsion. Then the man fell to the ground, and the warrior forced him to speak. The young man wanted to know what was happening here, and no excuses will work. All control over the entrance to the dungeon belongs to its owners, and this dungeon belonged to their guilds. In addition, it was necessary for the installation in such a deep place of explosives for a couple of days, and they hardly did not know about it. The hero immediately made it clear to the head of the expedition that he would not believe any of his lies. Therefore the man had nothing left but to admit, but he still cried and explained that the truth knew nothing. If it were not for the League of Hyun, this explosion would have killed them too. The leader did not understand how the warrior no longer believes them, given that they were also not killed. Then the hero realized that he gave enough time to this man, and decided to use his submission on him. The young man warned that this is the first time he uses the skill in public. However, even if the consciousness of a man is completely destroyed, he himself is to blame for this. Soon the man's gaze began to gradually cloud. He personally admitted what their guild was doing. For example, she supported Twilight from the very base. Their main task was to maintain the authority of Twilight on the islands. But not so long ago, an unknown man in sunglasses came to them and began to walk around the office as if it were his house. Then he introduced himself as a messenger Pak Tahhun and warned that they had to contact the head. But the organizer had no idea how this person was connected with Twilight, and never a video of a person who introduced himself as a Hanin. However, the man definitely felt an incredible aura emanating from him. He looked at the chapter frighteningly and explained that they needed his help. The chapter also said that after that they received an order from Twilight implicitly to comply with Galen's requests. Their task was to bring opponents to the dungeon in the indicated time. It was assumed that they would do all the work themselves. The hero understood that no enemies would go far inside the dungeons. They should be somewhere near the cave, once blue explosives. Therefore the warrior tried to concentrate. He hoped that the opponents were still in the dungeon and did not run away, because the young man could no longer wait for a meeting with these people. After which the hero turned to one of the hunters. He ordered him to leave right now. He blocked the road. When the man did not obey the first time, the warrior activated his strength on him, controlling his mind. After making sure that he jumped away, the hero shot at a stone wall. As soon as the dust was scattered, it became clear that the hero made a passage by which he could go to the retreating group of mercenaries. Obviously, many were amazed at the hero's similar ability, because it was not even like magic. But the main thing was that they could return and get out from under the blockages of the cave alive. However, the hero warned that the hunters would be forced to stay here. After all, it is always necessary to pay for his sins, and he was not going to spare them. Then the young man began to spread his aura around, and then he filled up the way out, which he had just cleared. Obviously, the hunters cried, asking the hero for help, and believed that they did nothing bad. But the warrior did not see anything terrible in their fate, because he lived in a cave for 10 years. Now they could try to do the same. In addition, the hero was even grateful for such an opportunity to beautifully destroy them. But first of all, it was necessary to say hello to that guy, Gowlin. The battle of the deputy chapter was still ongoing, and she clearly did not expect such a skill from her enemy. He had a killer's skill, cloning. It became obvious that the training benefited him. The guy immediately realized that the deputy chapter clearly underestimates him, and recommended that the mistress began to wipe the blood to begin with, and also advised her to use her trump card, because he believed that she could not win without him. However, the woman only laughed. She believed that time for her trump card has not yet come. In addition, this skill was too valuable. She did not want to spend it on some pawn of her enemy. After all, even if he does not use his trump card, this boy cannot be defeated for anything. Getting angry with such neglect, the deputy Pak Tahhun immediately attacked the girl, and she decided to demonstrate to him how real killers fight. Jiha used a poisonous kiss of the Dark King. She wanted to show the enemy why she was called the Moonlight of the Bloody Path. In order to apply his skill, Jiha had to move away from the main field of the battle. Therefore, she moved away, after which she made a couple of maneuvers in order to break away from the enemy. However, he still did not lag behind, continuing to chase her. Then he even provoked an explosion, dropping the mistress away and forcing the girl to fly in a free flight. The enemy decided to get to her, because in this situation only he controlled the fall. Thanks to such tactics, Jiha saw that this guy was clearly a fanatic of Pak Tahhun. At least he turned out to be as persistent as the head of Twilight. However, It accelerated right in the middle of the fall, thus interrupting all the clones. But the real enemy at that time was behind her, and he used his skill of origin called a poisonous spear. The hand that became a weapon strove straight to the girl's body. She managed to defend herself with her daggers in the last second. However, they immediately began to hiss from the poison. Quickly descending to the ground, Jiha realized that this substance literally corroded her weapon. This meant that one mistake, and it could die. But this did not bother her, because the battle was really bewitching. Although the deputy had to drop his weapons, she admitted that the enemy's battle style has changed dramatically. She will have to cut off. However, suddenly the enemy calmly thanked Jiha for what she did. Once the girl showed him how to become stronger, although she did not remember this herself. Having taken out a new weapon, the woman realized that with this caustic poison, she needed to be extremely careful and cannot be hesitated. However, she could not recognize where the real body was among the clones. At that moment, the guy decided to remind Jiha when she presented him with a similar lesson. He gave her the last chance so that the deputy used his game of shadows. However, Jiha insisted on her she would not use the trump card, will save it for someone else. This skill was definitely not intended for this boy. The lady understood that in no case should I use the game of shadows, because she still needs the forces to battle with Pak Tahhun. Such neglect greatly angered the enemy. He instantly reduced the distance between them with one goal, to kill the girl, and instantly pierced her chest with his hand. Then the woman finally remembered when they met and fought for the last time. Then, having defeated all her enemies, she laughed at the guy for trying to copy her daggers. Jiha was disappointed that Pak Tahhun tried to replace her with this guy. Then the deputy began to look around in search of the head of the Twilight. However, when she did not see him, she only sadly said that he was also a bastard. Although she considered his new toy miserable, he did not interfere with her existence. He annoyed the only problem with all his appearance. The girl even at some point decided to help him, to tell what the killer needs to do in order to become stronger. A person must sincerely try to kill someone. So he needed to find a person that he would sincerely hate so much that he would be ready to kill this person. Soon, Jiha heard a noise behind her, and realized that the reinforcement of Pak Tahhun had already found her. For this reason, she left the boy alive, explaining that she most wants to kill a person who has arrived here. Therefore, the death of a young hunter is postponed later. Finally, the deputy nevertheless decided to say that he absolutely has no talent. It was better for him to quit this business and start living from a clean sheet, because she believed that he was simply not created for such. The girl trampled his pride, as if completely erased the fact of his existence. After all these insults, he began to study from the very beginning and completely changed the battle style. All in order to once again meet Jiha and kill her again. Although she was from the enemy guild, the guy continued to respect her. Imagine his disappointment when he was disgraced by the man to whom he admired. However, Ji was still right thanks to the desire to kill her. He became much stronger. Only after these words did the girl finally remember that case. She was amazed that the boy so much wanted to surpass her. This meant that he learned her lesson. However, the guy missed one moment. She then asked him to quit this lesson. Only at this moment the young man realized that all the deceptive clones were destroyed. He could not understand how he managed to establish so at that moment when his revenge was supposed to be done. Meanwhile, Jiha decided to give him another advice. The killer shows his true face only once, when he already kills his opponent. Then she looked at the guy with extreme despair. The woman was disappointed that he was so enjoyed by his imaginary victory. However, all this turned out to be only an illusion that she created specifically in order to mislead him. Obviously, the deputy considered him a real idiot, since he believed in this lie. Soon, Pak Tahhun himself appeared on the side of his assistant. He noticed that Jiha should evaluate the fact that the boy became strong enough for such phantoms. The lady only smiled, because finally a man appeared, whom she so much wanted to kill. At this time, the villain asked the girl's opinion about the play that he played. However, the woman had mixed feelings about it. Just in case, she only warned her ex-friend. He should not wait for a slight death, because she would torture him for a long time and painstakingly. In principle, it was exactly what he wanted to hear from her. After all, the man also had been waiting for this moment for many years. After which, both concentrated energy around them. At this moment, the girl applied her game of shadows in order to start this battle. At that moment, the hero finally got out of the dungeon. He immediately tried to call Ji. However, the subscriber was inaccessible. He was constantly offered to leave a voice message. Obviously, Chana Shinhyun considered that the girl was busy. However, the warrior urgently needed to tell her about what happened to him. The enemies who all this time were waiting for the hero near the portal understood who he wanted to contact. However, getting out of the shelters explained that she would hardly answer. Her team is now in the dungeon, and by this time everyone should be dead. In addition, even in caves, mobile signals do not reach well. Then Galen introduced himself as one of the arrivals from Murim. He also hoped that his appearance could satisfy the curiosity of the guy. However, the hero clearly did not believe the words of this guy that he had come from Murim. But now it was more important how he knew about the attack on the dungeon Li Ji. In principle, Jaolin could answer his questions if the warrior were at least a little polite. He asked the boy to ask a question more to bend. However, Qin Hyun considered this information not too important. In addition, instead of politeness, he could simply make the enemy tell everything he needs. As soon as the hero spread his mortal energy around, Galen was convinced of how amazing this person. Rumors did not lie. The young man is really able to control the magic at such a high level that the enemy of goosebumps ran through the skin. Surely martial arts united with magic. However, Galen was also not so simple. He instantly activated a special seal around him. And the Hin Hyuna, he realized that it was a gravitational trap. In principle, the warrior was approximately right. The enemy warned that as the trap has been acting, the guy did not realize that she was completely different from the one that he had to see to that. After all, this was his greatest creation. He united the gravitational dimension trap and his own magic into a single whole. After that, Galen finally activated the heavenly golden seal. The enemy forced the hero to freeze in place, while all the attacker's friends attacked a warrior. However, Qin Hyun first considered it some cheap tricks, until suddenly he felt that his body was numb. He could not even move to a millimeter. However, the young man saw that the enemies were flying right on him, and the body became much harder. The hero could not afford to lose. Therefore, now he fought with his bare hands against these people. But when he had already inflicted the first blow, he realized what was a snag. In this field, he could not use his internal energy. For this reason, everything that remained for him is to build a barrier around him. After that, the warrior was already able to carefully look at his enemies while his barrier was slowly cracking. He realized that all the people in front of him were clearly persons who arrived from Murim. Jaolin mocked the hero, seeing his desperate face. He also explained that his heavenly golden press absorbs all the energy of the warrior, and all this power was transmitted to his subordinates. So it doesn't matter how much the Tyre Hyun was strong, he certainly could not win, because the stronger he was, the stronger his subordinates became. For this reason, the power that he has accumulated will kill him. However, the hero only laughed as Galen talks a lot. He was already tired of listening to the enemy in these couple of minutes, and explained that such a trap would not break him. After all, he was not just the name of the immortal emperor of the sword. The warrior was ready to show how weak Gaolin was before true power. From Murim, the guy knew that the true law was created by natural objects or amulets placed in the correct order. This is something similar to a new space. Zhuge Liang was a legendary strategist and master of formation. He could call the wind and lightning with his octagonal method, which could destroy the whole army, leaving no one alive. This truly powerful person was comparable to God, and it seems Gaolin admired him. Even after returning from Murim, he honed his art. If you believe the rumors, then Zhuge Liang could also be compared with the deity. However, the hero seems to have managed to get everything out in the very first minute. He understood why this technique was called a heavenly golden seal. After all, the gold here meant energy, and the enemy used the game of words in the name. For this reason, when the enemies again attacked him, the warrior was not at all scared. He just froze them, so that they froze in place. Then he apologized for the fact that they had to wait a little more while he finally finishes his formation. Gaolin became a witness to how Chana Hyun created a new law that he had never heard of before. Obviously, the enemy was struck by the fact that someone found the weakness of his formation. This was literally impossible, because the hero managed to change the law on the go, but he did not even notice how the stranger introduces adjustments. After everything was finished, the cup of Shin Hyun sincerely praised Gaolin for a good job. Then I decided to find out what sect these guys belonged to. His guesses fell to the magicians of the devilish cult, which contradicted Confucianism. Although the hero also did not really know about them, their energy was very similar to representatives of this cult. In addition, although they possessed martial arts, they certainly were not returned from Murim. Their skills were also mediocre, too rude performance for a person who was in that world. And of course, the most important thing is that the harmony of pure art did not resonate with them. This was the main confirmation. Jialin only laughed. This Tishin Hyun was really good. The enemy slapped his hands and explained that the warrior really unraveled everything. Indeed, unlike those who arrived from Murim, his fighters were artificial people. The young man heard about this when he studied martial art. Usually such people lived in someone else's flesh and transferred their energy. However, it seemed to him that it was unreasonable to do such a person with the level of Jiaolin. But even so, it seemed to the hero that he still did something else. Otherwise, he simply would not have enough strength to give his energy to so many people. If all of them were created in the usual way, then the ManHUA would feel the difference. Therefore, the warrior was sure that it was either the magic of a demonic cult or the magic of earthly magicians, and he turned out to be right. All these people were loafers, whom the enemy processed in useful subordinates. It cost many lives of innocent people. However, the speed of research was higher, with several thousand experimental. As a result, Jiaolin received subordinates comparable to high-level adventurers. Therefore, the enemy was sure that even despite all the strangers of the hero, he would still squeeze all the juices out of him. ManHUA was already more interested in the fact that Galen used people as a sacrifice. He realized that this information was enough from him, because the warrior had already enjoyed all the tricks. Now his time has come seriously. Suddenly, Galen felt a resonance on his body. The hero already calmly explained that he had arrived to deal with demons and their followers. He did not feel any pity, even if he had broken or tore on pieces of these people. Now the warrior has begun his own hunt, hunting for demons. Obviously, Galen lost his temper, not understanding how such a bastard dared to say this. Then he concentrated and created a new formation. At this moment, the subordinates were able to move again. They began to feel energy again, and they literally howled with joy. However, at that moment, their fate was a foregone conclusion. After all, they were all in a trap created by the hero, after which he had only a blow with his foot on the ground, so that the formation of a gold color was stained in blue. Jiaolin did not even have time to do anything. As his magic dissipated, the bodies of subordinates began to burn in fire. All that the unfortunate could do was ask their elder to save them. At that moment, the hero calmly passed them and explained that it was a technique of fiery gold. As you know, fire always melts metal. The understanding of the 5 elements was the basis of the foundations. He removed the essence of energy and replaced gold, correcting it. In Murim, the warrior also studied such information a little, so Gaolin's skills were simply insignificant for him. However, he had a little fun to see what he was capable of. Obviously, Jiaolin finally lost all the faith in himself, because he spent his whole life in research and experiments, and the hero literally trampled his pride. It was not clear how the hero generally reached such a level, but Qin Shin Hyun asked him not to be upset, because for a man his level was an honor to fight with someone like an immortal emperor's sword. In addition, in this area, talent was needed. Without talent, you can't achieve much, no matter how hard you try. And now the hero was ready to kill the enemy, because his formation will absorb all the energy of Galen. Since he himself took away the energy of many people, Qian Hyun considered it fair to take it. After which the warrior also applied an absolute order, so that the man tells absolutely everything that was happening to Li Ji now. However, the only thing he saw was that the deputy at that moment was already dead. Li Jia has always been a loner, initially even in Murim. But then she met Pak Tahhun, who was glad to meet another returning one. After that, they united into the team, and the man always sought to protect it, even risking himself. The girl also shared his experiences related to the world of stay in Murim, because he was also injured by one memory of those caves. Initially, Pak Tahhun was very difficult to rely on her help. However, even despite this, he did a lot for her, for which she was grateful. The villain was the first person who really needed her. Now the woman tried to open her eyes. There was only one thought in her head. She should never have been dating with Pak Tahhun. Now this man, who was previously the closest friend, was only mocking her miserable condition. He offered her to get up, because he did not expect that she would arrange a similar battle. Such a mockery finally got a woman out of her temper. Therefore, as soon as she got up, she immediately rushed at her enemy. However, he was a thyroid gland. Therefore, without hesitation, he immediately applied his skill, a reflecting shield. Therefore, as soon as the girl hit him, the power of her blow struck her straight into her body. Fortunately, the blow was a little power. Therefore, she managed to evade him. To do this, she flew up, after which she landed where she would definitely be safe. Pak Tahhun, looking at her, realized that the girl was apparently very tired. In addition, she even used her game of shadows and could not win. Therefore, he simply invited her to give up. The deputy head could not even understand when this moron became so strong. She too did not bother all this time and continued to train hard. However, their level was obviously different. To begin with, where the Jiha decided to find out the answer to the question that bothered her for a long time. Why were the guys with whom they started their way? Pak Tahhun was clearly tired of listening to the same questions. He suggested asking about something more interesting. Such a neglect of the death of her friends caused her righteous anger. She recalled that the villain always avoided an answer regarding this matter, so this time she had to hear him. And as the reason for their death, Pak Tahhun called their weakness. He believed that this was part of human nature, to desire to trample the one who is weaker. A similar answer caused the girl only a nervous smile. She realized that she was a miserable crazy, thinking that the conversation with Pak Tahhun would give at least some answers. The woman was very tired of hearing the same thing, and invited them to finish this battle. She was so angry that she wanted only one thing: to kill a person in front of her at all costs. Therefore they agreed, investing in full, and the clash of their strength was made by a huge explosion. At this moment, the hero was not far from the previous place of battle. Looking at the phone, he was looking for a place on a map called Tebexen. Galen said that his guild served as a heavenly warrior, so this made it clear that he was the same cut as Pak Tahhun. The hero would like to know more information from him, but he died because he was a real weakling. However, from this wimp, the warrior learned the whereabouts he needed. It was 450 kilometers in a straight line. He immediately remembered the magic of teleportation, which was shown to him by the leader of the group. This was the only way to get there. At his current level, he could get there in 20 minutes. Therefore, I decided not to worry about it. In addition, he and Jiha were just business partners. And even if she is in danger, he was not obliged to go to the rescue. In Murim, it was routine to kill and die, so he was unlikely to have any reasons to save her. However, suddenly the hero recalled the offer of this girl. She wanted to invite a warrior to a date. Together they drank tea silver needles. And also how she scolded him, and tried to finally establish her relationship with her sister. And even despite the fact that they were in the union, she was sincerely grateful for any help rendered to him. Remembering all this, the hero was literally stupefied. He did not understand why the memories were spinning in his head. It even seemed to him that he was crazy. After all, it was previously convinced that there is nothing more important than his life and the life of his sister. And imperceptibly for himself, another person was added to this list. Therefore, the young man immediately rushed from his place, going in her direction, and he only begged for her to wait a little more. We will move to the very mountain region of the Tebexen. There, as if nothing had happened, the destroyer directors rested. They were amazed that their affairs went so smoothly. In addition, they rejoiced that they joined the Twilight, because their salary was 3 times higher than the previous one, and the work was not very difficult. Nevertheless, one of them was still wondering what was on the mind of that madman. It was about the Cha Juno. They were lucky that their master knew that such a monster would join Dawn. However, the director believed that with a well-thought-out plan, the hero was probably already dead. In addition, even if he survived, he could not get here from the very island of Jeju. Oh God, how mistaken they were. Both at one point felt a huge murderous aura that even animals felt. They immediately began to fly away from their seats. It was like a foreboding of something terrible. It looked strange, because the region was quiet, and here nothing of the kind could happen at all. Therefore, they wondered where they got such a terrible foreboding. Soon the traders saw the one who was this fault. Obviously, as soon as the hero held out his ominous hands to them, they immediately realized who came after them. Therefore, they did not have time to do anything, and in principle, even if desired, could not. The whole forest was filled with screams. Pak Tahhun did not know that soon his plan would be coming to an end. He continued to methodically strike Jiha, mocking the fact that she boasted so much to kill him. But in the end, she could not do anything. All her fusion, it seems, was reduced, or she clearly overestimated her capabilities. At this moment, everything that the girl was under a similar onslaught remained is only defending herself. The deputy fought back, but she suddenly noticed that her blade fell apart. It was very strange, given that it was a blade of a special alloy developed in Murim. This second, Pak Tahhun was enough to grab her. Strongly squeezing her face, he only laughed at the girl who lost control in the battle, and he decided to teach her a lesson so that she was no longer distracted. With his hand, the villain greatly pushed the woman so that she crashed into a rock. Then he calmly approached her weakened body. He was really bored to fight her. In addition, it remained incomprehensible how she wanted to defeat him with such miserable forces. Apparently, the deputy has already shown everything that she has in the arsenal. And Pak Tahhun with his victory finally proved that then, many years ago, he was right. Following a heavenly warrior would be very profitable for a girl, and he decided to give her the last chance to join him. Then they will become so strong that no one dares to threaten them. At this moment, the deputy head became calmer and thanked Pak Tahhun for such a proposal. However, it was better for her to die than to follow him. Therefore, she offered not to hesitate and kill her. Jiha did not share the position of a heavenly warrior that he who is stronger is always right. She was sure that soon Pak Tahhun would also die because he followed like a dog, an heavenly warrior. Obviously, the head of Twilight did not understand that the lady wants to tell him. However, she explained that the whole thing was in the chain of Shin Hyun. He continued to look for a heavenly warrior. His thoughts were scored by revenge. The warrior wanted to take revenge on the one who ruined his life, and would not leave the servant of the heavenly warrior alive. However, one mention of the Hyun Shin of the man caused a mockery in a man. He made it clear that the hero should already be dead. After all, he entrusted his murder to a reliable person, namely Tenjo Guild. They are very strong, as well as Twilight, because they followed the heavenly warrior. The villain did not know that the man he buried was already behind him. He said everything that their union guild was led by the returning from Murim, and they went to the island of Chestu. Each of them was much stronger than a high-level adventurer. So no matter how long the Hyun Hyun is in Murima, he will not survive against this group. However, the hero, getting closer, greeted Pak Tahhun, after which he asked the man to continue his story. Obviously, the head of Twilight lost his temper, not understanding how the warrior came here, because he should have been dead. However, this caused only a grin of the hero, because he was still alive. In addition, a certain gift brought Pak Tahhun. He knew that these people were before dawn. The young man once saw them at the Festival of the Sun, but they interfered with him, so he had to kill them. In addition, the hero heard Lee Jiha's voice. Obviously, he was glad that she was still conscious. However, the hero saw how much she was injured. Her entire armor was in blood. The warrior instantly turned on the mode, kill the one who dared to touch the person close to him. Pak Tahhun at that time wondered how Galen lost to this guy. But the most important thing is how he got here, because he had to stay on the island of Jeju. At this moment, the hero carefully looked around his enemy, and realized that the last time they saw at the very holiday of the sun, as soon as Cheon Hyun began to come closer, frightened, Pak Tahhun immediately applied his reflective shield. However, this could not stop the guy. Therefore, the warrior immediately struck his blow. Despite all the reflected power, she in no way harmed the hero. He, before finally dealing with the enemy, decided to find out if this guy has religion. He even advised now to accept some faith and read the prayer to his god. More precisely, pray for your life. However, Shin Hyun understood that it was unlikely that today the enemy would survive. After hearing, the head of Twilight lost his temper. He immediately activated his space Murim and took out his sword. With this sword, he was able to repel the hero's attack. The already familiar clash of forces occurred again, and the explosion even more than what was during the clash of the head of Twilight with Lee Ji. However, this time the hero calmly survived. Then, using his fast sword, Pak Tahhun decided to cut it into pieces. And the warrior decided to calmly evade, soared into the sky and decided to tell his story. After all, from the very beginning of getting into Murim, he almost died. As a sign of politeness, the young man decided to use his martial arts against Pak Tahhun and prepared a new skill, 100 descending dragons. It would seem that the head of Twilight did not even see such a skill before. However, this was not all that the hero prepared for him. He strengthened this attack with an additional skill, the soaring dragons of the sky. Looking at the approaching blue energy, Pak Tahhun noticed that it was not like ordinary martial art, where they used body energy. It was something much more powerful. Obviously, he wondered how the guy managed to master such a technique. He was very sorry that this person got the like. However, the villain was sure that with the help of his master he would never lose. Therefore the same, using the red aura in the form of fire. She tried to completely suppress the energy used by the hero. Soon, Lee Jiha finally recovered and began to look around to understand what happened after the explosion. Now she did not see neither the cup of Hyun nor Pak Tahhun. They were just boldly with an explosion. However, soon the lady heard a familiar voice behind her. It was the head of the guild, who came as a reinforcement and was very glad to see the deputy alive. Seeing him, the girl immediately jumped and ran to the head. The woman decided to find out what happened to the rest of the team. The chapter had to report with great regret that everyone was dead. In general, only he was left of all the survivors. At that moment, even Pak Tahhun was already coughed with blood. He barely managed to survive after such a blow, because Shin Hyun had a destructive force that exceeded all his expectations. At this moment, two more his assistants joined the leader. They wanted to know why such a huge piece of land was destroyed, and considered that Lee did Jiha. At that moment, a hero who heard a familiar voice came to them. He calmly greeted his old opponents, Chveji Hyun and Ryu, the son of Gon, or, as he was also called, a fiery magician. Obviously, the second could not believe that the hero got here and did not even look tired. The head of the guild at that time was well aware that the situation is critical, because he does not have time to recover. He needed at least a little more time. And all that he came up with this to use his subordinates in order to win. Therefore, the man immediately ordered these two to immediately kill the warrior. He lied to them and suggested that most likely the hero weakened due to the use of the skill. It was the perfect chance. However, the hero, looking at them with regret, understood that today 2 more corpses would increase in this battle. All that Pak Tahhun said before was a lie. The chapter knew the best that the hero was not tired at all. However, the head still threatened his subordinates that he would kill them if they did not attack. Therefore, frightened, they immediately listened to his order. Both decided to take revenge on what happened at the Festival of the Sun. Therefore, they decided to attack together. Thus, the villain won himself a little more time. He needed to recover as soon as possible. At this time, Lee Jiha, along with the head of the guild, fled to the place of the explosion that occurred recently. Obviously, the deputy told the leader that the tea of Shin Hyun came to help them, although she pretended that he did not know how he got so quickly from the very island of Jeju. However, running closer, both were horrified. The hero stood above the corpses and felt great relief. He recalled how he's stuck in a cave because the head of Twilight decided to kill him. Then he even had to teleport here in a hurry, moving above the sea and mountains. And now the young man knew very well that his opponent was trying to recover at the expense of the life of his assistants, and asked him to go out and stop Sorry to hide. The head and deputy chapter were amazed that Shin Hyun managed to defeat 2 in such a short period of time. At this time, the hero was looking for Pak Tahhun, since before that he had already had a bite of his subordinates, and now the time has come for dessert. At that moment, Pak Tahhun himself panicked, not understanding why he had not recovered. Although it became obvious, even if he recovers, he will not be able to win. The hero was not only jokingly called a real monster, but suddenly the Lord got into his head. He asked Pak Tahhun not to worry about anything, because his time came to wake up and act. This meant that he would make his subordinate more. So the heavenly warrior asked the villain to give up the fullest and fight for his life. Immediately, the guy's consciousness was filled with some kind of evil. The whole body was overwhelmed with energy. Now he was sure, with the newly acquired power, he could definitely defeat the hero. Hyun was clearly surprised that some trump cards were soldered at the head of Dusk. In addition, the warrior was surprised that he was still clinging to his life. However, he could still promise that today the enemy would definitely die. The heavenly warrior with a smile turned to Pak Tahhun, his loyal instrument. He explained that they had almost reached the goal, so they had to reach the end. The hero had to jump from the ground into the air in order to carefully look at the situation. He realized that this was clearly not the original power of the head of Twilight. Most likely, this power was obtained from the necklace that dangled on his neck. In addition, at first glance it was noticeable that the boy became also quite fast. The warrior was even a little excited before their battle. Therefore, I decided to use my weapons for the first time, because I understood that he would deal with the power of a heavenly warrior. He considered it a great honor for Pak Tahhun, because for the first time in a long time he took his sword from the scabbard. At this moment, the hero and Pak Tahhun used their skills in origin. Looking at his determination, the warrior was even more filled with enthusiasm. Finally clashed in battle. The self-confident head of Twilight immediately attacked the guy using sweeping blows. The hero, looking at this, was not even going to avoid a blow. Everything he hoped for was that the enemy's weapon would withstand his blow. After that, the young man moved forward with lightning speed, repulsing the attack. And after the first blow, the enemy's sword split into small pieces. But in the battle, losing your weapon is true death. In addition, Shin Hyun saw that the toy on the neck of the guy also began to discharge. Therefore, he decided to demonstrate a few more skills to him. One of them was his attack. She was strong enough to open her face Pak Tahhun. However, Shin Hyun did not allow him to die, because the warrior still had many questions for this person. The first of them was, who is hiding under the personality of the heavenly warrior? Only because the hero wanted to find out the answer to this question, Pak Tahhun was still alive. Otherwise, the young man would have killed him even when he only touched his sister. Therefore, now the warrior has applied absolute control on it, and he made me admit to tell everything about the heavenly warrior he follows. What the hero recognized struck him. The heavenly warrior. This was the person who sent them to Murim. After that, golden signs from that world began to dance around them. Before the hero could look back, these signs blocked his path. Then chains appeared from them. Only then did Pak Tahhun explain that his lord lived in the body of his own subordinates. Immediately after this, the chain was connected by the body of the warrior and dragged into the unknown. When the hero woke up, he was in an unknown space. He was attached and was again in a cave which, for many reasons, did not like. Obviously, the warrior was hard to believe that he was again here. He considered it a nightmare and began to panic very much. However, the young man soon heard a familiar voice. Pak Tahhun, or rather, a heavenly warrior sitting nearby. explained that it was his world of the soul created with the help of the Sword of the Soul. However, Ko Shin-hyun was the first to be invited to his world, so we could assume that this was their first meeting face-to-face. The hero was clearly angry from one thought that he was going to hold him here. However, Pak Tahhun only laughed and warned that the entire space here was made from the soul of the sword, so it would be difficult to get out of here. He offered the warrior to just calm down. Only after these words did the hero realize that he was not at all the head of Twilight. Only looking at the skills of the enemy's sword, he could make the assumption that he was the same heavenly warrior, the one who occupied the body of Pak Tahhun. The god Murim himself realized that the poor of Shin-hyun had too many questions. Therefore, since it was a rather rare meeting, he allowed the young man to ask anything. In return, the enemy promised to sincerely answer all his questions. However, the first thing the hero decided to find out was to have fun to watch the heavenly warrior to the man who fell into the terrible world. Behind a person who is always lonely and death guards around the corner? Was it fun to observe how he lived, not knowing whether his family was alive or not? After all, the warrior was convinced. The heavenly warrior saw all his 140 years of pain and suffering. Therefore, he now wanted to know whether he had fun to observe all this. However, the answer clearly struck the hero. The heavenly warrior all this time was rather boring. So much that he almost died of this boredom. But he patiently waited only to see how the level of the Hyun tires rises. However, the enemy could not understand why the hero still remained a man, because he suffered so much in that world, experienced all the hardships, but even so remained human. Obviously, Cha Juno could not understand what was being discussed at all. Then he laughed like a crazy one. His laughter echoed the cave. Qin Shin-hyung sincerely disappointed in himself that he really wanted a meeting with a heavenly warrior in order to get answers. However, now he was in the situation when he did not even want to think about his words. But now he had one desire for which he was ready to take revenge. After all, his life was ruined, and the warrior could not just forget this. He was so angry that he even broke the chains holding him back, and he directed his blow straight into the chest of the enemy. About the same thing happened in reality. When he finally got rid of the spell, he counterattacked Pak Tahhun. For this was the last attack that he could withstand. Immediately after that, the amulet hanging on his neck fell apart into the smallest fragments. Pak Tahhun himself fell lifelessly to his knees. And then the hero heard someone's voice. The heavenly warrior asked the guy to open the door to ascension and go beyond the human framework. Otherwise, he will lose everything. As soon as Qin Hyun-won, Lee Jiha and the head immediately ran up to him. However, the associates stopped, never daring to approach. They saw that the cup of Shin-hyun was in a real rage. Therefore, they decided to give him a little time in order to recover. Events moved the next day. Then the assistant chapter received a notification. They were reported that the master died at the hands of the Guild Dawn. For this reason, Twilight announced complete surrender. Most of the high-level hunters, including Pak Tahhun, were killed. The remaining survivors tightened their tails and fled. This accelerated the process of joining dusk to dawn. At this time, the chief secretary of Dawn, the one who was beaten by Trader's director, continued to work even in a hospital bed. After all, he knew that the guild would be difficult without him. In fact, although everyone considered him dead near the portal, all this time he only pretended to be dead during the attack, and at the same time he continued to heal himself. So with its help, the problem of integrating two large guilds was successful. However, soon, a panic began in the Guild of the Dawn, because the head had to hold his solemn speech 10 minutes later. There was already a press conference, and the leader still could not get together with his thoughts. All his screams and discontent were well audible. The deputy head and hero sat in the office, listening to all this. The warrior even experienced some déjà vu. After drinking tea in order to avoid an awkward silence, he realized that it was the same drink, silver needles. Having discussed a little taste of this soothing tea, the lady decided to explain the cup Hyun to the current situation. The picture was formed so that due to the peace agreement, Twilight merged with Dawn. However, there were still part of the hunters with whom it was hard to agree, but the hero understood that no matter how Dusk to the last tried to resist, so that the whole world would not recognize their crimes, they would have to obey. In principle, whether Jiha also understood this. However, the woman honestly admitted a little disappointed. She knew Pak Tahhun as a man who had a hard life, and obviously did not expect him to die. Remembering Pak Tahhun, the hero also remembered the heavenly warrior, that order to the hero to open the ascension door. This meant that his condition was next to this very ascension. If he does not discard his humanity, he will lose everything. So he told him, the heavenly warrior. Although the guy seemed strange and even angered that some rat in the dark dared to threaten him. Therefore he vowed to himself that next time, he would definitely not let him be alive. While the young man was thinking about this, Jiha noticed what a frightening aura came from the hero. However, she decided to translate the topic and invited him to look at another interesting thing. Putting the cube on the table, she explained that it was a secret safe found in the room of the head of Twilight. He did not open, and did not break apparently, was protected by some magic. The warrior was clearly interested in this trinket. He had no habit of touching someone else's, but it was also a pity not to see such a valuable thing of the deceased. With the help of his magic from Murim, he was able to remove the spell, after which the safe himself opened. Jiha could not understand how the hero managed to shoot magic. But, as it turned out, a protective formation was imposed on him, and not so heavy. Inside, he found confirming documents, which were also carefully stored. Therefore, opening them, the young man immediately decided to get acquainted with everything. However, Jiha immediately took the folder. She already saw these documents. Having run along the lines, she realized that they spoke about the secret agreement between the Gildia Chongo and Pak Tahhun. He involved the transfer of all North Korean dungeons in favor of Chongo in case of their cooperation with Twilight. The warrior only managed to reflect on this, as his phone suddenly rang. It was Kim Ki-yul, who wanted to know how the head of the martial arts guild was doing. He also reported that, as he asked for a Lechen Hyun, they remained in front of the entrance to the dungeon. All the members of Sumdado who attacked him were captured and arrested. There was a real chaos inside the dungeon, so the guy was worried that explosives were used against the hero. Or there was something that was clearly beyond his imagination. The leader also hoped that the head would return soon. Otherwise his sister would be even angrier, because she screamed for 5 hours without stopping. Only when he heard about this the hero hung up, amazed at what his sister was a bucket. At this point, Jiha read the documents and explained that there were also some records of Tenjo's guild. Although the records were not so detailed, it was also about 4 returning from Murim, except for Gaolan himself. There was their personal information in the folder. It is known that these masters reached the 50th level, so the Chin of Hyun quickly realized why the guild was called Chongo. After all, this means gifted by the sky itself. It also became clear that all 4 were the most fanatics. Hearing this, the hero immediately rose, because now he had the next goal. He had to find all members of the Guild of the Heavenly Warrior and use their own poison against themselves. Indeed, in the world of Murim, it was ordinary to be absorbed by someone stronger. Soon, one of his enemies learned about what was happening with Twilight. The allies who joined the organization, namely Twilight with Gaolan, also lost contact. For 36 hours, they did not answer, so it became obvious that they had failed. In principle, the guy was not surprised that Pak Tahhun lost. However, he was very surprised by the defeat of Gaolan. All 10 reserves who approached the Masters of Cultivation have also lost their connection. So, apparently, Pak Tahhun was right. It is impossible to underestimate the chalk of Shin Hyun. As for the level of martial arts of the hero, he must have stayed in that world for at least 75 years. That is, he was somewhere at 68th level. However, the enemy was not at a loss. He only asked his assistant to learn more about the hero. It was necessary to avoid direct contact, do everything smoothly and slowly. External and internal levels did not matter, because the victory could be achieved not only by one level of power. Events returned to the island of Chestu, to the headquarters of the Tamra Guild. There, Cha Juno had a serious conversation with his brother, warning what would happen if from that moment he runs away without her. She promised that she would kill him. And all that remains the hero is only to apologize. Observing everything that was happening, the leader of the group and the head of the guild asked the girl to calm down, realizing that the hero probably had the cause of such a disappearance. The warrior was only embarrassed that upon arrival with a complex mission, he immediately met not the best greeting. It was also pleased that now the most popular topic was integration with Twilight. The head took the initiative in this matter. Jiha, in turn, decided to dig more information about the Chongo Guild, because there is a risk that they will hide all traces. Therefore, she decided to personally take up this business. Therefore, the hero decided to just relax, because, it would seem, he did not make sense to look for anything. Of course, it would be much easier if he took up this business himself. But he had the most important task in the future, to take revenge. Suddenly, the head of the island rose and came closer to the hero. Having bowed, he apologized for guilty in all the situation. The leader did not expect to be traitors in the guild of the Chestu. He brought his sincere apologies and wanted to know how he could make amends before the warrior. However, the guy honestly admitted that he still doubts their unity and fidelity. Still among them, there could be traitors. Before that, the hero tried to believe them, but now all his faith has disappeared. But he promised that until they openly opposed him, he would not consider them enemies. Therefore, the warrior invited them to simply lower this moment. This was obvious to them with great happiness. After which the hero made a rather unexpected offer. They could stand under the leadership of the guild Dawn, because their unification with the guilds of the Chestju could quite legally become part of their composition. At first they claimed that they did not want to accept one of the sides of these feuds, but now their battle was completed, so the hero invited them to go under the wing of Dawn. In the end, only the forces of the island are not enough to contain local dungeons. The man liked this proposal. However, the head immediately explained that this had to be decided by the whole alliance, so he could not immediately answer anything. However, he also realized that for them, it was literally the best deal. Therefore, the leader was insanely grateful to the hero for his offer. Qin of Xinhyun calmly explained that when they are in the same boat, it would be easier for them to trust each other. But in fact, the reason was that if he extends his influence to this island, it would be easier to track down all the traitors from Chongo. The warrior also turned to the leader of the Kim Ki-Julian group in order to find out if there were still dungeons that they agreed on. And at that moment there was only one dungeon left, which was located next to the Halasan mountain. Hearing about this, the hero immediately offered to advance, because now he was still free, and in the future he would have more things to do. Finally they got to the place. The whole group was assembled. The team consisted only of warriors, tanks, and priests, which was a very unusual combination. In addition, the hero surprised why they excluded the magician and archer, and even considered that the cave landscape was waiting for them again. But the point was in the dungeon itself. There were distant attacks based on vision. They were simply useless. Halasan Dungeon is one of the worst on the island. Due to the thick fog above the whole dungeon, there is a haze. It is difficult to determine where who, even if they are near each other. The most dangerous in it is monsters living in that fog. They merged with him, and it is difficult to cope with ordinary physical attacks. Damage can be caused only by attacks of a wide range of the type of sacred magic. In addition, these monsters had extremely high power. They suddenly attacked at the most unexpected moment, like a killer. Therefore, they once even killed the thyroid gland. The information voiced was quite enough as an explanation to the hero to understand everything. He realized that for victory, everything that was needed is just to hit all the monsters well with some skill. Therefore, he decided to finish with unnecessary explanations. The warrior promised that the stripping of the dungeon would pass well, because he would simply apply a little more strength. In principle, no one began to argue with his decision, although it seemed to the shield that the Tishin Hyunu was definitely worth at least listening to all his explanations. However, the head understood that this was a special charm of the hero. At this moment, he was already in the dungeon. The warrior enveloped a very familiar feeling. A light breeze, but there was nothing even nearby. Soon he heard the voice of the head of the island. He was glad that he found the hero so quickly in this fog. Then he asked the guy to stay closer to them, otherwise he could be lost. It was not what he wanted. After this warning, the leader turned to one of his magicians, asking him to involve his magic of light. It was a ball that flew through the air and illuminated their path, so that the progress was safer. However, the hero had a couple of questions to the leader of the group. He wanted to know if there was an absolutely safe zone near the entrance to the dungeon. And as all hunters were known, the appearance of monsters has never happened immediately at the entrance. As soon as the thyroid gland answered this question, the girlfriend who was next to him disappeared. When he looked around, he noticed that absolutely everything disappeared. Initially, it seemed to the hunter that friends were joking over him, but he did not see anything because of the fog. At that moment, the hero was surprised. Why, although they did not move away from the entrance, and the monsters so suddenly attacked. However, it was lucky that the warrior noticed this attack in time, thanks to which he managed to suck on the rescue of a friend. He applied his new impromptu skill, which he called the Good Slap. Obviously, a similar powerful blow quickly attracted the attention of the rest of the detachment. But the warrior calmly summed up that these monsters are materialized straight before the attack. Then the young man heard the sounds of the battle behind him. At that moment, the leader of the detachment entered the battle. He was indignant why the monsters were at the entrance to the dungeon. Then he ordered his comrades to form a system and be on the alert. At this moment, the hero soared into the air, hoping to better see the situation. Then he decided to let the zipper through the fog, which was nearby. How I hit all the monsters that hid in a haze. With the help of his lightning, he literally incorporated them. Then he went down to the ground in order to make sure that the comrades were in order. He also checked the district with the help of search magic. There should be no more enemies, so the team could rest a little. The leader of the expedition could not even believe that Qin Xinhyun managed to understand everything in such a short time. During this period, he only managed to form a plan and approximately estimate the situation. It became obvious that if there weren't a hero here, the group would not stand this onslaught, especially given that this time the monsters attacked even near the entrance to the dungeon. Seeing the thoughtfulness of the chapter, the warrior decided to talk a little with him. Obviously, he immediately left him. The hero decided to discuss again whether there were any attacks at the very beginning of the dungeon. However, the interlocutor was convinced this never happened. They did not clean this dungeon for a long time. He believed that this was the reason. There were too many monsters, so much so that they reached the very entrance. However, the hero understood that it was hardly the case, and he wanted to find out more during the cleansing itself. Soon, having made his way deep into the dungeon, he met new enemies. Therefore, he went straight ahead, destroying everyone in his path. The warrior was not even puzzled by the picking up the stones dropping from their bodies. At this moment, one of the associates decided to find out if everything was in order with the hero. After all, he had been at the forefront for 3 hours. She was worried that he was running out of mana and it was worth resting. But instead, the hero decided to find out whether there was a change from the last time. For example, has the frequency of attacks, the level of monsters, or something like that has changed? There really were changes. There are definitely more monsters in comparison with past raids. The rest was as before. The head of the expedition even suggested that this may be due to the number of people who came this time. However, the hero decided not to draw any conclusions yet. He also scanned the space around and could say that in 4 to 5 kilometers there was something suspicious from here. Soon they will get there, and will be able to see everything themselves. And since they were still in the dungeon, an increase in the level of risk should be normal. However, after the hour of the journey, everyone literally lost speech. Before that, there was a thick fog in the dungeon, and now it was difficult to compare it with anything. It was more like a white wall. In addition, the hero noticed something curious. To begin with, he asked the head of the expedition to throw a dagger into the fog, and he pointed right in front of him to a clot of energy, where it was necessary to aim. When the leader threw a dagger, the warrior, in principle, did not hope much. However, nevertheless, his weapon stuck in some ways. As it turned out, he aimed straight into the eye of the monster. The hero had already praised the man for the fact that he was so well aimed. Then he asked him to get ready. A monster was approaching them right now. Soon the Orientier dagger soared into the sky. And then they saw a giant monster. He was the first to aim at the thyroid gland. Obviously, the defender could not understand why he again became the goal. However, the head of the expedition quickly stood up for his defense. Then he asked the boy to pull himself together and return to duty. After all, they worked in the team, which means that they would cope together. Immediately after these words, everyone took their position and began to attack. The hero did not see the point of helping now, given that they themselves coped well, so he decided to go deeper into the dungeon. Initially, the warrior was waiting for the appearance of another large prey. After all, I once met a similar one day in a dungeon with monsters in Puchon. In addition, he was interested monsters bosses appear from some big gates or just out of nowhere. At that moment, a new enemy began to get out of the darkness to the hero. However, as soon as he dared to seem to be a Chinen Hyuna, he instantly defeated him. He was only enough to put his own fist, when the monster crashed into it then instantly died. The hero does not even pay special attention to this attack. Now the warrior was more interested in the fact that more than 2 types of monsters could not appear in the dungeons. If Jiha finds out what is happening here, her hair will stand on end. However, soon, looking around, the hero noticed bright bluish traces in the distance. Everything indicated that it was a gate or something similar, but approaching closer, he realized that he was mistaken. This energy was like a status window. However, she could not touch her, as if there was nothing to catch on. It became obvious, everything that he could only see her and not to influence. Therefore, the warrior decided to cause his status window. Then he realized that his hand was now passing through the status window. This meant that in this place, there was clearly some unknown energy-piercing matter. At this moment, the head of the expedition appeared, who said that there were no more large monsters nearby. Then the cup of Shin Hyun decided to ask the man, did he see something like a crack here? However, he did not notice anything like this. Therefore, the hero was convinced that only he could see this anomaly. His thoughts instantly returned to the heavenly warrior. It seemed that he was the only person who could arrange such tricks. Somewhere at this time, Jiha was sitting in her office in the Guild Dawn when persistent sounds were heard at the door. The mistress gave a clear order not to enter. However, the chief secretary still came to the documents. Jiha repeated again that she did not need to disturb her now. However, it turned out that the secretary and the first time he heard her words. However, he brought documents that she was waiting for more than anyone else. At first, the deputy was amazed at the arrogance of her head of the secretary, and then honestly admitted that recently at the sight of him, she began to boil inside her. In principle, this was not surprising, because every time he came, he brought a new job with him. But this time it concerned the scene. Unfortunately, the data was disappointing. During the study of the new dungeon, the dead appeared. Although they organized a research group only from medium-sized hunters, it was confirmed that they died, not even managing to use their skills. No matter how you look, it seems that the case demanded an immediate intervention of the deputy, because the dungeon, which appeared this time, seemed incomprehensible. At that moment, the hero finally finished all his affairs, collected all the suitcases, and went to the airport. He was pleased that they finally completed the entire program provided for by the contract. Thus, after the flight, they were at home. Being because of the last boss monster and deep thoughts, the warrior did not immediately notice how his sister called him. She asked him about the stone that his brother twisted in her hands. Having told about the Stone of Skills, the chain of Shinhyun also told that he had fallen out of a large, type foggy monster as a reward. He received it because the chapter considered that if you sell it, then you can earn at least 1,000,000,000 won, and he wanted to thank the hero in this way. The girl also wanted to discuss the appearance of a large monster. She had already heard stories that this happened earlier in the dungeon of Pushon. At least 2 multi-level monsters have already appeared twice. Everything looked as if they were about to destroy the world. But the hero understood that the real problem is not in large monsters, but in the crack that he saw. She missed skills and martial arts, and it was impossible to detect with the help of a feeling of energy. In addition, he was the only one who could see this crack. According to the chapter, perhaps the matter was in unimaginably high perception. But the hero could not draw any exact conclusions. It seemed to him that this was somehow connected with the heavenly warrior. While the warrior again hung in his thoughts, the sister decided to find out whether he met with the deputy head, which obviously quickly brought him to his senses. He tried to explain that this was real nonsense. But, as it turned out, they said so about them everywhere, and even Cha Juno did not hurt to officially start a relationship. In the end, it seemed to her that Jiha perfectly fits the role of a daughter. In law, she was beautiful and talented. Therefore, the girl suggested considering the deputy in this vein. Soon, Jiha visited the long-awaited guest. He greeted the girl, making sure she woke up. She, in turn, with his gaze clouded after sleep, immediately noticed a man with beautiful manners who watched her, drinking tea. Obviously, when the lady finally woke up and saw the hero, he was anxious, especially when she found out that he was waiting for her for an hour. She asked that the next time he at least wake her up, because he was very scared, because he penetrated like a killer. But the hero did not want to wake her up, because she saw that she was very tired. Then the girl shared that the cause of fatigue was medium-sized hunters from Twilight, opposing the Unification. Her head was split from all these problems. She also tried to find out something about Chongo. While there is no news, but they sent the Chinese informant, so she soon expected that some information would appear. However, suddenly the girl stumbled, because of which she almost fell to the floor. But she was lucky. He managed to catch the hero in time. Obviously, both were embarrassed after such proximity. However, the warrior immediately pulled away in order not to confuse the deputy even more. Wanting to smooth out awkwardness, the hero was only surprised. How was such a trained fighter like Jiha so hard to cope with some kind of office work? After which, he decided to ask what seriously the matter was, and the reason was an incomprehensible dungeon. Usually, after stabilizing the level of complexity of the dungeon, she did not use such a name. But this dungeon was really incomprehensible. And she proved this, rolling up the sleeves and showing the wound on her hands. She looked pretty fresh. It was covered with a crust. Hiding this wound from the hero, she said that a dungeon appeared in the Chuncheon, the complexity of which cannot be measured. She went there herself, and the warrior could see the result. The woman even used the game of shadows, but she managed to suppress only one monster. Previously, she had never seen or heard of such a strong dungeon. In addition, the repeated appearance of large monsters. So the rules of the dungeons began to change quickly. Then the hero realized that his report, which he was going to make, would have to be postponed for later. He decided to find out where the place in which she suffered. The warrior wanted to personally go there and make sure of everything. But despite the fact that he said so proudly about this, as soon as he ended up in this incomprehensible dungeon, he realized that he had hurried. At first he was in the fog, now, literally in the volcano. It was hot here, and besides, a caustic smell hung around. But with the help of the perception of energy, he felt that there was something inside the volcano. The warrior even flashed the thought that I had to enter there. The lava began to change, after which the jets of magma began to spray from there. Soon a local resident of this dungeon appeared. It was a huge monster. He was fully created from lava and magma and seemed very angry to uninvited guests. The hero was pleased that the monster himself went to greet him, riding the need to dive into a volcano. It became obvious that it was he who left the burn on Li Ji's body. Therefore, apologizing for anxiety in front of the monster, the warrior prepared for the battle. After all, the monster dared to injure a person close to him, terribly annoyed the warrior. As soon as the lava monster saw his enemy, he immediately reached for him with his fiery hands. His magma was very hot, so that even the flame of the Ryu son of Gok, with whom the hero fought at the Festival of the Sun, stood far aside. Also, looking around the enemy, the hero remembered that he was really quite problematic. It was probably difficult for ordinary hunters to fight in such an environment. Near fight, warriors will not be able to attack because of the heat, and the power of distant attacks simply does not work due to the physique of the monster. For people of this world, it really was an impassable dungeon. Therefore, the hero understood that he needed to deal with this place as soon as possible. To begin with, the warrior decided to break through a huge hole in this monster. However, after a couple of seconds, she began to drag on. It was the worst in this monster, his power of regeneration. About 15 minutes before that, the hero killed him, cut, torn, frozen. The enemy was still intact and unharmed. Therefore, he was interested to know what Jiha did, in order to kill at least one such. Hyun was in a hurry to show off a monster that he did not even think to ask about it. However, suddenly he noticed something strange. His body began to fall apart around the floor. Therefore, it seemed to him that perhaps the body of the giant was holding something. After which, the warrior soared into the air and already from there began to attack. As a result, the tactics were correct. Looking more carefully, he found his core. Of course, he had to tinker with him. However, now the young man approximately dismantled the method of murder. Immediately after that, he received a new notification. Its level increased by 3 units at once, from 53rd to 56. So the hero realized that in this dungeon he should try a bit. He could get good benefit. Late in the evening, the warrior finally left the dungeon. He immediately phoned Li Ji in order to inform him that he had already come out. Obviously, the girl was amazed that everything was in order with him, and everything worked out. However, the hero wanted to turn to her with a request. He wanted him to be lent to him for a while. It immediately became clear that some good thought came to the guy's head. After that, the warrior drew attention to the spy, which all this time was hiding behind a tree. Departing a little at a distance, he explained the essence of his idea, and the lady promised to do everything in her power, and asked the hero to take care of herself. The case that he was entrusted to her concerned the Chinese People's Republic. Soon the hero returned to this dungeon again. However, this time he decided to take his sister with him. While she panicked, he erected 2 barriers around them. Then he pointed the girl to the crystal and asked her to break this thing in front of him. Obviously, the girl was angry that her brother forcibly brought her here in order to fight with strong monsters. However, the hero promised that if she does as he asks, he would not be disappointed. In addition, she only needed to try and destroy the crystal in front of her. As soon as she shot, an explosion occurred, and then the girl also opened the system window. In her case, she raised as many as 5 levels for one shot. It was even more than expected. In addition, given the fact that they hunted together, the experience between them shared. Therefore, the hero realized that this was the perfect dungeon in order to start their pumping. Thus, they worked in pairs. The warrior extracted the nuclei of the monsters. His sister destroyed them. They did this all day, defeating all 13 lava monsters' bosses. Cha Juno could not even fully believe what she saw in front of her when she opened the system. Her level reached the 50th. Therefore, the girl immediately rushed at her brother, scattering in gratitude. Thanks to him, she became a high-level hunter. Her salary will increase. She promised that from now on it would always be considered to be the best brother of Hyun and will spend the rest of his life with him. She even began to chant straight in the dungeon that she has the best brother in the world. Obviously, the hero was embarrassed that his sister began to deify him. However, he was happy that now she would have a decent salary. In addition, only 10 people in Korea received such a high salary. But suddenly Cha Juno was worried. Did not the brother of the experience lose their brother? Nevertheless, to be honest, the hero did the hardest work. However, as it turned out, he pumped with his sister. Now his level reached the 60s, so the warrior did not particularly worry. He became literally a super-level hunter, at a level with the heads of guilds. Also, a reward was relied on for hard work. So he gave her a gift in honor of the fact that she became a new high-level hunter. It was a cube of the skills that he received on the island of Jeju. Obviously, the girl was worried about his price. because one of the most expensive houses in Seoul could be bought for him. However, the hero still wanted to hand this cube to his sister because she should become strong enough to keep his title of high-level hunter, after which the guy decided to leave for a while, because they had one rat here, which he should catch him. At this moment, the spy sat nearby, watching everything with the help of binoculars. He was indignant that Chin Hyun was so strong. He stripped the whole dungeon alone. It seemed to him that the warrior could not be so powerful, and at such a pace they would be in great danger. The enemy was clearly stunned when the hero appeared behind him and meowed. Acting instinctively, he immediately rushed to run away. He was fast enough, he had a good reaction. However, no matter how he tried not to escape from a person with teleportation. Therefore, he had to get a couple of instructive blows. Then the hero raised this guy so that he no longer avoided. The warrior realized that with him, his heavenly harmony of pure art did not resonate. However, it was still interesting for him to know where the enemy learned his martial art. But he continued to be silent, as if his tongue swallowed. Therefore, even more angry, the hero decided to force this fake to answer his questions. After all, he saw a spy desperately followed them since last day. If the hero had not begun to act now, he would probably continue to walk on his heels. Therefore, Ko Shin Hyun hoped that the boy came here ready for death. Immediately, putting a spell on him, he forced the young man to say everything that he knew. The enemy even cried from how much he tried to restrain himself. Soon, moving back home and inviting Li Ji, they talked about everything that happened over the last. The woman realized that the situation is more serious than the alleged. Now the threat was not only in the collapse of the safe zones of the dungeons and the appearance of large monsters, as well as in cracks, which only the cup of Tyre Hyung, but could not contact them. And this is all in addition to those problems with the connection of dusk and abnormalities of the dungeons. Therefore, the girl could not imagine that besides this would fall on their head. However, Ko Yun-sol asked the deputy not to worry, and promised that they would cleanse the incomprehensible dungeon. The hero left the foggy dungeon under the gaze of the guild. There, at the slightest news, they will definitely contact him. However, he was worried that all events occurred at the same time. It was a clear sign of the destruction of the old foundations. In addition, they had enemies from China, and no one knows what dangers are waiting for them ahead. That is why the warrior asked his sister to increase her level. So far, he will continue her training so that she can overcome any danger herself, and she was able to protect themselves from those who will look for them in the future. Lee Jika clearly alerted these words, so the hero honestly admitted that he was watched in a dungeon. As expected, that person was from an enemy gang, but he did not have particularly valuable information. However, he still managed to get something from him. Events moved to one of the Korean hotels in Seoul. There, a member of the guild of Chongjo, a dark team named Jofin, was calm there. He was clearly nervous, because his assistant Liu Wei still did not contact him. The man even suspected that something could happen to him. But suddenly the rooms of the rooms knocked on the room, asking for the door to open. It only angered a man even harder. He demanded that these people leave. However, after that the knock became even more persistent, and then the door was simply knocked out. Jufan immediately grabbed the knife in order to punish this madman, and he threatened that the guest urgently needs to go away if he does not want to see all his entrails from the outside. But his guest was clearly not simple. He only scolded Jofan for starting to scream at him from the very threshold. Then he also calmly apologized to the broken door. It was our hero who was looking for a man named Jofin. Then it became obvious that the subordinate failed his mission, and the warrior, as if nothing had happened, decided to find out where their boss was, and why now the enemy was not with him. One of the dark team was delighted with this issue. Thank God, Chain Hyun has not yet reached the leader. Therefore, Jofin managed to press the alarming button on his phone. Immediately after that, a signal was heard around the whole floor, and the guy throwing the phone immediately took out his sword. Although he did not know how the hero managed to get here, the enemy was sure that he certainly would not get out of here alive. After all, one could say that he literally dug his grave when he came here. The first thing all warriors of reinforcements gathered behind him, he felt that they all studied martial arts with the help of magic. For that, they were also members of the dark team. For the hero, they were not a problem. He pressed on their pain points, thus reducing blood flow. The first man of which he attacked is numb and then stopped seeing anything. The hero also explained to the soldiers that he was too lazy to interrogate them too lazy. However, since they studied martial arts, they probably had to see the Murim status window. Recently, the warrior has been used only by hunters' skills. His body is rusting at this pace. Therefore, he wanted to get a little bitter. He asked the opponents to wide open his eyes and peer out the status window, because this would show them the end of the world. Immediately after these words, there was an explosion in the corridor. People just flew out of the room. Then the hero decided to go check the situation. It turned out in the corridor he was waiting for the crowds of hunters who came to the help. He realized that for sure they did not see his power. Therefore, I decided to show once again what he was capable of. The warrior began to attack everyone so that they could look at his window mirror. He hoped that everyone saw the same thing as him. In addition, the young man by heart knew what should have been written with them, because he carefully watched them. In addition, he was very exciting, because before he did not meet people who could also see him. Soon Jofan was left completely alone. Therefore, the hero warned that if he did not want to see the window of the end of the world, then he needs to tell where his bastard boss Huihai was. Finally, their boss appeared. He ranked third in the dark team. His name was Weihai. When he looked around the corridor, he was surprised that there was absolutely no one. In addition, it was suspiciously quiet, which did not happen before. Therefore, the man immediately grabbed the phone in order to contact Jofan. He did not notice how the hero appeared behind him. He decided to quickly conduct him. First of all, the warrior immediately tried to hit the guy who barely managed to evade. In the same, Jofan listened to his last sighs to the melodic music of the call of his master. Seeing everything that the hero is capable of, he realized that their master needs to escape as soon as possible, because he certainly will not survive here. Immediately jumping, Weihai decided to find out how the warrior managed to get here. And Qin Hyun, it seems, sincerely did not understand why he looked so surprised. When the enemy took out his blade, the hero was even disappointed that everyone here was so gloomy and hostile. Finally, Weihai decided to find out what the hero did with his people. But instead of an answer, I saw only a cunning smile. His people were already dead for a long time. Their bodies were scattered everywhere. But the warrior did not talk about it. He suggested that the enemy simply repeat their fate. For this, the young man decided to share the fate of his people with him. Just a moment after these words, Weihai felt suffocation. He was at the bottom of the pool, located on the top floor in the hotel. The hero was nearby and only laughed at the guy who decided to swim straight in a suit. And he asked him next time to be more neat and not fall into the water. Weihai perfectly understood that all this is a provocation that he could not succumb to. In addition, he realized that Jofan and everyone else were probably dead. The enemy possessed teleportation. It was a rarest technology, which even in China possessed few, so that the hero has become obvious. Only looking at his aura, he could be compared in strength to Yang Chen, and perhaps he was even stronger. In addition, if the hero has teleportation skills, it will be very difficult to escape. However, even under the threat of death, Weihai needed to report to his enemy skills. For this reason, he laughed and asked that the hero would not underestimate him, because he was still the third in the dark team. So the man was ready to drown a warrior in his own blood. Immediately after applying the skill, all those who were below saw an explosion, after which water poured onto their heads. Weihai managed to get out of the pool and began to pursue the hero. He sincerely praised his good running skills, like a guy who spied after him not so long ago. After these words, Weihai realized that the hero had killed their spy, and angry and ordered the hero to shut up. He also already found out that the tea of Qin Hyun arrived from Murim, so he wanted to fight him like a warrior with a warrior, and this meant that they had to fight to death. With these words, the man sent his honed blow to the center of the hero's chest, but in the last second he managed to retreat back. Obviously, the warrior was surprised that such a weak enemy got so close. He even laughed hysterically, not believing that this happened to him. But the hero knew how rude to laugh during the battle, so he apologized. And also honestly admitted to Weihai that he liked his abilities. In addition, it seemed funny to him that an ant, whom he could crush with one finger, dared to threaten him. It even seemed to him that the whole China was a zoo where only the bees lived, and their leader probably was some kind of monkey. Therefore, he believed that for Weihai it would be a good lesson, to study in his mistakes. As soon as the enemy began to brag about his abilities, he made a huge mistake. Now everything that was required of him was not stupid and stand peacefully, accepting his death. Closing many types of magic, including martial arts, the hero began to attack the Weihai at once. Although this impudent bastard was angry, it was nevertheless impossible not to recognize its strength. But the third number in the moment seemed that he could use the humor of the hero in order to win. For this reason, reflecting all the attacks, he grabbed the blade tightly. After that, using the skill of heavenly speed, it was already half a meter from the enemy. But unexpectedly he disappeared. The frightened warrior also began to look around in search of the enemy, and he discovered that he calmly levied straight behind him. Obviously, his favorite element was the skill of teleportation, and thus he endlessly left attacks. The battle continued, and this was noticed by ordinary people. Obviously, they were surprised that the Battle of Hunters did not take place in the dungeon. Therefore, they decided to get closer and photograph in order to find out their faces. Wei Hai, on the other hand, was even more angry with this behavior of the hero and vowed to himself that those tricks that he used before against him would not work. And again he aimed at his sword straight on his heart. However, such a straightforward attack caused a mockery of the hero, after which everything around them was flooded with hot fire. Immediately after that, Wei Hai felt that his body was not subject to him. He could no longer move, and the hero pretended to be overly surprised by this fact. But in fact, the enemy quickly realized what the skill was used against him. He suspected that it was a sword of the soul, and fell into a point. After which, making sure that the enemy is helpless, the hero decided to start interrogation. And he asked the boy honestly tell everything, because Chain Hyun was not going to joke with him. In return for the fact that he will work well, the warrior promised him a quick death. A moment after these words, a large-scale explosion rang out in the air over the hotel. People who shot everything on cameras captured the falling dead body to the ground. One guy even led a detailed shooting for a professional video camera. But this guy belonged to Dawn. He was sent here specifically and led the shooting from the very beginning. The assistant quickly explained that he tried to remove everything as accurately as possible, as Hyun ordered. Now he only had to edit the part where the enemy is especially suffering from, and send it to the deputy head. In addition, the installation should be such that it is not clear who won and who lost. Obviously, the assistant was embarrassed to ask about this. But he was defeated by curiosity from one thought: why the hero would need to use this video. However, Cheon Shin-hyun asked to think about it as a film trailer. In other words, it was just a declaration of war. Soon, the news was broadcast on all channels that an unknown person attacked the famous leader of the martial arts guild in the city center. As far as they knew, the scale of the battle was grandiose. It was also now unknown whether they are alive of Shin-hyun or not. Many people gathered at their TVs and phones, looking at this news. Even young schoolchildren after lessons discussed who won. One of those who had ties in hospitals even claimed that the leching of Hyuna has been undergoing intensive treatment. Therefore, everyone was interested in who dared to attack him. At this time, the hero himself was near the same hotel. The deputy head has already arrived there in order to open the identity of the victims with the help of ties. After making sure that all the affairs were settled, she went to the warrior in order to offer him a cool drink. After which the woman decided to find out what the hero found out due to her sortie. However, unfortunately, even when he interrogated the Wei Hai, he immediately died, as soon as he began to talk about something secret. Perhaps it was some kind of type of magic that applied to certain words. Only he pronounced the name, as he died immediately. Nevertheless, now they had evidence of the attack of this guild, and Jiha pleased at least it. Although, in principle, the deputy realized that while the hero was nearby, hardly anyone could seriously threaten them. Although she was strained that their opponents were quite annoying. But by and large, this is not scary, given that the hero had the ability to turn literally the entire continent and find these people. It was true. However, Chin Hyun, like no one else, knew that Jiha would try to stop him in the case of such rash actions, because she would not want to raise a fistula at the international level. The hero also would not want to do this. However, he was angry that the opponents either stick out, then hide and run away again. He also understood that if you act blindly, counting on a strong hand, the enemy would easily hide the cards. Therefore, he decided to pretend that they were along the strength. Therefore, the warrior decided to play a little more with them in order to see their reaction. Since the hero was a little tired, he decided to relax at home and asked Ji to prepare for a press conference, and be careful. The girl, like no other, understood that press conferences are literally their specialization, so she decided to put everything wabank. And a week later, the press conference took place. Many journalists were excited to see Madame Jiha personally. In addition, with her appearance it became obvious that the union between the Dawn and the Guild of Martial Arts is strong, because they had never seen it in public for the sake of someone other than Dawn. This forced many to worry a little, moreover, in the light of the last rumors about the relationship between her and the culprit of the celebration. Soon the doors opened, and all the journalists froze in shock when they saw a guest who had come out. It was a leching Hyung with bandaged hands and even a stitches on the face. Obviously, it was difficult for many to believe that he was so injured. Although the battle was really cruel, everyone wondered what kind of monster could do this to the hero himself. However, Jiha understood that Chain Hyun tried to disguise herself. However, since he decided to rejuvenate so plausibly, at least he had to take his hands out of his pockets for more believability. But it seems everyone has been believed already impeccably. At that moment, the hero went to the microphone and greeted everyone. He thanked all the journalists that they had found time to visit this press conference, and also thanked Gildia Dawn, which provided him with the premises. He also knew that journalists probably had many questions about the incident that happened a week ago, so he wanted to immediately speak about his position. It will take some time of the Xinhyun to recover from injuries and moral shock. Since he could not go earlier with his wounded body, the warrior also apologized for the delay. Then he asked the reporters to ask their questions so that he could answer them. The first reporter from the NBC decided to find out whether there was more than one person attacked, and he turned out to be right, because there were 20 killers who attacked his life. The person who appeared in the frame at the site of the incident was their leader. He was a high-level hunter, whose level was equal to the level of the hero. Also, many were interested in the name of this man, what was with him now, and how the struggle passed, and the hero could describe the battle as a very fierce battle. However, unfortunately, he could not reveal to them what happened in the end. His memory, like everything else that day, was blurred. The personality of this person remained a mystery. But one thing is clear. All the attacking were the Chinese. Therefore, they were going to officially request cooperation from China in the near future. Obviously, the journalists realized that since hunters from another country attacked their warrior, it was the problem of the national level. And the hero honestly admitted that he did not know who was trying to catch him. But if those people responsible for this hear him, then he wanted to say one thing. It was somehow rude to send his dogs to another country. If they have enough courage, then they could come in person and attack him. And he guessed. The customer really watched this broadcast. He was clearly unhappy that the mission failed. He also found out that they completely lost contact with the team. Either someone was detained or everyone was dead. Immediately after these words, the head killed his assistant. He was extremely irritated by such reports and could not believe that the third place from the dark team died with everyone else. Not only is their mission failed, now his personality was disclosed. Initially, he was going to act in stages. Obviously, he needed to change the plan. So the villain decided to obey the hero and really come to break him to pieces. Events moved to the house of Qian Xinhyun. The sister suddenly heard the doorbell, so Cha Juno hastened to open. However, as soon as I saw a person outside the door, I immediately realized that these were not her guests. Therefore, she tried to wake her brother. As soon as the hero turned his gaze, he immediately saw men in tuxedos. They decided to find out if the hunter of T Xinhyun in front of them, and they explained that he would have to follow them. VIP wanted to talk to him. Obviously, the warrior was struck by the fact that his enemy decided to appear so openly into his house. This clearly indicated that he was a daredevil, but still he went to the restaurant where he was called, wanting to know what the enemy wanted to achieve with such a bold rapprochement. At least he was interested to know how this person looked. However, to his surprise, he saw here the new head of Dawn. Obviously, the hero was insanely surprised to see the man, and even his first thought was that he was at the same time with Chongo. After which the warrior saw a man who was sitting with the head at the table. He greeted the hunter and noticed that he looked much better than at the last conference. This man was President Park Chon-soo. Obviously, the hero had no idea that this man suddenly forgot here. And he himself, in principle, understood that the guy was surprised by his sudden invitation. He apologized because it was an urgent business that did not tolerate delay. However, the hero had more questions about where the director of the Dawn knew the president. Although, in principle, it was not surprising that the guild had ties with the government, although their friendship was still a state secret. However, this Huna was even more alerted. The president was probably close to Twilight. If so, then the president had to have some kind of connection with Chongzhou. Therefore, by guard, the hero decided to find out why the president needed a hunter like him. And from his tone, even the head of Dawn was immediately alerted to ask him to be softer. However, the president agreed to go to the point, and explained that he had heard about the attack of Chinese hunters a couple of days ago. Chana Xinhyun recalled that these are not just rumors. Literally all the media in the country talked about this. However, the president also knew that contrary to all the rumors of those who attacked them, was precisely their side. What the hero should be well known about. After the fall, international relations went along one channel. All this was because of their common enemy in the person of monsters in dungeons. But not everything is so smooth. Relations between local hunters and foreign were tense. This incident could be a spark of fire, which will fly around the world. The president wanted to avoid this, but the hero calmly made it clear to the leader that he was clearly looking in the wrong direction. Guild Chongo, which not so long ago interfered with him, was connected with China in the same way as Dawn with the Korean government. Also, the president had to be heard about the war between Dawn and Twilight. And now the warrior was sure that Pak Tahhun was standing behind Pak Tahhun. They also had evidence of an open attack on their part. And the president had to report on the papers found in the safe of the head of Twilight. In principle, this is all that the hero wanted to say. But finally, he decided to find out from the president. What would happen if the dawn were broken by Twilight? In this case, all resources and territories would be in the hands of the Chinese. The hero sincerely did not care about this country. He helped only out of personal motives. But if we were talking about an international conflict, it has long flared up. Perhaps the president knew about this, but wanted to pretend that he had not heard anything. And Qin Shin Hyun was not going to get involved in it. He took care only about himself and asked him to not bother him anymore. However, not allowing to leave, the president stopped the hero. The guy already considered that at last this man would show his true face. However, rising, he explained that he had heard his position. For this reason, from this moment on, the government will make all his strength in order to support the martial arts guild. Also, the president will personally hope that the hero will be able to deal with this matter. Such a reaction was clearly not at all what the warrior expected. However, it was even in his hands. He promised that he would deal with this. After all, it doesn't matter. A clay pot or porcelain, it is enough to make a little effort, and he would break. Soon the hero was already on the street and was surprised that the president was quite determined. Although he still believed that contacting him was directly strange enough. But unexpectedly, the phone rang in his pocket. It was a message that an unknown person sent him with a business commission for the head of the martial arts guild. For this reason, the hero immediately called back on the abandoned number. He introduced himself as the head of the martial arts guild and decided to find out in what case they decided to contact him. A man on the other side of the phone was a hunter named Kan Chansix. He found the hero's contacts on the internet and was glad that his number was right. The man wanted to meet personally with a warrior because the telephone conversation was not suitable for serious matters. The hero was alert that this person did not say from which guild. He agreed and offered to meet in 2 hours. Agreeing, the man on the other side of the telephone decided to throw off the hero's location and promised to remain in touch. As soon as the telephone conversation ended, the warrior immediately decided to call Jiha. At this time, the lady sat in her office dealing with a bunch of paperwork. Suddenly her phone persistently rang. When she picked up the phone, she immediately realized that this was a hero. Despite all the employment, she sincerely smiled, pretended not to be busy, and decided to listen to him. But the hero asked her for a favor. It was necessary to break through information about the association database hunter. It was necessary to find a hunter named Kan Chansix and check everything. The girl found 4 people, and they were all neutral hunters. 1 20th level, the rest from the 30th of the 40th. In addition, Lee Jika understood that such a person clearly could not just interest the hero and wanted to know the reason. However, instead, the warrior said that there was nothing important. Apparently, the person used the pseudonym. He decided to check it, as he felt something was wrong. As a result, 2 hours later, the Huna has already been near the old cafe. He calmly drank coffee because today he was tired quite much. He had the impression that for the first time he had seen so many people in his life. The hero even thought out either to torture a person who wanted to see him, or just burn his brains with an absolute order. In any case, he could simply release all the accumulated stress on him over the past week. Soon the warrior felt the presence behind himself. It was enough to boldly sneak up. This guy was weak, but too well. So maybe he came to him not for a deal, but in order to receive death. As soon as the man caught up with the hero, he immediately began to incinerate his gaze. Then he greeted the warrior with a grin. However, he, in turn, threatened his strength and demanded that the man talk about everything, not missing the slightest details. After all, he would be worse otherwise. But to the surprise of the hero, his effect did not work on a man. He calmly held out his hand to the guy and introduced himself, after which he said that he had arrived from North Korea. Obviously unexpected turn. It became clear why there was no information about him in the databases. Soon, having retired with the help of a magic barrier, they continued their conversation. However, the hero thought to immediately inform the government about the presence of a foreign person here. But, asking for the Mo Shin Hyun to wait a bit, the guy explained that there was no orderly system of hunters in their country. For this reason, there was not a single hunter in North Korea. They simply did not exist. The Supreme People's Assembly forbade the preparation of hunters, fearing a popular uprising. However, the guy was called a hunter because he had a Chinese license. So, from a technical point of view, he was a Chinese hunter. Currently, North Korea surrenders all its dungeons to an ally in the person of China. This is the same as selling resources. At first, everything was smooth. The delivery of the dungeons was a good idea. But in the end, everything turned out so that their country actually became a colony of China. In addition, due to this situation, their leadership could no longer get out of this. So the people began to poorly suffer and die of hunger. At some point, Mr. Kang lost his entire family and friends through the fault of power. He decided to come to China, where he studied their power and collected information in order to somehow change the current situation. After that, he also broke into the Supreme Council. He was angry at them for not listening to ordinary people and did not stop no matter what. Show them the taste of the new revolution. So he dealt with the supreme government. After all, his forces were quite easy to fight ordinary people. Nevertheless, in connection with the current situation, he did not have the full right to shift the government. After that, he also tried to introduce a system of hunters, but it was too late. China sucked too much to North Korea. The hero realized that in this case, Mr. Kang came to South Korea in the face of an ally. And he turned out to be right, because they planned to open some dungeons of South Korea and territories for free visit, plus to resume industrial cooperation in the Keesan area. Thus, they will enhance the influence of South Korea while displacing China. And Mr. Kang believed that in this case, it would rebuild the North Korean foundations and return stability to the country. Of course, all this depended only on the help of the hunter of the Tishan Hyun. In principle, the idea was interesting, although it seemed a little doubtful. It was even interesting to the hero. Did Pak Tahhun predict a similar outcome? After all, he did not just convey the dungeons of North Korea. In addition, China was eating North Korea. But it was interesting. Was Chongo directly involved in this? In principle, he understood everything. Before making a decision, he has only one question. The warrior wanted to know if this guy is somehow related to Chongo. As soon as he said these words, the hero noticed how the pupils of the interlocutor trembled. Therefore, I instantly understood everything. However, the warrior seemed a simple task to go to North Korea against China. In addition, he received a special offer. He decided to visit North Korea. While events unfolded in another place, Jiha calmly enjoyed tea in her favorite institution. Suddenly, she felt the approach of a familiar aura. As it turned out, the hero arrived here, guided by intuition. His phone was discharged, but there was no one in the office of the mistress. A logical assumption brought the protagonist to this place. Obviously, the girl was upset. After so many years of training, the killers were so easily found that she even made her return to the old way of life. However, the hero suggested Jiha to go with him today on a date. Naturally, the mistress was immediately alert after such a sentence, as if not recognizing a person in front of her. But after that she relaxed and explained that several months had passed since the moment she was last invited to a date. Unfortunately, the hero did not know where it was better to go, which slightly upset the companion. Passive men were not attractive, but since Mr. Chin Shin Hyun himself decided on this step, she agreed. Soon this couple was at the entrance to the new dungeon near Ansan. As soon as they came in, a huge snake rushed to them. To that, her face was like jaguar. The mistress quickly killed the monster. But she was surprised that such a monster appeared immediately at the entrance to an unknown dungeon, the level of risk of which was not yet determined. The insightful hero immediately drew attention to the anxious detail. The monster had the ability to turn into stone everything that his magical power fell into. The powerful tree, which has become a victim of this effect, served as a clear confirmation of mortal danger. Even for such a strong warrior as a protagonist, such a magic could become a serious problem. Suddenly, Jiha suggested a bet who would destroy more monsters. At the same time, Chain Hyun was forbidden to use martial arts that he liked. The girl immediately disappeared from sight and attacked the nearest enemies. Obviously, the hero was upset. Initially, he wanted to simply talk peacefully. However, the snakes literally rushed at him, so the warrior decided to satisfy them if they so wanted to fight. Having decided to satisfy the warlike aspirations of the opponents, the powerful fighter chose the element of fire as the main weapon. Unfortunately, the power of these creatures was extremely disappointing. They were not suitable even for elementary warm-ups before a serious battle. Suddenly, the hero's gaze fell on the amazing picture. The elegant Jiha majestically sat on an impressive pile of defeated monsters, having already managed to release all the accumulated steam. The whole thing was that with all the seeming complexity of the dungeon, in comparison with its incomprehensible abilities, these monsters seemed helpless babies. Nevertheless, even an experienced killer seriously bothered the rapid growth of the number of dungeons throughout the country. In addition, high-level hunters were disastrously lacked to effective control of the situation. The wise hero explained that their country is far from the only one where the number of dungeons is constantly increasing at a menacing speed. As an example, he brought North Korea, and also spoke about his meeting with a North Korean hunter named Sansik. This mysterious person asked for help from North Korea in order to exchange invaluable experience. At the moment, it remained unknown whether the mysterious hunter on the side of the organization Chongo was, or pursued his own goals. Perhaps he simply played a difficult party in a dangerous game. The only thing that could be confident, whether Jiha's prudent did not want to believe such proposals, and sincerely hoped that her satellite did not accept this dubious proposal, since most likely it was a skillfully placed trap. Because of this tense dialogue, the attentive mistress did not notice how a huge predator did silently behind them. The insidious beast immediately attacked a defenseless pair, using his eyes as deadly lasers. However, the valiant warrior in time teleported Li Ji from the mortal danger zone, after which he heroically took the whole destructive blow to himself. When the shocked beauty realized what happened, she was seized with indescribable horror. Having run up to her brave savior, she saw with horror how his whole powerful body began to stony under the influence of damned magic. The insidious beast was just waiting for this. He had already appeared behind his petrified hero, preparing to absorb his helpless sacrifice. Obviously, the professional killer completely lost his composure, instantly directing his legendary dagger retribution to this god-dimensional creature. She longed to punish the monster, because he dared to touch her defender. After a rapid reprisal against the enemy, the worried woman immediately turned around in order to check the state of her satellite now. However, looking at his back, she realized with horror that the valiant warrior completely turned into stone. Obviously frightened by such a sight, a bewildered girl came closer. It even seemed to her that the noble hero simply plays her, so she asked him to stop this cruel joke with an imploring voice. Otherwise, she threatened to break him right now with her own hands. Frightened by the so decisive intentions of his companion, the resourceful hero immediately shook off the stone dust, because he clearly did not want to be killed in such a barbaric way. The temperamental Li Jiha itself was indignant that the brave protagonist defended her, apparently believing that she could suffer from such a weak attack. In addition, the elegant lady was surprised by the speed with which he mastered the art of teleportation. The catch was that the wise tea of Shin Hyun did not develop physical damage at all, putting all efforts into improving intuition, so his reaction was truly impressive. But the prudent lady wanted to return to the interrupted topic. Why did Shin Hyun accept a proposal that could potentially be a skillfully placed trap? The insightful woman recalled that it was about North Korea, and not about some other country where there were definitely pitfalls and hidden motifs. Nevertheless, the decisive T of Shin Hyun could not refuse such a proposal. Besides, he was clearly pleased to realize that the charming lady sincerely worried about his well-being. Li Jiha did not even deny this. She only asked the hero again to carefully consider all the possible consequences. In the end, she expressed the hope that Chai Shin Hyun carefully listens to her words, since if something happens to him, she would feel unbearably guilty for not being able to dissuade him from this risky enterprise. However, at this moment, Chain Hyun recalled how he had always left the troublesome work on the deputy before. Previously, he turned to Li Ji for help only in critical situations. For this reason, he decided to go on a task alone. She had to stay here as the closest to his sister, who would look after the girl in his absence. The protagonist also asked the lady to call him at any moment if something happens. After all, no matter how far it would be, it will always find time for her. In addition, he is ready to fly anywhere, which he has already proved with events on the island of Jeju. Obviously, such words could not help but usually touched a cold lady, and yet she trusted the hero and his strength. On this, they said goodbye. Enough time has passed since that meeting, so the date of departure to North Korea was finally clarified. In addition, such agreements between North and South Korea were rare, so neighboring countries pricked ears. However, thanks to the active work of Khan Sansik, everything went the best. Meanwhile, brother and sister practiced in various dungeons. As a result of the Cup of Shin, Hyun reached 67th levels, and Ko Yun-sol, 54th. Moreover, the girl also significantly pulled up in the use of martial arts. True, when she trained at home, periodically blown up and broke everything around. At this point, its general level of martial arts reached the 30th mark. Although she reached only the initial stage of fencing, which is only the beginning of the path of military arts, compared to other hunters was strong and will now be able to stand up for itself. Soon, the Hyuna already was on a bus heading to the border of North Korea. He decided to speak to the hunters who joined the expedition. Having greeted them and introduced himself as the general manager of the department, he looked around all those present. He knew that they were all promising high-level fighters, so he was sure. Everyone understands the seriousness of the scale of this operation. However, at that moment, one of the guys awkwardly raised his hand. Apologizing for interrupting, he uncertainly asked to lower the microphone. Since they were all young, they heard perfectly without gain. This made the hero think. After all, in Murim, the louder the man was, the more effective his words became. Already without a microphone, he explained that the project to exchange hunters between North and South Korea is an important diplomatic event. This operation will not be limited by standard rules, so that it will make real high-level specialists from them. Obviously, all those sitting on the bus were amazed, but soon they already looked as if they did not believe his words. The reason for their doubts was that they increased their level for so long, so they did not believe in the possibility of further growth. It's just the time to demonstrate the forces of Chain Yunsol. She greeted everyone as a sniper from the Guild Dawn, and decided to thank everyone who responded to their application. The brother explained that this girl will be a leader in the schedule of North Korean raids, and they will clean the dungeons precisely on her team. Obviously, the rest began to object. Usually the leaders are the most experienced fighters, and although no one doubted the abilities of Junso, her brother considered her brother much more experienced. However, he entrusted her personally. In the field of leadership, the girl had a lot of experience. She was the leader of the group. In addition, she recently was able to clean up many high-level dungeons and even visited Incomprehensible. But this was not the only reason for her appointment. Cha Juno shared her window with the rest, thus proved that its level significantly exceeds the indicators of all those present. Obviously, many were amazed. More recently, they saw an article where the girl acted just an ordinary leader. However, she managed to raise 20 levels in just a couple of months. And although I had to risk my life, this risk paid off in full. The hero assured that with Cha Juno as a leader, they will achieve the same results. He himself would look after the team, and promised that upon returning to their homeland, they would become real high-level hunters, and not just mercenaries. Obviously, after these words and convincing evidence, many have increased confidence, so they together said that they would follow the hero. Events are transferred to the inner part of the dungeon called Kimgasan. The head of the most powerful Chinese guild arrived there, all in order to finally meet with the chain of Shinhyun. He promised to prove to him that he was clearly mistaken with the choice of his opponent. At this time, the hero and the team finally arrived at the dungeon of Port Toads southwest of Pyongyang. To begin with, Shinhyun decided to demonstrate the monsters who lived in the vicinity. They attacked 2 meters in a radius, and apparently the poison was present on their bones. He also did not fail to demonstrate the abilities of the creature, subordinating his mind. Thus, he showed the power of the jump of this monster. If one of the hunters would fall under his attack, it would have been obviously hard. After which, the monster immediately flew back in their direction, trying to attack with his tongue. However, literally in one shot, the sniper of the Junsel was killed. Obviously, the hunters were amazed. Junso really was her brother's sister. She managed to defeat a dangerous monster for one blow. After that, the hero decided to convey the Brothers of the Rain with a group to her sister, so that she formed the tactics of the team. She immediately ordered the priest to stand in the center of the detachment. Warriors had to be in the front row, the tank, to defend the team, while the magician, using gaps in the defense, would destroy enemies. She, like a sniper, will take on the protection of the perimeter of the group. While the preparation was going on, Qian Shinhyun remembered how Kang Sansik said that he wanted a dense schedule, 1 raid in 2 days. Obviously, he tried to dissuade the hero, because nevertheless it was a study of the dungeons with an unknown risk of danger. They did not have accurate information about monsters, landscape, and climate. However, this is precisely the reason for such a quick cleaning. If you want to carry out a quality operation, you do not need to spare strength. You need to work hard. Finally, the formed group was faced with its first enemy. While the thyroid gland restrained a powerful blow, one of the fighters already got up to the enemy from the back. Then he awarded him with a pair of sweeping strokes with his spear. Moving between the monsters, he noticed that one of them creeps up to his comrades. Therefore, the danger signal immediately gave. However, he did not have time. At that moment, one of the warriors was already seized and began to strangle with their tongue. However, the guy quickly picked himself in his hands, tightly squeezing the blade. After which he killed a monster himself who had just been captured. Although he managed to get out, he was wounded, so the priestess arrived in time. As soon as she ran up, she saw 3 more enemies who crept behind. The girl already believed that he had not been saved until she saw sparkling shots. It was Koyun Sol, which used new aiming skills. As soon as she saved the comrade from danger, she was convinced that everything was in order with the rest of the detachment, and insisted on the need for treatment. For this reason, Yunsol ordered the priest and the tank to change positions to strip the nearest territory. The girl finally started treatment, and she still looked at the commander in surprise. She ran all day, explored everything around, intercepted enemies, and even defended, while almost all of her shots hit the target, but no one hit her. The difference in their levels was not so great. It is surprising that it is so strong. At that moment, Ko Yun-soa explained that they had already rested enough and need to go on the way further. However, one of the fighters protested. Everyone needs to know the measure. He had not rested enough, but they were on his feet all day, and the monsters did not become less. It even seemed to him that Junso was looking for their death. There was still a line that could not be crossed. Therefore, he demanded to stop the raid here without any objections. However, the hero seemed to feel a brewing conflict and appeared nearby. He reproached this fighter for weakness. Whatever he was called, no matter how experienced he was weak. Even when he does not have the strength, he should ask the question, did he do enough? Surely they noticed that they and Yunsol and the levels are not very different. But it is much stronger than him, because at least it never surrenders in the face of death compared to them. This means that they themselves must make themselves stronger. Unfortunately, this hunter quickly surrendered. Even the Hushin Hyun himself was not so strong initially. But he understood. Only patience is not enough. You will not become stronger from this. Therefore, I decided to introduce them in a particularly stressful situation. For this reason, he called on toads that appeared behind him clouds. Thus, he gave a chance to anyone. If they were looking for a way to become stronger, then this was the same way. And he decided to demonstrate the result of this philosophy on himself. He only destroyed dozens of enemies in a powerful whirlwind of destruction. This made it clear. Those who do not need power are always looking for excuses. Those who are looking for are not needed reasons. Therefore, I wanted to know what a person was looking for in front of him. Obviously, after the demonstration of such a crushing force, the fighter saw literally God in the hero. I immediately bowed. He vowed that he would find a way and would follow his words. After such an impressive demonstration, all these people trusted the hero, and the North Korea tour was successful. Events are transferred for a whole month ahead. They found themselves near the Kimgan mountain with an incomprehensible dungeon. Just looking at this place, the hero overwhelmed only one thought. Chongo was definitely here. Obviously, many doubted before entering such a dangerous dungeon. Even Kang Sansik decided to find out if there's strength to clean up. However, the hero made it clear that he was ready to go there alone. All that they need to do is just wait until he returned. Events moved 3 days ago. The hero was sitting in his hotel room, reading the collected documents. They touched the hunters in his team. Javon Wu had 49 levels. Juyong July 58th and Go Min-hyuk 47th. Everyone managed to raise at least 3 levels. Even at Ko, Junso managed to raise 2 levels. Now she had 56th. Each of them successfully overcame this path. Although his sister's power was difficult to explain, due to high confidence in him, the group had no special questions. The hero only hoped that he could continue to train them at this pace. So far, this is all that he has achieved in a month, but this is because no one has interfered with him. Even if everything goes smoothly now, it is not at all the fact that it will continue. He specifically chose dungeons with a high level of risk, so that money and experience were maximum. Even if China is inactive now, Chongo will not lose sight of this. Therefore, it seemed that his assumptions would soon come true. At that moment, Kan Sansik appeared in front of him, who wanted to talk a little with the hero. He admired how well he copes with all the work. True, I did not think that they could clean the dungeons every 2 days. Also, thanks to the Mr. Chin of Shinhyun, the number of active dungeons decreased sharply. Initially, Kan Sansik planned to clean the dungeons south of the border, and in principle the main part of the plan remained unchanged. However, he added that there was a little more work left. The hero noticed changes in his face, but was not against the fact that it would end soon. Therefore, I just decided to find out where they are going further. So they ended up inside the dungeon of Kimgasan. Obviously, Cha Juno immediately froze. The dungeon was even colder than they spoke originally. She thought that everything would be fine, because the equipment was resistant to cold. However, the rest of the comrades saw that it was necessary to take more clothes. The hero realized that since his sister also had problems with temperature, it means that the task here would not be so simple. Even Kang Sansik suggested returning back, considering it too reckless to move on. However, the hero was worried why he suddenly changed his mind abruptly. Yesterday he was ready to accompany them. In fact, the man understood that he was too impulsive. I didn't even know what a fly bit him. From the very beginning, he knew that this was a dangerous dungeon from which he once had to escape, but somehow forgot about it. The hero, seeing his doubts, thanked Kang Sansik for anxiety, but asked to spend them further. This was the last dungeon, so it was impossible to miss the award for it. For this reason, they all went on. The sister also noticed that the deeper they walked, the even more cooler. It seems that during the battles with the monsters, they could freeze to death. However, suddenly her brother noticed the appearance of the enemy. It was a huge bird that flew over the cliff. The bird was like an eagle shrouded in blue energy. Initially, Sansik prayed so that this monster would not appear, but now he was again in front of him, the main culprit, complicating the already complex dungeon. In addition, this bird possessed not only strength, but also magic. With the help of her wings, she created ice fragments and began to bring them to the hero with the waves of a deadly city. However, he put the shield in front of him and the whole team in time. But, as it turned out, these fragments could also burn with a strange purple flame. Because of this, even the shield created by the hero began to be covered with cracks. Kang Sansik warned that even one such ice cream is able to kill a medium-level hunter when destroyed. An ice flame breaks out of them, which cannot be blocked. The monster itself flew at a height and did not fall below, which made it difficult to attack. This icy rain was like an artillery bombardment, so close-up classes like Kang Sansik were completely useless here. Then the hero asked his sister to attack the monster with a bow, and although she was nervous, especially in a situation when she froze to death, but still aimed and made a shot. But her arrow literally broke, not even reaching the enemy. The bird got angry, which is why the bombing became even more intense. However, the hero understood that he could cope with this bird, even though only the most incredible scenarios came to mind. After that, with the help of fire, I began to burn ice flows flying in their direction with the languages of the flaming flame. Although he had enough ways to get rid of the enemy, the irregularity of the landscape interfered a little. Kang Sansik was amazed at how the hero gave the barrier an attribute of fire, but worried that mana could end because of this. But Qin Shin Hyun knew that they would not need the shield soon. They need to go further, where there will be a terrain, where the fight against such monsters will go many times easier. For this reason, the detachment went on. However, unexpectedly, the holy class girl noticed a silhouette in front of her. He stood right on the mountain, carefully watching them. Then it disappeared as quickly. The warrior who walked next to her did not even believe that she really noticed something. While everyone was arguing, they heard some strange sound. Only after that Kang Sansik realized what it was. The avalanche literally fell upon them. The head of Chongo watched this cheerfully. He knew that as soon as the hero met with him, his defeat would wait for him. There could be no other way out. As soon as everyone saw this avalanche, they immediately began to run back. Only then they noticed that the head did not go with them. In fact, the hero calmly looked at this misfortune, realizing that the enemy was clearly laughing at him. Next to the master at that time was the fourth among Chongzhou. She looked at her master. He was the king of their dynasty and the true ruler of China, and she did not understand how at all someone could dare to cause the anger of such a great man. In addition, they have already lost several leaders and a large number of people at the hands of the Hinhuna, so she was obliged to catch him. Although I understood that the master would certainly refuse her desire, at this moment, the second in Kringo volunteered to check if the enemy was dead. The gentleman immediately gave permission for this. Therefore, the guy turned to his subordinates. Among them was the Legion of Golden Lviv, consisting of 40 people. The Legion of Lightning Rods is also 40 people, and the Elite Legion of Dragons of 20 fighters. He ordered them all to obey any orders of the master. However, immediately after his order, he heard a loud noise. After that, literally a couple of meters from them, a powerful explosion occurred, shaking the whole mountain. Of course, the hero of this was a hero. He came to personally meet his long-awaited enemy. Obviously, the second of Kringo panicked. He did not understand how the hero appeared here, while the head himself calmly ordered his fighters to kill this person. He asked the hero to show his true essence, and one look at a glance that only this chance was waiting. At that moment, Kang Sansik saw something terrifying. While they were hiding behind the stone walls and saved their comrades, a huge army began to move on the mountain. They also saw the person under whose leadership they were. Kang Sansik did not know who they were and what happened in this moment. Just a couple of minutes ago, an avalanche just got here. When this happened, the hero ran to his comrades, after which he hit everyone on acupuncture points. Kang Sansik, who remained unharmed, did not understand why the chapter was doing this. However, everything was to protect them, after which he also built a huge barrier. It was the power of the Muruski warrior. She was indestructible, and Kang Sansik had no idea that this exists. The fact that the gentleman was from Murim was also a no less shocking discovery. However, now he was more interested in enemies, because I realized that the avalanche was a matter of their hands. The head of China was clearly annoyed by a similar noise of small bugs. Then he clicked his fingers, recalling Kang Sansik, who his lord is. At that moment, strange thoughts began to appear in the head. The head of China scolded his impudent servant who could not even remember his oath. Once he already vowed to give his life for him. Seeing all this, the hero was convinced that the head of Kringo manipulated his memories and even erased some parts. And he recognized this with a pretty good move. In addition, which is surprising for the Chinese, he even spoke well in Korean, which sincerely amazed. Finally, the head decided to introduce himself. His name was Yang Chen. He is the one who is the head of Chongo and the heir to the heavenly warrior. The hero only laughed when he heard these words. However, even the idea that apparently the boy knows where the heavenly warrior is now pleased. But, as it turned out, the Shin Hyun was not the only one who wanted to conduct an interrogation. After all, Yang Chen sincerely admired his abilities. It is not so easy to reach a similar level, and would like to hear his story. It seemed to the hero that this man was not even worthy to admire him, so he asked him to slow down. Getting angry, the head of Chongzhou realized that with such words of the Mo, Shin Hyun finally crossed the line. Even more birds appeared behind him, after which loud shots were heard. They fell towards the hero and his team. This was a punishment for arrogance. Then Yang Chen decided to tell why this dungeon was recognized as incomprehensible. The strongest monster, whose existence was recognized as a disaster, lived here. He was called the Ice Phoenix, and Yang Che was sure that this monster would definitely teach the hero. Obviously, the Hyunshin's cup was disappointed that for the sake of such a petty plan he was lured in North Korea. Nothing clearly inspired nothing. Neither snowballs nor cockerel battles. But since Yang Chen was so sincerely preparing, the hero decided to answer him the same, and prepared an attack. He decided in this way to show the guy all his friendliness. This attack was sent straight to a flying bird. However, when he saw the smile of the head of Chongoy, he was alert. His attack really hit the target. The bird's head was destroyed, but also began to quickly recover. Yang Chen only laughed, making it clear that the monsters of the incomprehensible dungeon would clearly not be so easy to kill. While these creatures have energy, they will never die. Judging by these words, the hero remembered how much this boy was excited by the upcoming battle. However, he explained that there was nothing incomprehensible or impossible for him. He only hoped that the gifts prepared for him would not disappoint. Then he took out his sword and began to read one of the formations. As soon as he finished it, he ran a blade through the air. However, all the birds that were above his head, in an instant, fell apart into parts of the silver outbreaks of the dissected metal. With this action, he made it clear to Yang Chen so that he would not forget where his place was. After all, nevertheless, he opposed the real emperor of the sword. Then he made this maneuver many more times. In each of them, his sword looked like floating clouds, or the wind that fluttered the water surface. Even the fourth number from Chongoy was so amazed that it did not immediately come to her senses, and when she already realized what was happening, the hero was right in front of them. To her great surprise, he did not aim at all in them. They looked around to find out who was his goal, and it turned out he destroyed literally 75% of their troops with one blow. Obviously, the soldiers only looked around at a loss, not knowing what to do. However, Yang Chen immediately ordered everyone to return to duty. Then I decided to connect to battle. He possessed a red, powerful aura. Then he created a skill that looked like rain from small murderous spheres. The hero immediately caught that it was a mixture of magic and martial arts, and wanted to see what Yang Chen was capable of maximum. At this moment, the head of Chandi gave the order to the surviving archers to strew the enemy with arrows, and the Legion of Golden Lviv to prepare for furious resistance. It was in the name of the clan, and they, as hypnotized, followed his words. The hero also noticed that all these people were under the spell. They attacked him, as if it were one person. Yang Chen also ordered the fourth number to support magic from the sky. And for the second number, there was a special order. He aimed at the girl, the sister of Ko Shin Hyun, and received the command to catch and bring her to the master. At this moment, the hero was completely passionate about the battle with these dolls. However, even when he succumbed to them, he still could not hurt him. But still he liked such toys, so I decided to save a couple of people, then to let off steam. With these words, without restraining, he attacked one of them, applied the first style of martial art. Thus, not only made a few strokes, but after them, powerful explosions also followed, tearing the air with fiery flashes. Finally, it was time to deal with the next wave of the attackers. However, to his surprise, they were no longer. Instead, the soldiers built an iron wall. A strong defense and connecting immediately began to crush this languor. At this time, the fourth number led the shelling. Therefore, her signal, together with archers and magicians, began to aim at the hero. At first glance, he realized that this was clearly not enough to restrain him, although Kang Sansik, when he saw such a hail of arrows, was clearly scared. But Cha Juno quickly reassured him and asked to take a closer look. After all, it was obvious. Her brother now literally enjoyed his star moment. The fourth number could not believe that they made so many attacks of high-level hunters with martial arts. But even the hero's hair did not hurt. She had to suddenly attack him after another attack. However, as soon as she was near him, she felt a murderous aura. The whole body shook from the feelings that I experienced. Therefore, she fell to her knees and realized that the Hyun Shin's tea was simply impossible to win. Seeing that the girl panicked, Yang Chen got angry with her and called the stupid. Then he ordered to discard the feelings and attack the hero from the back. But unfortunately, by this moment, the hero was already able to break the internal system. So all hopes remained only on the second issue. At that moment, he literally arose out of nowhere, heading for Cha Juno. However, Chin Hyuna, clearly angered that someone was trying to harm his sister when he was nearby, he teleported to them, after which a huge explosion occurred on the spot. He clearly wanted to deal with such an impudent more tough. It was obvious that the second number, although he considered himself a fairly high level, was nothing of himself. Although the hero praised him for such arrogance, but he explained that it was useless against the one who knew the whole Murim, to try to take a loved one hostage. This gave him only an understanding that Yang Chen thought too narrowly. A lot of time has passed since his last entertainment, so this fuss was clearly bored with him. He wanted to continue the fun as soon as possible, after which he instantly killed a guy who dared to do this. He was pierced by an energy sword, and only at that moment the frightened Yang Chen understood who he had contacted. The hero was possessed by the skill of the soul of a sword. Obviously, this made the head of Chongo from himself. His enemy demonstrated the level that even he could not achieve. And therefore, having gathered all his strength, he decided to take revenge on the hero. Obviously, he was surprised that the guy was trying to seem better to the very end. He decided to teach him well for it. As a result, he cut his body with one blow. Looking at his shocked, surprised face, the hero asked to do without unnecessary emotions. The guy had not been a child for a long time and could at least pretend to be an adult. Because Chin Hyun already got into the way that Yang Chen constantly looks at him from a bird's height. After that, the unfortunate body was struck by a huge sword that chopped off his hand, and the hero, dropping this impudent with a considerable one, decided to teach him a good lesson publicly. He grabbed his hair, and looking into his eyes, he hoped that Yang Chen finally realized how different they were. Only then did Yang Chen realize that he was ascended in front of him, the same man about whom the heavenly warrior constantly spoke. However, it was obvious, the hero was still not ready. He hated a heavenly warrior, as Yang Chen hated him before. But soon he realizes that not the heavenly warrior of his true enemy. After all, only this person told him the truth. Soon this world will be destroyed, and only who came from Murim and have reached the peak of skill can stop this. It seemed to the head of Chongo that the hero could not cope with such a disaster. But he himself should already feel how close she was. The hero really knew little about the end of the world, and he wanted to ask Yang Chen. But he interrupted him in order to find out what would happen to the world if at some point the hero dies. Even the chapter himself was sad to realize that he was just a victim in order to make the hero stronger. For this reason, he pulled him closer, trying to lure him into a trap. Such was his magic of spirit, the ability that he acquired in the course of countless experiments and spent lives. So Yang Chen asked the hero not to blame his perfect mistake. After all, the guy gave him too much time. Now he has become his puppet. First of all, the chapter ordered him to rise, and he decided to find out how he feels when someone controls his body. After all, now I lost right before the victory, and Yang Chen decided to enjoy revenge. But how surprised was when, instead of the long-awaited submission, he received a slap in the face. Obviously, the hero considered him a madman who speaks literally with himself. At that moment, the fourth number finally came to itself. However, it became a witness to how the Lehin Hyun constantly gives her sidelines to her master. But even when his face was completely broken, the hero did not stand up, believing that his heart would not stop from a couple of bruises and bruises. At this time, Yang Chen himself could not understand why his magic did not work. He was not ready to recognize the power of the hero, because it was he who had to become the true successor of the heavenly warrior. He lived with this understanding all his life, and for the sake of this was even ready to destroy the world. However, the hero was even more angry with his impudence, so he again threw the guy with a slap in the face. And after another, until he completely calmed down. Then the boy was already tired of him, so he just threw away. Even such a light blow was enough. Devoid of strength, he flew away a few meters back, literally kubarim. However, the hero was not going to leave him alone or kill him. Now he was his turn to manage the mind of the enemy. So he found himself in his mind and ordered to tell everything that the heavenly warrior passed to Yang Chen. So the hero found out that a deadly disaster is coming into this world. To prevent this, people were sent to the world of Murim. The hero was those who were called ascended, to those who will save everyone. These words again reminded the hero his conversation with the heavenly warrior. However, he was interested in how Yang Chen achieved such success in magic. As it turned out, in China and North Korea there were a lot of people who did not care about each other. Therefore, if some people disappeared, everything turned a blind eye to this. So he, like Pak Tahhun, became stronger with the help of human victims. He no longer remembered the exact amount. There could be both 10 and 20,000, and more. For this reason, the hero was not going to have mercy on him, and decided to find out his last words. Then Yang Chen sighed sadly and began to think what he would now wanted more than anything else. And I realized that I would like to cut all the loved ones as pigs and look at them, enjoying. Obviously, Chain Hyun did not listen to such words. He cut the guy's body into pieces, asking that henceforth he would not repeat his mistakes. After all, the only one who will be cut into pieces like a pig is exactly him. As a result, everything that remains of a person who was subordinate to the fourth number is literally blood and skin shreds. In the midst of all this stood a calm and at all a wounded hero. Therefore, she did not come up with anything better than to swear allegiance to him, so that he would not kill her. In addition, she also asked him for help. However, now she was the least interested in the guy. He was sad from how many people died today. A month has passed since that day. The time has come for a new press conference. The head of the guild Dawn reported that the inter-Korean exchange of hunters was completed. This was a significant event in the relationship between North and South Korea. In addition, there were one more good news. Several more high-level hunters were born. At this point, everyone who participated reached levels above the 50th. And what is most amazing? It was the merit of just one person. Therefore, the chapter was already ready to greet the Tishin Hyun, so that he would make his speech. However, the assistant quickly explained the situation. The guy just suddenly disappeared. He went to meet Li Ji, who scolded the hero for the fact that he so abruptly left the official event. However, he only laughed, believing that Li Jiha in this case was his accomplice. As it turned out, the woman simply decided that she had earned a short break. She did not get less work every day. In addition, she scolded the hero for being very delayed with the task. After all, he left in the winter and arrived only in the spring. And he was able to justify himself only by the fact that he had a lot of things and people who interfered with him. But now it should be easier for him because he entrusted everything to his new subordinate. I realized that there was a good idea to leave the Chongo guild alive, because now he could calmly use their connections, strength, and money. In addition, while the infrastructure of hunters has only developed in North Korea, and it will clearly come in handy in Chongzhou. After that, these two decided to simply enjoy good weather. But suddenly, Jiha drew attention to the hero. It seemed to her that he was feeling sad. The reason was that in the end this time he did not learn anything about the heavenly warrior. But he was still spinning the last conversation with Yang Chen. He argued that the heavenly warrior was not an enemy to him, that the world is close to disaster. He needs to open the door to ascension and go beyond the human framework. Now he did not even know what to think about it all. It seemed that there were only more questions, that there were no answers. However, if you think about it, then these questions should not interest him. After all, his eyes were still in the fog. However, he believed that one day he would find all the answers as his way. Somewhere at this time, other hunters made their raid in a dungeon with wolves. And finally, after a long time, they killed their last monster. All that was left to collect the dropped crystals. There were a lot of them, and the back really tired of collecting them. Therefore, the hunter, crawling, decided to find out from the leader whether there was a skill in order to collect the entire drop at a time. However, no matter how much he thought, it seemed to him that all over the world not to find such a useful skill. And then, turning around, he saw a wolf flying towards him. He immediately armed himself, ready to repel the attack of the monster. However, to his surprise, I realized that this monster was already dead. For this reason, quickly collecting all the other stones, they left the dungeon. The leader understood that since this monster did not fall out of a magic stone, then it is worth informing the authorities about this upon arrival. At that moment, his assistant announced a call from Chikaksan's dungeon. The body of the monster was also discovered there, and a stone did not fall out of it. As is already known, after the death of Pak Tahhun, the leader of the Guild of the Skorak, the Guild Dawn quickly proposed a peace agreement. This was the basis for combining two guilds. With the advent of new high-level hunters, it became known who helped them. All of them were members of the Martial Arts Guild. People rejoiced when the Hyun-shin appeared. This became an impulse for the active exchange of hunters with China and North Korea. Hyun became famous as a new star in the world of hunters. But now this star was clearly unhappy, looking indignantly at her sister. He had no idea what she could like in such a soup with noodles. However, the girl reminded her brother displeased that, unfortunately, in her childhood, she did not have a loving family. Therefore, she dreamed of eating with her family in this restaurant, and envied those families who ate with a smile at the same table. After such words, the brother immediately invited his sister to order absolutely everything he wishes. In addition, he promised that from this moment, they will come here more often. After all, they were one family. But suddenly the hero's phone was writing down. When I saw the message, I realized that something urgent happened. For this reason, he needed to leave first. He teleported and asked his sister to continue to enjoy delicious food. Obviously, this was infuriated by the girl. A second ago, the brother said that he would buy everything that she wants. But in the end, he left her and left without even paying. Therefore, she vowed to herself that as soon as she met him, she would beat him great. At this time, the hero fell in the elevator along with the deputy head. She decided to take him to the laboratory. He was not there yet, and Jiha herself was not particularly burning with the desire to show her to outsiders. The reason was that magical studies were conducted there, which were usually strictly classified. But now it was not important at all. The reason she called was right in this laboratory. She opened the cryo-chamber where the corpse of a frozen wolf was lying. It was a wolf monster from one of the dungeons of Kongido. It was strange that this monster generally got out of the dungeon. However, the strangest was that a magic stone did not fall out of this monster. By the reaction of the hero, Jiha immediately realized that the hero was unknown about this anomaly. She decided to show him the monster just in case. However, Qin Shinhyun immediately noticed that the deputy chapter was clearly very worried. He asked the girl to inform him of the coordinates of the dungeon from which this monster was taken out, and to limit the access to him temporarily. The mistress also realized that the hero intended to look at this dungeon personally, and there was right. After all, he believed that the situation would clear if he sees everything with his own eyes. Therefore, he asked anyone not to approach this place. Somewhere at that time in the United States, it also became known about monsters from which stones do not fall. Their country could face the lack of mana stone. This would lead to serious economic problems. Their investigation found out the situation in northeastern Asia, and it turned out that people also experienced similar difficulties there. Nevertheless, close cooperation reigned between the guilds of the countries. There is a hope that they can find a way out. And then the leader among the U.S. hunters realized that in this case, it was necessary to visit these people personally. In addition, China was a huge territory where he could find everything he needed. At this time, the hero has already moved to the wolves' dungeon. He watched their behavior from a height without interfering. But soon, without seeing anything interesting, he decided to kill them. Without thinking twice, he attacked them all at once. Then one finger chopped off them all of the head. However, from these monsters as usual, the stones fell over. Therefore, the hero became interested in how many more such he would have to be killed in order to find the right one. His back began to hurt even from the thought of constant collection of stones. He even decided to look for a skill that would help him with this. However, he suddenly saw a collapse in the sky, something like what was in a foggy dungeon. But the aura was slightly different from the last time. This time the break was darker. Therefore, the hero, recalling the words of Yang Chen about the heavenly warrior, considered that this was the beginning of the disaster, which they spoke about. In addition, I saw that because of this gap, something clearly appears. It was a giant wolf. Surprised, the hero immediately blew his head. However, to his surprise, he no longer received any stone from this monster. So, in principle, this event gave answers to all his questions. He understood where the monsters were located, which were fakes. However, I wanted to know what lies behind the place where he got out. Obviously, he was convinced that the heavenly warrior probably knew everything. However, he, watching the hero, only sinisterly giggled in anticipation of their imminent meeting, and obviously hardly began to help him. In any case, the most important thing is that the hero now found out where the monsters came from. He also tried to touch the break, but his hands passed through him. So this was even more reminded of him a foggy dungeon. He decided to make sure that no one would touch this gap. Also, seeing how the monster appears from the crack, the hero came to the conclusion that the crack was the same as the entrance to the dungeon. However, he did not understand what the meaning of ordinary monsters then. But suddenly, it came to his mind that the current dungeons could be a kind of training. It became obvious he will clearly have to tinker, because his guess is not enough without any evidence. So he still needs to observe. Perhaps someone else will find such a crack. To search for her, I decided to go to the island of Jeju again. Literally after a moment he was already in his conceived place. I immediately saw the head of the guild, as well as his nephew, the leader of the group. Having run up, they greeted the master, after which they decided to find out how he was doing. With only one glance at this man, the hero realized that he was probably not easy now. And from how obvious it was, the chapter became even ashamed. After these words, the head without hesitation knelt down and reminded the hero that before that, there were 6 high-level dungeons on the island. But, unfortunately, one more has appeared since then, so now there were 7 of them. He asked the hero for help, and this request made him understand that the anomalies in this world began to become more frequent. Before that, his assistant said that the anomalies in the dungeons had occurred in China since the second half of last year. However, the public believes that this is just the results of the mutation, and it seems that it did not bother them very much. She promised to call the hero as soon as she receives more information. However, he understood. It seems that he would have to personally understand this all. To begin with, before talking to the head, I decided to find out if he had just attracted only reliable people to the mission. Remembering all the jams that were in the past, the head promised that he would not make mistakes. This time, I really assembled a team only from those whom he trusts the most. Therefore, he apologized again over the past time. Once near the dungeon, the hero decided to enter him first. At least he needed to kill everything that he would only find there, until the same crack appears, and a dead monster will come out of there. And again, he began to fight in a high-level dungeon. In one motion, it was harmlessly destroyed by many monsters from which red stones broke. Obviously, the chapter was still amazed at the hero's abilities. He saw them many times, but each time admired again. However, even for a high-level hunter, it seemed unrealistic to kill so many monsters at a time. Finally, after some time, they advanced further, and the hero saw a crack, even darker than in the last dungeon, to that which clearly increased much. The head immediately ran up to the hero in order to find out what was happening at all. His hands shook when he pointed to the crack in front of him. Obviously, the hero could not believe that now ordinary hunters also learned to see cracks. Everyone else saw her too. The crack looked as if there was some kind of break. Obviously, the hero was alert that now he had not seen cracks. Others were also capable of it. Therefore, he tried to attack this crack. However, all the blows passed through it. Somewhere at this time, events moved to Chiak-san's educational dungeon. The hunters sitting there clearly bored, but they had to stay in place, guarding the dungeon. Obviously, protecting the dungeon was a real test. However, the guys comforted themselves by the fact that they needed to hold out for only a month, although they were scared by the opportunity to lose all their skills. While they joked and had fun, the TV suddenly turned on. However, everyone looked at each other and were convinced that none of them pressed the button. And then the goddess appeared on the screen. The conversation about the blessing started again. It was upset that, although people received a blessing, they did not take him seriously. What happened so far was also the fate of mankind. The only thing she could do for people was to postpone the inevitable. Therefore, she hoped that people would be able to avoid the future nightmare. Seeing this, everyone was scared, because they recognized the voice of the goddess, who had previously heard at the Academy of Hunters. After that, everyone felt tremors that were heard behind their door. Therefore, they flew out at once in order to find out what was the matter. However, what they saw first seemed to them literally a hallucination. They did not even immediately believe that it was a reality. The monsters from the dungeon that they guarded began to break through and make their way into the human world. Just at this moment, one of the wolves also got out of the crack that the hero looked at. Everyone was frightened, considering this a real devilry. But Qin Shin-hyun accurately understood. All this is because the principle of dungeon began to crumble. However, he did not want to kill this subject. Therefore, I decided to grab it and leave it alive. Everyone else only watched the hero, not understanding where a wolf came from in a dungeon with foggy monsters. However, the hero calmly explained that some kind of failure had occurred. Then he hit the wolf and gave his subordinates as a valuable material for research, and assured that he would definitely not bite them. He himself came closer to the crack and activated his skill in the Sword of the Soul. After that, he tried to attack this crack by the blow of his blades. At some point, his sword stuck right in an invisible obstacle, and a system sign appeared. She reported that the attack was completed. Soon there were many more tablets that reported that humanity was not ready yet. If the hero does not cross the last line, it must completely intervene with his strength. Qin of Shin-hyun realized that in this case, since his strength was still not enough, then the skill of the soul of the sword would be useless. He was pleased with the idea that he still has where to grow, and he left at least this information so far was quite enough. Soon a new press conference was held, at which the head and deputy chapter participated. The man greeted everyone and introduced himself as the leader of the guild Dawn. Then I decided to make an introductory word before moving on to the main topic. His introductory word was sincere apologies, due to the recently discovered phenomenon of the breakthrough of the dungeons. The monsters got out and thereby brought tremendous damage to the country. In addition, mutants were discovered among monsters who did not leave mana stones after death. With an increase in the population of such creatures, a large economic crisis is expected. The attention of the whole world was riveted to this issue. Korea is rapidly trying to make contact with external guilds, and they will actively work on solving these problems. After he explained the whole situation, the press conference was completed. However, the reporters were interested in what they agreed with Twilight and why they changed their minds to act alone. However, the head and deputy chapters left without answering these questions. Soon they met with the hero. He waited for them and also thanked for the work done. Lee Jika was delighted with a meeting with a guy because he said that he could not arrive today. However, he received an interesting proposal, so he decided to inform everyone about him. This proposal turned out to be an invitation to a meeting in China. Recently, he met with his subordinate. She was also the current head of Chongo. Obviously, the girl literally shook with fear when meeting with the hero. Immediately, the guy went to the point. Why did the girl invite him and said that this is something urgent? As it turned out, she came to ask him about support. She wanted him to represent China in negotiations with the United States. It so happened that they did not have a hunter who could represent China. And that hunter who will come from the United States at the moment was the strongest hunter in the world. His name was Alex Winchester. The hero wanted to refuse, because it was not his business, therefore, saying goodbye, he left. However, the girl could not give up so easily. She promised in return to grant Korea the rights to advantages. It consisted in the exchange of information in negotiations or profitable cooperation. In order for this, it will not share the benefit that China will receive with South Korea. It was a good offer that the hero decided to use in full. Therefore, I agreed to represent China in future negotiations. And now, explaining the whole situation, he warned the chapter and the deputy that he needed to leave for a while. Already soon in China, the hero was sitting at the hotel with the head of Chongo. The girl explained that Alex insisted at a meeting in a private setting. He also wanted to meet with the same famous hunter as himself, accompanied only by a secretary or deputy. Initially, the hero thought that we were talking about the head of Chongo and Chain Shin Hune, in this case to act as a secretary. But obviously he was mistaken. The girl was the secretary. And soon the hero felt a familiar aura and immediately realized that this meeting would be quite fun. And even though the head of Chongo did not understand anything, the hero felt the power of the come. Soon he appeared in the room, introduced himself and greeted everyone. He also presented his deputy Barbarou Alain. The hero did not even get up, calmly greeted Alex, introduced himself, and introduced his secretary. Obviously, Alex was surprised that a Korean hunter was sitting in China. Then he explained that he would like to personally talk with the Chinese representative. Or I wanted to know that the head of Chongo will not mind if a person from another country will speak for it. However, both the girl and the hero explained that his citizenship in this matter does not matter. In addition, if the head of Chongo did not want his presence here, then he would not come here at all. In principle, such an answer satisfied the strongest hunter. He immediately stated that in Korea and China, as elsewhere, they are worried about the breakthroughs of the dungeons. There may be differences depending on the country, but in the future, when environmentally pure fuel in the form of monsters ends, serious economic problems will follow. In principle, it was true that it was difficult for anyone to deny. But Alex, how the savior came in order to report. They found a way to solve this problem. To be more precise, he simply put forward a hypothesis. But the result, by the likelihood of this, is quite high. Obviously, the head of Chongoy immediately warned that something could not be argued, especially if it was not verified. Then she wanted to find out what the true reason for his arrival was. As it turned out, he decided that the power of China was exactly what would turn his theory into reality. After all, there were very few such hunters, especially such hunters, who included the head of Chongoy. He also reminded his request. He wanted to meet with the same strong hunter as he himself, and believed that there would be such in China. Therefore, he asked the girl not to pretend, because he knew what kind of place she was from. Obviously, the girl immediately realized that we were talking about Murim. The hero also decided to join this conversation. Judging by the encrypted words, Alex was looking for people who returned from Murim, and in this case, he believed that it would be sad to leave him aside. Alex was clearly surprised that he was returned. And the hero was already tired of the forever the same reaction to his words. And although he hid his strength before, he asked Alex no longer ask stupid questions about Murim, because he did not feel resonance because of their difference in levels of strength. Thinking a little, Alex remembered that he had met few people who resonated with his strength. However, the hero's words about the difference in the levels of forces sounded a little unpleasant. He would like to test the hero, find out his level of power, because if he is a good hunter, it does not matter whether he is from China or not. The hero was not opposed, and immediately ordered the head of Chongo to prepare them the closest dungeon. Soon they found themselves in a beautiful field with a clear sky, ready to start checking. The hero asked Alex to do anything. After all, Chain Hyun, in principle, did not think that such a guy had the right to evaluate him. Before attacking, the American warrior again introduced himself. Then he said that in the world of Murim he was called a heavenly demon. The hero only laughed. After all, he initially believed that the Americans do not fall into such places like Murim. However, the circumstances were so. Murim was the only place where foreigners with a different color of the skin and eyes were not discriminated. And of course, he rose from the bottom, killed everyone who was higher. This is the whole essence of the demonic cult. However, the hero recalling the demons, he could just say such bastards just attacked him in order to kill him, so that it was doubly more pleasant to kill them. In any case, I decided to give this heavenly demon 3 attempts. Obviously, Alex was angry with such courtesy from the hero. Therefore, he immediately attacked a powerful blow, which the hero easily stopped. Then the time has come for the second attack of Alex. However, the hero dodged her easily from her, this time blocking the blow, after which several more strong attacks followed, and in principle the hero even recognized them quite good. However, this was still not enough to win it. Therefore, using a small part of his strength, he threw the heavenly demon away. Only after that, Alex finally realized that the hero's self-confidence had reason. He did not even think that he would meet someone as strong as the cup of Shin Hyun. In principle, from the point of view of negotiations, he was quite pleased with the audit. But as a gentleman, it would be enough for him to be sad to end the battle right now. Therefore, he decided to find out from the Kolin Hyun whether he had ever heard about the heart index. As soon as he said this, the curl of hair immediately fell from the hero's head. It was intentionally done by Alex, because I wanted to show how serious and clearly not weak. However, the hero only sighed in displeasure, realizing that the demon did not understand the essence at all. He also made it clear that obviously, a heavenly demon should not boast of the ability to own a sword in front of him. Having activated the spirit of the sword, he decided to demonstrate what the real skill of the sword looks like. After that, Alex received a couple more painful blows, and soon already standing in front of the hero on his knees. He laughed with his miserable attempt, and even asked the executioner to execute him here and now. However, the hero only laughed from such an end to the invincible. Moreover, once he came to his senses, he decided to show mercy to him as an executioner. Finally, it was time to discuss what Alexis had ideas to solve the problem with monsters. As it turned out, the guy suggested that there was a certain inner core of monsters. However, it seemed to the hero that the inner core was the crystallization of energy accumulated in the spirit of 100 years. In principle, by the standards of Murim, he was right. However, the process of formation in nature was different. Although the essence of one, they contain a lot of energy. Therefore, through short-term thoughts, Alex came to the conclusion that from the corpses of mutants, you can create an internal core. That is, translated into human language, he proposed to extract the soul from the corpse. And in principle, which is logical for the heavenly demon, I have not seen anything bad in it, as he knew some martial arts, similar to the martial arts of green blood, absorbed the same spirit. In addition, I decided that there should be a technique similar to absorption or something like that. In principle, the hero was not even surprised that such ideas came to the demon, but he liked this idea, so he proposed to return and already conclude a deal. Soon he explained the whole situation to his secretary. The hero personally agreed to cooperate with the United States in this matter. He also asked the secretary not to worry so much, promising that he would control everything. At this time, Alex reread the contract in order to summarize the previously said. They will share a profit 50-50 between two sides, and also guarantee exclusive rights to develop in China and Japan. This meant only one thing. Hyun could stop supplying products when he wished. The whole reason is that I wanted to hold the head of Chongo and the USA on his leash. Alex agreed to fulfill the hero's demands to the best of his strength, but he asked me to keep in mind that these conditions depended on the success of the transaction. In principle, this arranged both, so they shook hands. Soon the plane with Alex arrived in San Francisco, USA. He was also followed by a hero. Soon they were already in the laboratory. It was not like ordinary. It was the largest laboratory in the west of the United States. Also, Alex did not like the word fragile in the production process, so he built this laboratory reliable. And finally, Hyunu has shown the extraction of mana stones. First, it was necessary to put your hand on the device, then add a little energy there. and soon an artificial stone appeared, not made by human hands. So far, all the studies on this subject were quite good. According to the plan of Alex, they had to feed the monsters similar energy. However, they would not eat them firstly, because the dead, and secondly, because in principle they did not. For this reason, Alex asked his executioner to help. Hearing about this, the hero decided to find out from the demon if he was someday in Shaolin. Obviously, the heavenly demon did not go there. Then the hero explained that his idea is literally comparable to the creation of a Shaolin Taoist group. However, shortly after what was said, his thought was visited by a certain idea, and he informed the demon that he seemed to have guessed how to solve their problem. He proposed the idea of artificial dantenne. A similar technique existed in Murim. The most famous of them is the Temple of the Great Shaolin. Thinking about this, Alex realized that Talandin, a temple that existed in antiquity in this way. However, the demon almost did not know about this, because he was only interested in political factions. However, this idea was very good, and even Alex did not understand how the hero came to mind. However, in order to discuss everything, I decided to call someone. In just a couple of minutes, the creator of the prototype appeared, the artisan of the 7th level. He was also the only returning artisan throughout America. Finally, he appeared and greeted their new ally. He also brought with him what Alex asked him about. Therefore, the hero immediately approached the cage in order to get down to business. There was a small creature that looked like a toad, after which the hero began to use magic against this creation, thus slightly modified the absorption, and in the end, he made this monster himself sucked into the perfect round crystal. Of course, it was a weak monster. His energy was also weak enough, but there was more than enough to test this. Therefore, he put him in the device, and the energy immediately began to suck. After that, the finished blue ball fell out of the apparatus. Having handed it to the artisan, he offered to check it on his own. Therefore, he also pulled his glasses and began to explore it. However, the stone was no distinguished by mana stone. The scientist's face looked strange, as if he did not like what he saw. In fact, he was simply surprised, because the stone was identical to the mana stone to such an extent that he even doubted in his reality. However, the hero seemed obvious. The success of this venture was a foregone conclusion at the moment when he took up this business. However, now the question was whether the artisan could use this technique. After all, it is obvious, in order to use the device, a master who possessing magic was needed. To do this, you will have to teach him a modified absorption technique. However, the hero understood that he would not do this so simple. After all, to learn, he would have to survive many difficulties. Therefore, I decided to find out if he was ready to clench his teeth for the sake of training. So a week later, the artisan returned beaten and beaten. But he was finally able to do something similar to the hero's actions. Finally decided to check his strength. And as a result, the stone came out exactly as outwardly as the hero came out. Therefore, they both screamed with joy that they got real success. It was just literally crazy technology. Neither Alex nor the artisan could believe that they learned this in a week. However, the hero knew very well that violence was the best way to quickly learn something. And since his affairs were already completed, he decided to return to Korea. But finally, he reminded those guys that if they dare to pick up his share, he would kill them too. In principle, they were sure that the hero would definitely hold back his word, so they did not even think to substitute it. Soon he returned to Korea where Jiha joyfully met him. Cha Juno reminded her brother that they had not seen since he had abandoned her in a restaurant, and so he had to apologize for being very busy. Jiha, on the other hand, suggested that Junsel, instead of quarrels, would finally report about everything that had happened to her brother. He was immediately alerted, not understanding what would be discussed. As it turned out, Jiha prepared a new symbol for the martial arts guild. The girl was interested in what the hero thinks about this, because for several days they rackled his head because of him. The hero only laughed that the girl looks quite cheerful for a person who did not sleep for several days. Looking at their skirmish, Junso only smiled embarrassedly, and then even began to laugh at these two, that they thus flirt with each other. Then she noticed that Jiha did not call a hero by name at all. They behaved like not close friends. For this reason, the embarrassed girl decided to find out whether she could call Mr. Chain Hyun simply by name. In principle, he was even glad, because he was even more familiar to him. But suddenly a secretary appeared with an urgent statement for the deputy chapter. At that moment, more than 3 types of monsters were found in the dungeon. Obviously, the lady was amazed. What happened except the breakthrough of the dungeon? And the hero decided to find out whether these monsters decided to rise from their holes. So far, the secretary was not sure of this, but the unusual was that there was a strong vibration in the dungeon. She also walked in all parts. All the hunters who entered there complained about severe headache. This did not happen before. Jiha immediately decided to go there. However, the hero stopped her in the last second. He explained that he wanted to go there alone. The thing was that I suspected the goddess was involved in this, or maybe even a heavenly warrior. Soon in this dungeon, he had already dealt with the first opponents. There was a really real portal in the dungeon. In addition, different animals constantly tried to get out. Perhaps this is what the goddess warned about, and this was the very second revelation. After the destruction of the dungeons, the monsters began to appear randomly, so the Chin of Hyun did not know. It was a sign of the favor of the goddess or a foresight of misfortune. Soon in the dungeon, he saw familiar silhouettes. These were the high-level hunters whom he taught. Obviously, they were surprised, not knowing when Chain Hyun managed to arrive on the island of Jeju. However, they quickly realized that he was not on the island but came here from the foggy dungeon. And then the hero understood. The matter is not at all in the monsters mixed together. It was in the dungeons that were interconnected. Events are transferred to the island of Jeju to a foggy dungeon. He warned his team that he went to explore the anomaly in the dungeon. But it so happened that Thabek entered the dungeon that was in the province of Kanvan. Therefore, it was surprising that the hero met them in such a distance. It was like some kind of nonsense, so I decided to ask the guys what happened to the dungeon. After all, even looking around, I could notice that the dungeon was much more than before. As it turned out on their way, the guys placed flags. Near the gate there was a red flag, white along the way. However, now neither the gate nor the flag was visible. Instead, some kind of crack appeared. For this reason, the hunters got stuck here and could not get back. The hero perfectly understood that in a normal dungeon, there was only one gate. Therefore, he suggested that the unification of the dungeons occurred. The gates through which he entered were still intact, so he suggested that the guys get out of there. Now their safety was primarily. Soon he spent the guys closer to the portal, and he went on business. He explained that he wanted to try to delve into the crack that has arisen. After all, he understood that there should be something else other than a simple merging of dungeons. Finally, he stood near the crack, from where mutants began to appear. This was like some passage, but it was not known where he was leading. But soon the hero saw an amazing one. Something with a spear in his hands climbed out of this dungeon. These were literally lizards attacked by the hero. Obviously, he was surprised by a meeting with a giant-dressed lizard. In addition, having sent a weapon at him, he invited the hero to get out of their path if he wanted to extend his life. And then the hero realized that these lizards were also speaking. However, this time it did not surprise him little. Events returned to Alex. He fought with monsters until he realized that the dungeons merged together. Initially, he successfully arrived in Hawaii after receiving such a report. And in the end, he turned out to be true, which became a huge surprise for him. He also met the same new types of monsters with whom the hero met. The monster himself was surprised when he saw the highest essence in this dungeon. Alex could not believe that this creation was talking to him. Despite this, they were still animals. But they understood each other. In addition, Alex could communicate with them using the Hyugvang language. Obviously, the lizards were surprised that the person understood them. At the same time, Alex decided to find out how they were different from the monsters. However, it seems that lizards did not even know such a word. Then Alex had to explain that the monsters were those that crawled out of the crack from which the lizards themselves came out. The lizards were offended that the little man dared to compare them with the monsters. Initially, they were surprised that this guy was also in clothes and could even talk to them. This man certainly seemed smart to them, so they even tried to talk to him. But everything turned out to be in vain. The lizard was disappointed in himself because he decided to listen to the lower creatures. As soon as the lizard attacked Alex, he stopped different from the monsters. Therefore, the guy took out his dagger, ready to fight them. Lizards only chuckled at a guy who was about to attack them with a similar toothpick. However, the guy explained that he once pierced the enemy with a wand for food, after which even the dogs did not dare to interfere with his meal. Hearing these words, the monsters were wary of his hidden power. Even the leader of the jacket ordered his assistants to go back. It was he who intended to kill the enemy. For this reason, both converged in close combat. After the first blow, Alex realized that his opponent was not a weakness at all. From the clash of their strength, he even flew away a couple of meters ago. And the lizard continued to attack without slowing down the pace. Then he threw his enemy into the air and flew on the wings going after him. Faced already in the sky, Alex realized that he would never be able to defeat this beast with physical strength. The lizard only laughed. If it was the maximum level that the little man is capable of, then its end is already close. As a result, he had nothing left, except how to apply a spell, similar to the soul of a sword. The lizard only laughed, making it clear to Alex that there was no point in resisting. Until suddenly this sword flew in his direction and cut off his head. After that, the lifeless body without a head fell to the ground. His comrades could not believe in the death of the leader. Then they rushed to the person in order to take revenge on him. However, these two died as quickly as their leader. Of course, this victory exhausted the strength of the hunter a little. In addition, he blamed himself for not leaving any of these lizards alive. However, it was impossible to subordinate them without the use of the strength of their sword. Even for him, they were too strong, and if other monsters are met by other hunters, it would be a real disaster. Therefore, it became obvious that Alex needs to contact the executioner. Together, perhaps, they have more chances to prevent unprecedented. At the same time, the hero has already subjugated one of the dragons of the foggy dungeon. He, having already seen enough of the tea, Hyun himself invited him to solve all the problems peacefully. However, the hero reminded the lizard that it was he who underestimated his strength. After that, he again began to bow, begging for mercy, and the hero decided to forgive him in order to find out who they were actually. They were creatures that inherited the blood of the very first and great dragon. They called themselves Dragon Wings. They were expelled from their house and searched for a new refuge. Drag Kolkal was also surprised to meet such a powerful person as a hero, so he realized enmity in relation to him will cause them even more harm. Therefore, he proposed to stop conflicting without the need. Instead, he suggested that the hero talk to his lord directly. After all, he understood that a person like him clearly deserved a personal meeting with him. The hero only laughed. After all, the lizard initially invaded here in order to kill him, and now he began to pray for mercy. Dragkolkola did not have what to answer such humiliation. Nevertheless, the hero decided to listen to the lizard. After all, killing him would now be too simple. But if he leaves him alive, then there will be a chance to get information from him. Therefore, the guy explained that before making the final verdict, he needed to check something. Applying the skill of a lie detector, I decided to find out if it was true that Dragonocoral told him. Soon the hero decided to meet with Alex. He was still laughing at Hyun because he decided to arrange a date with his girlfriend in a similar place. Obviously, Hyun got angry with such a moron and explained that Jiha was the deputy head of the guild Dawn. However, Alex was heard that they were in close relations. In any case, the time has come to discuss the urgent in a new place. He said that yesterday in the Hawaiian dungeon he met a monster, which was strong enough, and there were a lot of them. Then he briefly described the problem, and the discussion began. Hyun also said that he caught one of the Dragrofs and sent him back alive, so they can only wait and look to what it will lead. He also understood that soon such winged morons could come all ready for him. Of course, such news for everyone sounded like not very good news. However, the worst was not the appearance of Dragols, and what they said about their lord. For this reason, if the dragon was telling the truth, then these dragon caps had something like their own sect. They were also quite strong, stronger than people, and if these creatures try to move to Earth, it would be a disaster. For this reason, the hero left them alive. After all, there was an opportunity to agree with them. Therefore, he asked his comrades in the United States to take the same opportunity. In principle, the deputy chapter considered this a good enough idea. Alex agreed, and promised that so far he was temporarily remained in Hawaii, where the dragoncorn had already appeared, and hoped for the help of the executioner if he suddenly collides with high-ranking creatures that would want to take revenge. After that, a couple of details were still discussed before the connection was interrupted. Left alone, the hero decided to discuss the situation with the deputy chapter, and he suggested for a while to change the rules for hunters. Now less portals have appeared, so instead of sending high-level hunters to destroy monsters, it was necessary to send them to high-level dungeons, so that they improve their skills. Jiha herself understood that this would be a good idea, but she was worried about the island something could happen to him after the Moors of Hyun took all the high-level hunters. However, the hero asked the girl not to worry, because he had an idea. It consisted in constantly with the deputy chapter to stay nearby. Initially, the girl considered that the hero offers them to live together, but it was an optional point. It was more about work. The guy also invited the lady to help each other until they deal with the problem of dragon caps. After all, while they do not know what to expect from these monsters, it was better to hold together. In principle, Jiha agreed. After all, it was beneficial for them too. A few days later, the hero with his sister and Jiha went to the foggy dungeon. The deputy head was for the first time here and could not even really see anything. At the same time, the sister was interested in why the Hyun brought them here. However, he wanted them to see everything with their own eyes. He recalled recent events, the appearance of Yang Chen from China, then Alex from America. And until recently, the dragoncorn appeared, on which the strongest of the hunters continued to attack. Therefore, Li Ji and Cha Juno had to become even stronger so as not to yield to any of their enemies. Both, inspired, decided to find out what they need to do. And then Chai Shin-hyun asked the girls to attack him at the same time. If their attack at least falls into the hero, then he recognizes their strength. Cha Yun-sole immediately caught fire with this thought, while Li Jiha understood that even with their united efforts, the task would be difficult. But the hero was all the same. He believed in them. Therefore, he asked to cope with the task properly. After that, the girls immediately looked at each other, as if agreeing on tactics. Then both dispersed in different directions. Li Jiha immediately attacked the skill of the killer using blades. However, the hero easily evaded such a slow attack. Obviously, Li Jiha was slightly disappointed with her weakness. After all, she attacked with all her might. At that moment, Cha Juno has already begun the attack with arrows. However, the hero easily neutralized them with the help of a spiritual sword. The girl considered it dishonest. He didn't even use her hands. However, the hero, like no one else, knew that it was injustice that would make people stronger. After these words, Ko Junso remembered that after her brother abandoned her the day before yesterday, she never received his apology. So now I was simply obliged to slap him a slap in the face. And now the already begun mission has not been finished. In addition, the girls were exhausted, and Chin Hyun did not even sweat, as if, in principle, he did not fight. And yet for them two, it was a good training. After all, their level rose in a short period of time. Li Jika also thanked Cha Junso for making her company. After all, she was pleased to work with such a talented hunter. Watching them, the hero quickly understood. It seems that these two got along well. However, he recalled that it was time for them to return to training. Only a week later, the training was completed. And when they wanted to get out of the dungeon, the chief secretary suddenly appeared. The message said that an hour ago I received a call for help from Hawaii. The hero and the deputy were immediately scared. At this time, Alex stood surrounded by enemies. He understood that the executioner would not soon arrive for his help. Therefore, he had no choice but to offer the dragons to fight in an honest duel to win at least a little time.